knocked it all out of the water in one clean sweep. Ladies and gentlemen, officially as of now, the patriarchy is in the lead. Ladies, you let me know if you want to let the men win on that one. That's a hard one to top because that took just everything. All right, I've also got Calvin backstage, animated effigy, and we definitely have enough to kick this shit show off. Here we go.
I'll be bumping that shit loud as it'll go. I love that shit,
so
bro.
Fun. I love it. It's my favorite. Ladies top and center. Mr. Balderson, welcome back, my friend. You were the first in line. I always love the first person that hits that link. You're ready to go. You're ready to duke it out. You're ready to fuck shit up. Ben, I will give you the option to provide the first topic of the evening if you so choose, sir.
Watch your mics, guys.
Yeah, somebody's got some static going on. Oh, Ben, you are muted or something. Maybe you're on the wrong mic. Maybe that's where the static's. It's all your fault, Ben. It's all your fault. And while Ben's fixing his shit, Ben's been having fun over on Twitter. If you're not over on my X account following me, you should be, because there's plenty of targets in my posts. Lots of stupid people over there. You can play with your food before you eat it. All right, Ben, do you got a topic for us?
I think the Greenland topic's pretty interesting one. There's a lot of theories a person could throw out there on that.
All right. Do you want to chime one thought process in on it first? If not, I know Calvin had that on his super chat. Maybe he can start if you don't have something to start with.
Well, for myself, obviously, the easy answer is they've got vast, untapped natural resources like rare earth minerals and whatnot. Now, the reason that the shit's untapped is because everything north of Canada is super hard to try and deal with. Motors don't want to run in that kind of temperature. Equipment becomes brittle and breaks all the time. Your plastic parts, your rubbery parts don't want to be rubbery anymore. They want to be snappy. So it's quite a challenge trying to extract those type of minerals up there. And then obviously just the juxtaposition of it in comparison to some of the other world events going on would be the other thing that a person would easily imagine.
Okay. All right. Calvin, I want to give you the ability based on what Ben said and maybe add in your own thoughts and if you want to open it up.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, you're clear.
Cool. Listening to this open, I guess I'm kind of a bit, I guess, shocked or whatever. I didn't hear what I really wanted to hear from someone. To me right now, the biggest issue or the biggest topic or concern right now is really the Greenland situation, because you have a country right now, a sovereign country, who is pleading to be free from America, not to be attacked. And this to me is like the most weirdest thing.
It is
politically.
strange.
Yeah. A country telling America, I don't want to be taken over. Please don't. I want my freedom. And you have our president. So I'm curious to hear what the Republicans, Team MAGA, anyone has to say in that regards.
This is the starkest "Are we the bad guys" moment I have ever seen.
This is the what moment?
This is the starkest Are we the bad guys moment I
I
have
dig
ever
it.
seen politically in my lifetime.
I love it. I
Yeah.
like
I
it a lot.
mean, something changed. Last time I looked,
thought
all he
you
was
were
talking
older
about
than
was
that.
buying Greenland.
And I think
It's not
Ben's
exactly
right,
the
by
same
the
as
way.
marching troops in there and taking it over. by
When would be
force.
another analogous time when we have invaded a NATO ally?
We're not
Yes.
invading them. He's talking about buying them. Not the same thing at all.
Oh, here's
No,
your
We
MAGA
do.
no,
guy.
there's
I'm
a direct
sorry.
implication to the point where the Danish
Invading?
prime minister and half of NATO have taken this so seriously that they've moved military assets from Europe into Denmark.
That was it.
We
Don't,
can't
don't
control
try
what
to
they
roll
do.
this back now. This
It's
has
got nothing
already
to do with
gotten out of the
Denmark.
box.
This is Denmark. Just
Well, I
No,
mean,
they're
it's,
talking about
it's
it
territory
belongs
of-
Wait,
to
I thought
Denmark.
Denmark.
no, it doesn't.
I thought Denmark
it's an
had.
independent territory of Denmark,
Yeah.
Yeah.
kind of like Puerto Rico is
Of
to us.
Denmark. Of Denmark being the operative term. So the negotiations go through Denmark, not through Greenland. Greenland is, unfortunately not a very important issue when it comes to it. I'm more concerned with the Northwest Passage. I mean, if
Yeah.
global warming is going to happen,
But that's like super far in the future.
Oh.
Why is no one saying the immediate obvious
it's
thing?
super far,
If
far in
you
the
do
future
this,
when it
if
works
you do this
against
against their
Hold on,
will,
one at a
you
time.
immediately destroy NATO. You destroy it, straight up destroy
Who's
it.
that shit about
If
NATO?
NATO countries start to try and invade
Oh
each other,
no.
all of a
Not
sudden NATO
NATO.
splinters apart. No, what are you talking about? Not NATO, the greatest
we
military
stop
alliance
paying
in the
NATO?
history
I
of planet
really
Earth
don't
ever
care if
seen.
NATO
You mean the
collapses.
United States and then the other people that suck off of it?
exactly.
Exactly,
Okay,
Paulson.
okay. So you don't care about NATO, but what about?
No, not even a little bit.
Okay.
I care about NATO as much
Ask
as
our
I care about
American
legions.
military how they feel
Okay.
about NATO soldiers.
Okay, you don't care about NATO. So
Not
what
even a
about?
little.
Okay, what about this country saying they want their own freedom? What do you think about that? Are
I
they're
definitely
pleading?
wouldn't overtake a sovereign country
It
myself.
happens.
Say it again. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
If you're going to consider them a sovereign country, I'm not sure that they get that kind of consideration, being a kind of a piece of Denmark, but not part of Denmark. But if you're going to consider them a sovereign nation, then I definitely wouldn't invade a sovereign nation. I don't think that that's right.
I will.
I mean,
And
find out.
while that thought process moves along, Plumpy sending not one but 2 Raging Tomato memberships. Thank you so kindly to, and congratulations to the lucky lottery winners out there. Thank you, Plumpy. Tootie,
This is just insane.
Add something in there.
Oh, I was just saying, shit happens when you're the world superpower. There's this thing called, we take shit that we need, and that's why we are, number one. So
Wow.
go ahead, carry on.
I love how the entire right wing is just turned into like immoral shitheads. Like you're
That's
just like, open about
I'm
it.
just looking at this. I can't believe it.
Wait a
It's
second.
insane.
I'm waiting to see something that's immoral that you
I'm
just
waiting-
bring about.
yeah,
He
I'm
offered to
waiting for
buy
that
Greenland and
offer.
come out as
against
some
their will is
great-
immoral. That's really easy.
It's immoral and upgrade from
immoral.
you guys wanted us to get injected against our will, and you thought it was awesome,
What are you talking?
dickheads.
I mean, I'm sorry. Let's keep it focused on Greenland and them not
Well, I
having.
mean,
any-
let's just be consistent with our reasoning. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so for
You
the
guys are
people
cool with doing things against our will as long as it's the things you want.
What do you?
So let me get
we
this
get
right.
it. You're traumatized by
Greenland-
it, Balderson.
yeah,
Not everything
Greenland has
revolves
I'm
around
not.
that.
I didn't take the shot. I'm
Okay,
not traumatized.
The Greenland
I
has
just
didn't have.
always remember what dickheads you are,
Well,
and that you were willing to put us in jail. to
He does
force
have a
your-
point.
Back on
Well,
topic.
Greenland didn't have anything to do with what happened through for COVID with us. So they're like innocent in this whole thing, right? Wouldn't you agree? They didn't condone. They didn't tell the Democrats to do that.
Yeah,
Well,
so
they
I
don't
will,
get a
I think
decision.
we can all
That's
see
the
that
point.
Greenland had nothing to do with the shot. Let's
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that
let's
has-
let's back to Greenland and them wanting their freedom. I guess I've gotten
You try it this way. bro.
buggy.
I hear you.
Yeah.
Greenland is in its crossroads. It has an opportunity for 2 possible futures. It can choose to be independent from Denmark with its overwhelming, oppressive, socialized medicine system that it has and not be able to afford to deal with its citizens, have to generate its own currency, and have to apply the different state unions that exist in Europe independently. However, it has an opportunity to join as a U.S. protectorate, possibly an actual territory or what's the other one?
State?
There's three ways. You don't have to be a state. You don't have to be brought in. You can be a protector.
A protector,
Yeah.
like Puerto Rico.
Right. So that's the choice. If they want to go with Europe and try to pull that off, they're going to have to go it alone, and they're not going to be able to afford it.
What do you? I'm
Period.
confused.
Talking about there are 56,000 people in Greenland total.
Yes.
And like 90% of them are Inuits.
What's your point? What do they do that makes money?
Nothing that you just said.
A lot of wealth.
Greenland.
I think
Why are you?
Sasquatch,
You know that there has to be money to pay for the medical systems and whatnot. Are Inuit known for having a lot of money?
I'm confused. When did Greenland say they had an issue? I thought they were totally functioning independently by themselves. What all of a sudden made them have an
They're
issue?
owned by the Danes, sir. They're owned by the Danes. They do not get to choose their future unless the Danes allow them to do it.
But I guess my largest concern is that whatever state they've been in, whatever their terms, how they're living, they've been fine. They've been functioning without us. Right now, we are the problem, saying that we want to
there's
take
no gun to their head.
Yeah.
There's literally no gun to their head here.
Yes, there is.
No,
And they're
there's
acting
not.
like there is. Well, then why are they acting like
I don't
there's
care
one?
what they act like. I'm talking about reality. There's
Well, I
no
mean,
one.
they act like a lot of
troops
crazy.
massed up in
Guys,
their
fucking
country,
certifiable.
ready to overthrow their leadership. Like there's no threat of
Currently,
invasion here. You're
but didn't
overreacting.
But didn't Trump said Trump didn't take military force off of it as an option? He didn't remove that as an option. Isn't that correct? If they didn't want to go along?
I mean, military force is never off the
asked about
table.
it.
Military force is always an option. I don't know what you mean by taking.
So you
it
can't
off
even
the
say
table.
that when it's a
So-
NATO ally.
We're not
Doc,
going to invade.
Doc,
that's
welcome
what-
aboard, my
but
friend. I
that's-
think you're safe tonight because Jason said he's not doing any heavy lifting and he's not feeling well. So I think you are in the safety zone for the evening, at least from Jason. Did you want to add into the conversation, sir?
Yeah, I would just, my main point is that, you know, it's like if you're Danish and you see Marco Rubio show up, I don't feel safe hearing Jason say he's not doing heavy lifting. I feel I might get booted still, but so my main contribution tonight is just my presence. I'm clean again, guys. So
Hey, you trim your beard.
you guys at least don't have those driving beards to make fun
Prop
of.
duck.
Oh man,
Aww.
Thank you.
20 minutes.
I
Dude,
should have just shut
big
my
one.
mouth, Doc. I'm
That's
so
a big
sorry.
one, dude.
It's pretty big. Now remember, somebody can always counter it. So even if you're backstage as the time is ticking, they can always send money up to counter
I'm
it and
chilling
bring you
for a
back
bit.
up
All
sooner.
right.
All right,
I'll
we'll
see
put you backstage. I'll set a timer. I love you, Doug. Oh man. Oh, I thought he was so safe. All right, back to you guys. My apologies. Oh, and shout out, I missed one. Shout out to Plumpy for sending one more Raging Tomato gifted membership. Congratulations to the lucky lottery winner out there. Okay, back to you. Nobody?
Well, I just
It
want
gives you
Nobody
whiplash,
and everybody
right?
at
Like at
once.
this point, like over the years and up till like really recently, everyone's like, he never started wars. We're not going to do any invading like we did when we were Iraq. And then as soon as the guy does it, like complete like whiplash, you guys turn 180 degrees and you're like, but I think we do need Greenland. I think they
There's
have
no war.
I think they have
There's no
resources
invasion.
we need. I think we do need to start toppling dictators. I think we do need to do all this shit.
There was
Greenland is
no
insanity.
invasion.
There's
been no
nothing
war,
that Greenland
so-
has that we cannot easily negotiate with an ally to go over there and get. Like, there's no
Speaking-
reason for it.
Speaking of an ally, Iotin said, you know what? Bring Duck back up. Justice for Duck and Duck. You officially have a $20 credit to your name, sir. So if anybody tries to boot you, they have to hit that first 20 before anything can even happen after that. Mr. Tom Carpenter says, be nice, Duck back up. And Sarcastic Saint says, Calvin, your voice needs to be a little lower to be on this panel with all these men. Duck doesn't count as a man. When your balls drop, then you are allowed back on the panel, but enjoy 5 in the back. So that only takes out 5 from your $20 credit. You have 15 to your name still. So Saint, you have a doozy. All right, back to you, everyone. My apologies for the interruption.
So can I ask something? I'm curious for the Trumpers on panel. You know, I have a hard time believing that Marco Rubio went to Greenland in peace. I have a hard time believing that the international community and Trump voters, anyone, saw that as like something a president of peace would do. You know, after saying we're gonna basically take your country, you know, we're gonna take the territory and stuff like this. We're gonna take the country, the people. Do you guys really believe this is like is this peacetime? Is that the right room, or is that
He
wrong?
wanted to buy it and give everybody in Greenland $100,000.
They don't want to be bought.
That's not an invasion. Well, then they can say no.
That's what
okay,
they
and
have.
Trump will have to accept that. Okay,
That's
Or
he's
say
not
no.
accepting
They've said
that.
no. And
But-
after the
but
meeting,
show-
the
show me where it's
Greenland
gone
on
any
camera
further
was
than that.
basically in tears.
Are you?
I don't
Under
care who's crying and
$100,000,
can't
I bet
control
you
their
any
emotions.
politician that
Just
says
like I
no
don't care
doesn't
about
make it
trucks
to
and
the next
credulity.
election.
Hold on. Okay, I messed up. Saint, you always play this stupid game where you put like 10 people's names in one drop. So the 10 is actually for Calvin. My apologies. Calvin, I'm going to set a timer. You go backstage for 10 minutes. And Dusty said no. So 50 minus 15, that's 35 total backstage. Duck, I will leave it up to you because I know sometimes you leave. Or if somebody pays to match that 35, you get to stay. So it's up to you. If you do, you want to go hang backstage for a little bit? They might.
Probably,
never
yeah,
mind.
I'm
Never
chilling. I don't have
mind.
any plans. Oh,
Mr. Tom Carpenter said, "Fuck you, Dusty. Duck, duck, goose to the front. You get to stay, Duck. I think we're. I think we're done
friends
playing.
like I need friends like Tom. I don't need friends like Dusty. That's one thing I know for sure.
Well, Dusty likes to go against the grain. So when you say somebody can't do something, he says, "Hold my beer." So he's been holding his beer, or you've been holding his beer, and Tom Carpenter says, "Hold my bourbon." Thank you, Mr. Tom Carpenter, for keeping our lovely Duck safe. Duck, I'm going to give the floor back to you, sir, because you were on something, and yeah.
I mean, you guys might think that that as a Kamala voter, I have a lot more to say here. But prior to this election, I wasn't thinking about Greenland, and I wasn't thinking about starting war and conflict and street beefs with our European allies. So I actually don't have that much. I think it's a slap in the face to think that one of the most strategic points from U.S. society's perspective could be bought for $100,000 a head, right? You know, you can think about just you know, and especially when we already have arrangements in place to have like military bases and stuff there. So I really don't have that much else that I'm thinking about right now.
Okay.
I just think you guys are reading way too much into it, and you're reacting way too much to rhetoric and not enough to actual actions and facts.
Okay, go ahead. How do you like? Do you want to dive in a little further on that? Or not?
I'm just listening to Effigy and Duck, and it's like just sounds like what they're concerned about is what people are saying, and not what's actually happening or being done. It's like, and only thing I've heard Trump talk about. Excuse me, hold
wrong
on.
about that. That's,
yeah, go ahead,
this
Ant.
is
Hold
the
on, Duck.
MAGA
Let
this is
Ant
the
finish
MAGA
his thought. Let Ant finish his thought.
Just to be quick, all I was going to say is, nowhere has Trump floated the idea of a military takeover of Greenland. It's been a purely peaceful endeavor, saying, "Hey, maybe we buy it." You
That's
know,
not.
but
That's
if they tell him no,
this is selective listening, though. Donald
Where?
Trump hasn't
Absolutely.
been. Donald Trump, like he launched a drone strike in a foreign country in Yemen on his like first or
Unrelated.
second, third week in office or
unrelated. That's got nothing to do with Greenland.
something. Yes, it does. It means that a president is happy to order military force in another country. He was
So
happy to
Obama
take
did
out
how
things
many
for
President
drone
wasn't,
strikes in
Duck.
Yemen and Iraq and Syria?
Which
Come on.
president wasn't? Name me him.
With lots of money, billions of dollars.
What?
Maybe
Why-
that
maybe a
was-
president in the last like 30 years that didn't do a drone strike in another country like that's a
Like as soon as there was drones, they were like fuck yeah! Obama was like, I am the king of drone strikes. And you jackasses were like,
This is fucking stupid. If the leaders of other countries can take it seriously, then it's being taken seriously. You can't just be like, well, it's just words. You can't take it seriously. People at the highest levels of other fucking governments are taking it seriously. Like, words matter on the public sphere. I know you guys are used to Trump just being a constant troll and saying ridiculous shit. But words fucking matter. They cause things to happen.
Yeah, and those words, we're going to go to war and take Greenland, were never said. Words do matter.
Doc, you were saying something. We didn't hear it.
Words matter. I think actions matter enormously. Words matter. That's like European style. That's called Copenhagen theory for the brainiacs in chat. Any other poli-sci guys, this Copenhagen approach is that speech is action. And America doesn't do that. We conduct a real politique around the world. And so when I see my current president right now is Donald J. Trump, being super willing to commit violence, commit war crimes to achieve a goal.
And
or
you believe
war crimes? You're dropping a lot of stuff on us already. Now, you're talking about Greenland. Now you're talking about war crimes. We stick to one thing before we move on, please. Like, can we resolve the Greenland thing? Then we can talk about war crimes.
You're not going to convince me. You're not going to convince me that a guy's first move in office is to kill some guy who calls terrorists.
Cool. All right, cool. We're not going to convince you. Moving on. Let's go.
Terrorists. You're not going to convince me that's a nice guy.
You cannot be convinced, Duck.
If you want to be
open-minded, I just don't think you guys can convince me that.
No, you're not. You're just saying you're not.
Cannot be convinced is the opposite of open-minded, right?
What is
that? Cannot be convinced. Words have meaning, Doc. Words have meaning. Cannot be convinced is the opposite of open-minded. You know what cannot means? What's cannot mean, Doc? What the fuck does cannot mean?
It's the thing you tie to keep your shoes on.
It's two different morphologies. It's cannot.
Oh my God!
And what does that mean, Doc? It means that there is no convincing you of one thing. What does open-minded mean, Doc?
You're not getting anywhere, Baldur.
You can be convinced. Words have meaning.
I understand what you just asked him.
Have meaning.
It's like Sisyphus with the rock.
Words. Jason sent in 5 to say, "I'm here. I'm just being nice to Doc." But then he's not so nice, Doc. But you still actually have this $20 credit from earlier, so the full hundo didn't actually cover it.
Ooh.
Just saying. So Jason has a moment here where he has to decide if he really wants to boot you or if he just wants to toy with your head with the tease. But it would take another $20 for the full boot. Just saying. Compliments of Tom Carpenter from earlier. You still have a $20 save.
I don't think Mama's worth $20, Sarah.
Oh.
And you're gone, son.
Oh no!
$20 right there.
I should boot you just for that.
Well,
but I didn't even have to because Jason says, "Fuck that." You're
no words
out.
Even. That's a level of disrespect here.
You're out. And let me add Ann to the stage. And while Ann is coming up, Duck, you know the drill. Okay, we are going to all be quiet and give you the full 2 minutes to speak your piece, and hopefully somebody will match to let you stay. I think Tom Carpenter is on your team right now. I think Iotin's on your team. There's a lot of people on your team. Plead to them, beg, or just tell them to fuck off. It's up to you.
So guys, this is what I wanted to say to you guys. No offense. So if you guys look at the title of this stream, I really came up here tonight to discuss open panel grab bag topic. And so that was my main goal. And yeah, my main thing, kind of what I bring to the table is, I had a bunch of like chicken nuggets tonight. And so it's really a waste of the protein in my bloodstream to kick me off, guys. I think there's a lot of different grab bag topic that we can discuss tonight. So I would encourage you to, if you find it in your heart to either keep me up or if you take a blind leap of faith with me, we can discuss maybe some perennial topics. And yeah, we'll have fun tonight too. So if you guys want to either reduce the time I'm backstage, I promise I'll be back later tonight. If anyone wants to keep me up for a little while, I'll keep my mouth shut. I can turn my camera off. I can let everyone. I'll listen while everyone talks. I'll be a good listener. And we can do more open panel grab bag topic. We can talk about the topic then.
All right. You heard him, folks. He is begging for mercy. But see, I think you lost it when you talked shit about Mama.
Yep.
Even Ant pointed this out in the chat. I was rooting for Duck until he crossed Mama. Now, maybe, Duck, it might spare you or save you something if you apologize to my mother.
Okay. Mama Tomato, I'm very sorry. I think the most important thing that I could say to you is Sarah's a wonderful person. While she was off, I heard she was sick. I worried. I checked the channel. And so it's great to see everyone tonight. And Mama Tomato, that's a lot of that credit goes to you. Yeah. And that's it. I'm sorry. You're worth more than $20.
Oh, Mama, do you accept his apology, Mama? I hope so. That was very
I'm a
meaningful.
vegan, by the way. I am a vegan, by the way, just so everyone knows.
Hence
That's
the
how you
title,
get-
the name.
And this is how you know.
He's so handsome.
Such a politician, doesn't he? there.
He is such a politician. We love you, Duck. All right, Duck, I'm going to put you backstage. You're welcome to stay and hang and hope that somebody accepted your apology or decided to let you stay for the night. We'll find out soon. You're welcome to leave whenever you feel like,
Stay for a bit.
and you
Yeah,
can
I'll stay
still
for a bit for
plead
sure.
from the chat if you can. All right. Good night, Duck, for now at least. Vibe and Ann, welcome. Ann, I think you've been here before. Shout out to oh my God, Calvin, your timer is up. If you want to make your way back up to stage, your timer ran out. But Ann, I think you've been here before. I could be wrong. You look familiar, or maybe I've seen you before somewhere else. But welcome. Is there anything you'd like to tell us about yourself or shout out a channel or where we can find you? Feel free to do so right now.
Hopefully you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So this is actually my first time doing this. So maybe I just have a familiar face, but yeah, I've been following you guys along, and one of my New Year's resolutions was to take a leap into this grab bag.
Hell
So,
yeah.
Yes, I love that. Well, welcome. Everybody, let's be extra nice to Ann tonight for her first time. Is this your first panel ever?
Yeah.
Oh
this
my
is
God,
beautiful.
Wow.
popping cherries all over the place. I
Driving
absolutely
it
love it.
hard.
I feel like, yeah, you definitely picked an interesting show to join for the first
this
time,
is
but
Fiery.
we are going to be
What?
extra nice. Go ahead, Sasquatch.
Why would you choose hard mode for your first try?
Well, I'll be honest. I got introduced through the Andrew Wilson sort of pipeline. Saw everything that happened, and I just thought Sarah needs more love, so popped in.
You go,
I
girl.
might actually cry. Oh, you really are actually making me a little tear. Stop. Everybody's been making me like so emotional lately when they say such nice things like that. I'm like, oh my God, it feels so good, guys. Yes, even Mama says hello and welcome, Ann. Now, Ann, question. I'm going to put ladies up at the top, Sasquatch, if you don't mind. Question to you. Are you left, right, center, out in the middle? Don't know where you are. Conspiracy theorist? What are you?
I used to be super progressive, but now I'm very conservative. So
Nice. Well, we could
So-
use definitely a lot more of those around here because we lost a lot of them.
yeah.
So-
I thought, I do like just a little firecracker energy. So I was thinking, maybe they could use a voice like mine because
Yes,
I
and
have some ideas.
ladies. We love the ladies. And if you've been watching, you know that I give like my ladies priority. up here. So if you ever start feeling overwhelmed, just say, tell them to fuck off, Sarah. I need, whatever time to talk. And you have that role, because ladies are obviously very clearly outnumbered in this space. So we like to give you guys a lot of love. So, Anne, I will let you, and hello to you, Vibe and Clay. Don't worry, I saw you snuck in. You guys did before. I don't think you need any more love than Anne does right now. But Anne, if I will actually open the floor up to you if you wanted to talk about the Greenland, or if you would like to introduce a new topic to the panel, you're more than welcome.
Well, I'll be honest. I took so much time just making sure that everything would work correctly for the first time. So I wasn't totally listening in. But if the topic is Greenland, here's a question that I would kind of pose to a lot of people when it comes to Greenland is, I am a sort of a Christian that believes that we've kind of been really almost ceding a lot of our cultural territory when it comes to secularity, and sort of the some of the questions that I get as a Christian is, well, do you think you have the right to impose your worldview onto the world, kind of thing? And what does that look like? Now, I believe, like, as a Christian, we're called to evangelize. What does that look like? Trump is really trying to buy out the Greenland population to become American. Now, if you think that is coercive in a historical context where coerciveness usually looks like violence, I think that this is a preferable way of, just making a strong case, kind of thing. So I believe that everybody has a right to their preference. Everybody has a right to imbue their preference onto the world. And he is just trying to make a deal, that imbues his preference onto the world. And so I kind of wonder why everybody has a problem with him trying to make a deal with the Greenlanders and seeing that as a means of oppression and not as a means of, a trade.
Okay, fair enough. And I do apologize to Saint. I missed this. He said, here's an action Effigy is going to hate. Effigy, love you, buddy, but you sound like a woman on her period and you need some time in the back to relax and breathe. You get a gift of 5 minutes in the back. I'm going to set a timer for the big 5. And I'll hand it over to Tootie if you wanted to add in on anything Anne said first, and then I'll let it go to the gentleman.
Well, it goes back to what I was saying earlier, that, this is what superpowers do. This is what that's all through history, right? Mm-hmm. People conquer. And that's what happens. This is just a new.
What does conquering look like?
What does conquering look like?
I mean, is there good conquering? Is there bad conquering?
You ever heard of
if I go and if I go and make a argumentative case to somebody when they acquiesce their perspective towards mine, have I conquered them? What's conquering? He is literally coming in the most democratic sort of Aristotelian way.
Misunderstood me.
Okay.
I think because I was agreeing with you.
Oh, okay.
I was agreeing.
Okay.
Let them argue. It was fun.
All right. I will open up. Let's start over with Clay and then Vibe. And did you guys have any additional thoughts to add in before you say anything? Snow membership for 4 months. I love Snow. She's so lovely. Says the raging tomato. Hello, my little darling love bug. All right, Clay, kick us off, darling.
Yeah, sure. With the Greenland thing, obviously this is something brand new. And I just did a quick look at it. I believe that maybe the only real focus that I might have on anything is specifically what Trump's words were, which is we can do this the easy way or we can do this the hard way. And so words have meaning. And so if he says something like that, I'm pretty sure we all know what that means. That means military force. That's the hard way.
No, that is not what was said. That is your assumption.
No, that's what I just looked up.
What
It's
would
not
be
an
the problem
assumption.
with that?
I just looked it up.
Hard way
And honestly, given offering the citizens $100,000 each to they're not even their own country. They're a protectorate of Denmark. They don't give a shit. 100,000 each.
Am I
They'll
wrong?
throw their own politicians
Is that
out.
not what he
It goes
said?
up to $500,000.
Probably on the chopping block.
So obfuscate. Okay. All right. Go ahead. Obfuscate.
Go ahead, Ann. You were adding in on that.
I think it goes up to $500,000, and obviously the biggest question is, do they forego a healthcare system, that is more European, but I mean, this is a country of 50, 60,000 people.
Mm-hmm.
So you quite literally could buy each and every one of them. And again, and the great thing about this is that he really is going to the direct benefactors, right? He's trying to go to the people of Greenland and not through some emissary from Denmark to negotiate on their behalf or whatever. So he's giving the most democratic voice possible by going directly to them. And that's because there's a potential to directly benefit, but okay.
If you said the easy way or the hard way, the easy way is $100,000. The hard way is $500,000. I don't see military force, bro. Like nowhere in that.
You offer the citizens of almost any country that kind of money. They're overthrowing their own government.
Where does Greenland stand on all of this in terms of the people?
I don't think
They're
anybody
very torn.
asked.
If Greenland had their way, they'd be like, we would abscond both of you guys and we would just be nation of Greenland, right? But
yeah,
the problem is
they can't afford
20 minutes until big country says, "Oh, you guys got a lot of resources and no military."
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah.
You're buying yourself time,
Right, they have 56,000 people total. When they put together their standing army, it's going to have 185 guys, and they're all going to be drunk.
I'm looking forward to the United Continent of America.
Oh, Vibe, did you want to add in on it?
Well, yeah, I do want to add into that, but I do want to say welcome, Ann. I was also like you 6 months ago, and I jumped up because I saw Duck, who I also consider a mater, right? And I think we all support, like anybody that Sarah brings up, and when we jump on, we support each other. I know Duck and I have had our differences, but I still give him a thumbs up every time I see him. Hopefully he gives me a thumbs up every time I see him. Sorry he's in the back, and hopefully I'm going to start giving you some thumbs up. So welcome to the panel and welcome to the discussion. Greenland is interesting on that whole thing too. I actually think Greenland would do really well under a state of the United States. However, the way that we're going about it is ridiculous. Like we're like, hey, can we buy you? Or if we can't buy you, can we just invade you? Right? It's ridiculous. And then Trump is like, oh, well, China's going to take them if we don't. Well, no, China's not going to. They're too far away. They can't bring boats in to like support it. But ironically,
is that the argument being made?
There.
You think that
it was literally made yesterday that
China's going to buy them out, or is it because China and Russia have mutual alliances that bring them getting close to American airspace in terms of military technology?
Well, it's funny how we care about expansionist Russia now, but not when it's in Ukraine.
Who would you rather be invaded?
Who cares?
America?
No one.
No
one. We want to stop countries invading other countries. That's the whole point of the post-World War II era.
Work.
Like,
no,
that's not how countries work.
No, we don't. No, that's actually pretty negotiable. Ukraine is nowhere near America. Greenland is an actual strategic
but they're near a shitload of
airspace.
people we have mutual defense treaties with.
Yeah, but
that's a
this is
UN
military-
problem.
military
That's
is
not
a-
a US
the military is
problem.
what
It is a US problem.
I
We're
love
literally
it.
talking about
Hold on,
military.
US carries the
hold
UN.
on,
Okay.
children. Let's go one at a time.
Is this just the ink on the page argument? We tear up this ink on a page. Like
Yeah,
treaties
yeah.
mean nothing anymore. So that's the thing. If we do shit like this, then our word
Okay,
means
this is
nothing
why
anymore.
I'm an Andrew Wilson fan because I believe in force doctrine. Okay.
Yes, we
So
know.
This is
this.
is force doctrine.
You're a tard. You're a Wilson
NATO
tard. We know.
broke the treaty with Ukraine.
Well, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on,
okay.
hold on. Tom
Look, I'm not-
Carpenter
Yeah,
comes
they
in with a
did.
Pardon
We
me, ladies
never had
and
a treaty with
gentlemen.
Ukraine. What are you
Tom
talking about?
Carpenter comes in and says, if it's Greenland, there should be grass. Where's the grass? There's weed. So there's that.
Oh, God.
And Calvin says, LOL, it's some on the panel just casually talking about randomly buying people. I think I read about something like this in American history.
Oh,
Any
stop.
thoughts to that?
They're not talking about buying
Well,
them
that's
as
called
chattel
getting a
slaves.
job, and that's called trade, and that's called about understanding your value versus that's called trade. Okay.
This is just
Can we-
this is such a
since you-
fantastic
hold on, hold
prism
on.
to show that Trumpers believe in
I wanna
nothing.
ask,
Like
because you-
bitching about
Wait,
foreigners
wait.
getting money for
What?
so
Hold on, let him
long.
finish.
And then you're
Let him
like,
finish. Let him finish.
and then you're like, let's give $100,000 to an entire population of a country. Who cares? It's just American taxpayer money,
Can we
right?
do
Who
trade
gives a
without
fuck?
force? Can we trade
Bitching
without
about
force?
invading countries for so saying that you're non-interventionist for 10 fucking years under Donald Trump and
No
then all of a sudden,
intervention.
Wait.
let's
Just
bomb
because
country. Let's bomb
just
Iran.
because I
Let's
prefer
take out the
Trump
leader of
over
Venezuela.
Kamala does not say I agree with
Like if
everything
my
that he
neighbor
stands
has
for.
stuff and I just want my neighbor's stuff, can I just go take it?
You can go
If
buy
you
it.
give it money, yeah.
Right, I could go buy
Yeah.
it. Right, we could
He-
trade.
He'll give it to
Right?
you. if you give money, yeah.
But what if I
Buy
just go take it?
Or
That's
Yeah.
well,
right.
if you
Is it lawful
Clay,
if I just
hold
go
on,
take
hold
it?
on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
Right.
It may not
And that's
necessarily
not
be lawful, but if there didn't exist a law that prevented me from doing that, then yeah, I could just go fucking take
And
it.
if I also come to an agreement, a civil agreement, this is why we have the civil law, then we can also just trade. Can you trade
Do you
without
think
force?
that that's a new standard
trade
that
without
people
force?
just
Stop
can't,
obfuscating.
just
Stop
bottom
you
out? from
obfuscated
under?
before. Stop obfuscating. Can we trade without force?
Brick learned a new word, y'all.
No, that's why I believe in a
We
force
can't.
doctrine.
Wait a minute. You have a corn and I have a bread, and we can't just trade that without force?
You can.
Force
if
doctrine is
it's
not a
mutual.
social
Guess
theory.
what
You're
is-
just
Corn,
pretending
but
that
it's
it
not
is.
Guess what
Or-
impedes
Shit,
force?
Force doctrine
Guess
is
what
stupid.
impedes
What are
force?
rights?
Guess
What are
what
rights?
impedes
What are
force?
rights?
They are
Morality. Morality.
What are rights?
Morality.
What are
morality.
rights?
Hold on, hold on,
It
hold on.
is a
I
self-
think Tootie Bug labeled like she very clearly laid this out earlier. Superpower's gonna superpower, okay? If you are the big man on campus and you want something, first you're gonna try to be nice about it and try to be civil about it, buy it out or do something kind. And if they don't budge on that and you could just take it, I don't see why you
Hold
can't.
on.
No, this is a
Yeah,
ridiculous
take your bigger
argument.
stick and whack
There
him over
is
the head.
no
You
resources
guys
that we
are
can't
really
get
gonna
from
have to learn
Greenland
the Bible
without just
and
sending a
understand
company or
this
negotiating
It's
it.
legal. I can go take my
at
neighbor's
all.
stuff.
Why do you have to
Literally,
own
I can
Greenland? You
break
can
in
get
there.
Not
anything
about
from
taking
Greenland
stuff,
because
it's
they're
about
our
securing
ally.
it.
Hold on,
The
hold on,
women's.
hold on, hold on,
I want
hold
the
on.
women's.
Hold on. I think
Sarah,
it might.
Sarah,
Hmm?
I will go and say, my daughter is sitting right next to me, and she is just having a whole LARP with this. So she's 12 years
Denmark
old.
has been
having a real
negotiating
laugh with it,
Greenland's
so.
sale for over 100 years. Greenland has been on the market to be sold by Denmark, whether or not Greenland wants it or cares about it or any of that. We've been in negotiations since 1865, specifically to purchase Greenland. This is not new. This is not original. This is just picking up negotiations where they were left off. I don't know what, the mid 80s or whatever the last offer was.
Right.
Read.
Yeah, and I'm cool with the purchase. Like if it comes down to a purchase, right? Here's the funny thing about it. I'm also cool with it if they want to go to war with it. But don't sit there and not call it war. That's bullshit. That's a fucking lie.
There's,
All right,
there's
so
there's no
your
troops on the
assumption
ground.
of
There's
hard way
no
meaning war
fleet
is
off
your
the
own
shores of
problem,
Greenland.
Britt.
Like, where are you getting this?
I'm okay
war
with calling it war. Oh, Sarah, you're muted.
But that's your assumption.
Scott, Sarah's trying to. We can't hear her.
I can't hear her.
You're muted, Sarah.
She's fixing it. She'll be back. She left Ann in charge. I heard her.
Okay.
And things that last 4 hours are never called wars. That's about how long it'd take us to take over Greenland.
What is there in Greenland that we cannot
Okay,
get
if
through
we're talking about
negotiation?
negotiation, right?
No, what is there
I
in
mean-
Greenland that we cannot get without negotiation? Why do we have to
how do
own
we
it?
get- how do we get to
When
Arizona
does
New
negotiation
Mexico?
become threat? I mean, I think that's
You know how we
also-
got Arizona and New Mexico, right?
Is my mic
for
working
100
now?
years did you not get?
Okay. All right. Let's take a
You're
brief
good.
pause for a second. Thank you so kindly for working with me on that. Jason says laws mean nothing to Effigy. It's why he defends illegals. Effigy, that's directed at
Oh.
you. You're welcome to respond.
It's not a matter of defending illegal. It's a matter of defending constitutional rights, which apply to all of us. And if you let them
They do get
destroy
them.
constitutional rights
They
that
do get
apply
them.
to
Hold on, hold on.
illegals, then they'll be able to destroy them coming after you as well, which is why you stop them from doing it.
Okay. Iotin sends in the Big Ten and says, welcome, Anne. So happy you are here. Yes, all of the ladies are probably excited because we just don't get enough ladies. So I'm happy. Thank you, Tootie, and thank you, Anne, for joining me and bringing up the estrogen level just a nudge. The matriarchy might have a chance at winning panels more. Iotin sends another Big Ten and says, Greenland isn't real. At minimum, they're lying to us. It's not green.
That is actually true.
That is. Yep. I went to
That
Iceland.
that
I
was
saw all
Eric
the green.
Though making that lie. It wasn't the
Uh,
United States.
I'm just going to go refill and top off my coffee. Tootie Bug's in charge. Let's go one at a time, ladies and gentlemen. Be nice, but carry on. Continue. I'll be right back.
Lady Vikings, they did it.
They did do it.
That was the best marketing campaign in history, bro.
Well, when they named Iceland and nobody would go there, they're like, what should we do?
Well, he named Iceland when the ice that's from the ice fjords. So that one, it's not to trick people, it's the ice fjords he named it after.
Yeah, Derek Red went, hold up, I see how this is going. We're naming this fucker Greenland.
Right.
Everybody over here.
Well, Boulder's in. I mean, you're a Viking, right? So you came across that route. You should be in support of this.
Who has a horrible echo? Stop it.
They didn't go there and take over the country.
Boulder's in. I mean, you're a Viking.
Vibe, I think you might be on the wrong mic. You sound like really.
They didn't go over there and take over the country. And honestly, the Vinland Saga is super interesting because in the movies, it's always these giant voyages that are overseas for months at a time. If you read the Vinland Saga,
Hold on.
they sail for a couple days.
Hold on a second.
We have somebody's got their TV on or something. It's not Brick. Don't think it's Effigy. It's not God's aunt, and it's not me. Somebody just found it, didn't she?
Yeah.
Good job. Thank you.
It was my daughter. Okay.
I'm happy. I'm proud of you.
They sail for like 2 days. They hit a piece of land. They sail for a couple days. They hit a piece of land. They sail for a couple days. They hit a piece of land, and then they sail for a couple days and they hit Vinland. Like
Vinland's
Greenland
an
was one of the
interesting
last
one.
What is
places
Vinland?
that Eric Red could hang out because the guy was
Scotia.
especially murdery. And like the start of the Vinland Saga was there were some murders or there were some killings. There were some killings.
Yeah,
And
Australians can't murder you. They don't have souls.
yeah, so he was particularly murdery, so he kept getting kicked out of places and ended up in Greenland. And he's like, I need people to come live here, so he named it Greenland.
Brilliant.
All right. Sarcastic Saint sends in another 10. Yes, keep them going because you guys know you got to hit the dono goal every hour. Saint says this is a quote straight from Dusty, and I believe he is right. Just kidding. At the Powder Dusty, member 6 months. Number 3, Vibe brings up the estrogen 2. This 10 is to bring up Texas Bully Mom or use it to boot someone. Texas Bully Mom to the to the panel, Texas Bully Mom. I will give you 10 minutes. I'll set a timer now. 10 minutes, Texas Bully Mom, to make your way to the panel. You don't have to cam up. You just have to jump on. No, I'm not a panelist. All right. Well, let's see. Then she says no. So Tootie Bug, as a lady of honor, you feel free to pick someone you'd like to boot for the 10 minutes.
Oh, I'm afraid it's gonna have to be Mr. Effigy.
Mr. Effigy. All right. Effigy getting picked on tonight. You usually don't get booted a whole lot. Tonight's your night, my friend.
Get on.
All right. 10 minutes in the bank.
See you in 10.
All right. Where were we? We were discussing. Oh, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I want to point out on Greenland, right? To my original point here, right? So China's never going to occupy Greenland. So they're not really a threat of occupying, like Donald Trump says, well, if we don't occupy them, China's going to. No, China's never going to. However, something that's really important to note is China is already there economically. Yeah. They're already buying up land. They will be an economic power there, and they're a much stronger economic power there than we are at the moment. By the way, something we also got to look at is our own backyard. China is also a really giant economic power in our own society, buying up land, doing these things. So like we think, okay, we invade Greenland. How are we going to stop China from being an economic power and an influence in Greenland when we can't even stop them in our own country? So that's kind of the point I was kind of going to, as far as like, I don't think China's a threat of taking over Greenland as a territory, but they're already a threat, and they already are much stronger there.
Yeah, but there's a military threat, there's an economic threat, there's a cultural threat, blah 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 blah. You know, Greenland is a military strategic position, or Greenland is a military strategic position, which is different from a lot of the economic cultural positions that China has been taking in and around America, South America, Canada, Europe as well. So I don't want us to cross-pollinate things that are really different in substance, because Greenland, this is not about some Cold War adage. This is about a military positioning, again, which is really different than allowing or disallowing, I mean, we can go and look at our college institutions and see how much is taken up by Chinese students. They're getting an American education. They're then also, these Chinese companies are then donating millions of dollars to American college institutions for that sort of cultural influence. So are we shifting?
I mean, so ultimately, right? I mean, I think you're kind of agreeing with me on that, right? Like they're influencing, not through actually holding a territory. And by the way, my original argument was, I don't think China could hold Greenland. It's too far away. The economics to be able to
that was never the argument.
Boats and things like that, right?
Nobody was arguing that they're going to buy Greenland. They actually have a sea space where they're positioning a lot of Chinese shit within certain waters that are close to that area. But it's not about buying Greenland.
But ultimately, they could not maintain a supply to that land. So I just basically wanted to say China
they do it in South America
there.
When they raid fishing waters and economic zones.
However, I think China would still win economically. Yeah. And I see Keshwash so wanting to buy in. Go.
Let's as much as we want to bitch and moan about how America is just sorry.
Let's look at this legitimately. Let's say there's going to be a military invasion of Greenland. Who do we attack? Who's the target? What's the freaking right?
This is not a real scenario, so who cares?
No, it's not. Hypothetically speaking, join the conversation at speed. Hypothetically speaking, how do we attack a country
Who
that's not
cares?
that doesn't have an upper echelon to take out and is
I'm
not?
sorry, I'm not a part of your D&D
None of-
campaign. I don't care about this. This is fabric of fiction, okay? This is, who cares? Hypothetical.
Just-
This is fiction.
How would you feel if you didn't
get
eat
on some
breakfast
real
today?
topics.
Exactly. How would you feel if you
Fan of
didn't-
Andrew Wilson over
Hey,
there.
Can you answer that one, man?
Yeah.
I'm just curious because we were trying to game out the idea of there being some way of doing a military operation there that would be something like an invasion or an attack. It'd be a police operation.
Right, and also it would just be like them setting up a few bases. As
It'd
well.
be like Panama.
Which we can already
Not
do.
over
We have
within a few
we have a
hours.
treaty that lets us operate military in Greenland with impunity.
Right.
But here's the thing: we've got to get our military, our bases set up there before the Chinese decide to come over and
We
start
already
fighting
have
the
that,
boats.
Judy.
So if we're talking about Chinese, let's talk about Venezuela. Let's talk about all of the Chinese, infrastructure, all the Chinese investment that was put in Venezuela that was just kaput. That was a bunch of nonsense and didn't make any this way or that way on the capture of Maduro. If anything,
you have
it's
a
almost
really good
emboldened. It's almost emboldened the prerogative about Greenland and it being something that we can actually achieve because China's full of smoke. They couldn't even figure out there were helicopters in the fucking airspace, before they went and captured Maduro and
portion of China that is not
like
under
fucking
smog.
call it.
Why are you filibustering? What are you fighting against? What are you trying to keep from being said?
I'm not filibustering. I'm giving context. So let's go.
I think, Anne.
Hold on,
tell me if
hold
I'm
it,
wrong on
bud.
this, but
She wants that heat.
the whole
Oh yes.
idea of Greenland,
Sorry, Vibe.
Shit, I'm sorry.
How are you? I'm Caucasian Sasquatch. I'm the local asshole here. I tend to tell jokes and not take it seriously. That being said, I'm curious, why are you have so much animosity? I'm actually not against the acquisition of Greenland. I was simply saying, what if it was a military operation? What would that look like? Do we attack the Danes or do we go for the actual physical land of Greenland? And if so, who do we attack there and how do we go about that? We already have bases there. We can just expand them if we want to. They won't stop us. So I don't understand why there's a military consideration to this at all. It is a financial discussion that has been fiscally decided over the past 200 years by them going, nah, not this week, basically. Your turn.
Yeah. Okay. So here's a story. Them telling myself is that you're trying to engage in a diatribe to obfuscate sort of a real conversation that we could be having about real parameters that actually have a possibility of existence and
All
not
right.
some
I can complete
campaign of.
In
You know,
1865, there was a proposition to the Danish court that we purchased Greenland outright. The offer was around 100 million bucks at the time, which is around 500 million a piece, or 500 million or something like that today. Anyway, the point being, we've been in negotiations to purchase this plot of land for the past 100 and some odd years. It's in the books. They've said, try again next year, try again next year. We do sometimes and we don't sometimes, and it doesn't really matter. The point is, there's no military consideration here. We already have military impunity with aspects of Greenland. They choose where we put our bases. We say how big they are and how many people go there. Other than that, essentially, we need a couple of air bases in a deep water harbor, and I'd be real happy with it. Like that would be the end of the conversation. They can keep the rest of it. That Northwest Passage, in the event of global warming becoming a thing, that Northwest Passage will eventually open up. Lots of future stuff to think about on that. But if we securely own it, it can't be taken except by military force. So I'm down.
Yeah.
I'm down like Charlie Brown. Let's get it.
Yeah, I'm down at all. I mean, that's obviously the position that I'm taking. Sometimes I feel like people are providing some sort of level of, what if this, that, and the other or whatever, because I don't know, they're trying to be inherently contrarian. I mean, I'm like, okay, where are we getting at? when people go and say, well, it's not right that he says, well, if we don't negotiate, through money and trade, then we'll negotiate in other ways, and angry
Because that's
about
our
it.
primary method. We're
I
Americans.
don't know. Like if I have Park Place and Boardwalk, and I want
What do you think, Sarah? Are we made for each other?
Maybe love at first panel. We'll see.
Okay.
We shall see. But Rib One says,
if you guys like my energy, please let me know. I mean, again, this is my first time here.
I think you're gonna fit right in, and it's gonna be eventually. You're gonna be like, I need more panel time, and it's gonna be fun. So I hope you're getting a warm welcome tonight, and I hope that they're giving you exactly what you're looking for. Good. It can be addicting, so be careful. Trib One says, no new wars, release the files, concepts of a plan from the most transparent admin. What would it take for them to lose your support? Lib tears? Does it bother you they lie repeatedly without consequence? I think this is shot to all of the righties. Feel free to jump in on it.
Okay. So here's the thing. You have a choice between a cadaver in office that's not making decisions versus someone whose decisions you cannot control. I'll take the wild card every single time. I don't know who was making decisions when Biden was in office. He was too busy looking for his freaking ice cream and stumbling over his words. So if you're willing to do that to our nation, I am perfectly willing to allow the bull in the china shop to just run fucking roughshod all over everything. We'll put together anything worthwhile later. It'll still be good.
I have a tangent.
That's a dumb reason, man.
Why is everyone on the left so preoccupied with trying to convince everybody who supports Trump to not support Trump instead of building the case for what they would provide? Right? It's always Trump bad. It's never, hey, we're really great. See what we got?
So I found a YouTube video from, I don't know if anybody knows this YouTuber called The Leftist Cook or something. And one of their most recent videos was called Abolish Borders. Okay. This nonsense idea about how everybody just needs to kumbaya as some globalist collective to go and help each other, regardless of intent, regardless of moral virtue, regardless of capacity. In that comment, that sounds exactly like that fucking video. This nonsense kumbaya garbage of like, why can't everybody just figure it out perfectly? Okay.
Y'all just get along.
Seriously?
They need more of whatever Tootie is smoking. Look at that. She's got her little roach club and everything.
I'd love to get along with y'all. Y'all won't get along. You refuse to get along. I'm willing to have a conversation with you. We sit here and talk, but inevitably it ends with you calling me stupid and dumb instead of addressing the issue. That's how that ends in every case.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Effigy, you're back up, sir. What you got?
It's some dumb shit.
Thank you. Come again.
If I could, Effigy, could I just?
I was actually waiting for Clay to get up here because I thought this would be one of those few topics that me and Clay would be kind of allied on.
Yeah,
because no matter how you try to square this circle, like hearing right wingers argue about taking over another country in any kind of way after the shit we've been through with some of your fucking leaders, it's just like it makes me want to put my head through a wall.
To be clear, I've been a global manifest destiny person since day one, since I was in 4th grade. So this is not new on my case.
I say New World Order?
Have it all.
New World Order?
Ours? Sure.
Okay.
Under a constitution that is legitimate and capable of being.
I'm not
the saddest thing is we already have territories who want to be states.
Like, what the fuck is this argument?
You guys are trying to force somebody else to be a state.
We're fighting for civil rights while we're trying to land on the moon. I mean, give me a break.
So
no one's trying to
force
people
break
into anything.
Don't throw it. No, don't do that. No, I want to.
This is a
bring a little bit of
transaction.
Reason. This is bring a little reason
grab
to the argument.
Go ahead.
behind what most probably lefties are going to argue, which is that can we occupy the same territory as another country? Can we do that legally and call it our own?
That's
While
literally
they're
what Trump is trying to do.
I didn't hear a word you just said because I was talking.
Possessing another country.
I
word.
literally didn't. Hold on.
Go
Okay.
ahead, Clay. Go ahead.
So right now, Denmark owns the quote unquote rights to that country. That is who owns the country. Now, if the U.S. comes in and writes up a document and says, now we own that country, that is essentially two countries making a legal claim, which is, by the way, a right, just so you know, you can relay that to the Wilson Tard. That is not the way it works. Only one occupant can legally own the territory.
You
What?
can buy land, bro. You can buy land.
Yeah, and I understand that.
You can too. Yes,
Yes,
you can
yes.
buy land.
Yeah, so if my wife and I go buy a piece of property because we're married, we both own the property, I can actually joint own the property with a bunch of different people. But if the current owner says, no, I don't want to sell it to you, I cannot take it without force.
True. Oh, okay, so if we buy the land, we own it.
So why are we still going around circles? We have multiple
owners
times
of
they've
the
taken polls,
Greenland-
they've done a census, they had their leaders come out and say it. They had the Danish leaders come out and say it. Why are you guys still pretending that this is on the table? They don't want it, and which is why the rhetoric has gotten to the point of force.
Yes, this is
I just don't understand.
This is what would have to actually happen. We would actually have to declare war on that country that owns that property, which is what.
Do you
What
think that would
country
be
are
too
Actually
hard?
trying to do it through the most democratic means possible.
So
by
if it
going
doesn't
to
work
the
through
people
democracy,
of
then what's the
Greenland.
other option? Stop lying to yourself. It's still war.
Denmark would never come try and fight with us over
I
Greenland.
agree.
People
I
that
agree.
own another
They
people.
would lay down.
Are you?
They would
Are
lay
you
down just
war.
as any country.
Do you
in the
think?
world.
Right now.
Do you,
Going
hold on,
against
hold
maybe
on,
war with
hold on,
Iran.
hold
Greenlanders,
on.
they'd be going against war
Afghanistan.
with Denmark that
Do
owns
you-
the Greenlanders.
Clay, do you think it would be that hard if the I don't even think we would have to go to war. It just simply the threat thereof would be
No, it
enough for them
depends.
to.
It depends.
Yeah,
They've already said that
Go
they
ahead.
would invoke Article 5. If they invoke Article 5, what the fuck happens?
Oh no!
If
Nothing.
every other
Oh, no,
country
no,
in
no,
NATO
no,
has
no,
come
no.
to their defense, and all of a
You
sudden,
said
what?
the
We're out of
words, it
NATO
means
now.
the action is going to
Apologize.
happen.
Definitely is
Oh my
leading to
God.
a-
Well, no, you guys can be
Oh,
flippant
no.
about this, but you're talking about
What would
breaking
we
up
ever
the
do
world
without the
order.
other people in NATO?
You're talking about
How would we ever
fucking fighting our
defend
allies.
ourselves?
Like, what are y'all
How
even
would
Wait,
doing?
hold on.
We
Hold
would-
on. How
You would be the
often
pieces of
has-
shit of the world if you
let
did
me-
that. You would have
let
no
me ask-
allies
No.
left.
How
no.
how often
My daughter
does
doesn't like when I discipline her.
is my mic not loud?
Sorry.
It's not very loud, honey.
Okay, let me turn it up
earlier-
on.
When you first started earlier, it was perfect. And then you went and did something behind your desk. When you came back, it had dropped a little bit. And I don't have no idea.
How about now? Is this loud enough?
Good deal.
Okay. All right. So maybe that's just the issue. I don't think anybody's being rude. I think you just can't hear me. So Effigy, when has NATO, and I don't know, that's why I'm actually asking, but when has NATO put the foot down and applied consequences to any actions against?
Oh no, this is a great question. So there's
Okay.
only one time in the entire history of NATO that Article 5 has been enacted. Does everybody
Okay.
know when that was? It was after 9/11, when all of those countries came to our aid, including Denmark. Denmark had multiple soldiers that died in Iraq and Afghanistan. So you guys want to be epic pieces of shit with no honor and turn around and fuck the countries who have come to war with us in this kind of
Weird.
way? Like,
I thought it was a negotiation, and you're turning it into a war, sir.
No.
Why are you imagining things?
No, I'm not. Go look at how they're taking it. Go look at what their governments are doing. Go look at the actions that NATO and the Denmark government and the Greenland government are doing.
Like this
And you guys are like,
fucker,
oh, well, that doesn't matter because I rando dude on the internet and take it differently rather than the fucking people who actually make the decisions. It's moronic. It's fucking stupid.
Balderson,
It's
you were
not a
saying,
guy
hold on,
that-
hold on. Balderson was
Let's
talking.
take and have
Go
a
ahead.
sniper rifle.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Ben. You were saying something while Effigy was talking. I missed it. No.
The guy falls for all the damn propaganda. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah.
He just sits there and spouts it. It doesn't matter what your
I'll
propaganda
take that from the
is,
moon
dude.
landing guy.
If they're gonna go do it, they're gonna go do it. They haven't said they're gonna go do it. They don't even need to like drum up a whole lot. It's a tiny country that's actually a colony of another tiny country, neither of which have any military.
Just shit on the little guy. Yep, there you go.
I didn't say we should.
Yeah.
I don't think we should.
Yeah.
Ben, you're the little guy, right? In the country of America, right? You're the little guy in the U.S., right? So we can shit on you too.
Speaking of being the little guy, Iotin comes in. Iotin comes in with a big fucking 10, just to send tomatoes all around. You guys are 7 out of 10 on the dono goal right now. Keep it moving. You only have 3 more to go to fulfill the hour, and we will keep on moving on, bringing this great content. We can switch the topic here shortly, but I do want to at least close this one out within the next 10 minutes, and we can move forward. Trib1 coming in with another 10 says, to be honest, I expected the answer to be nothing would be enough for you to lose support. One can hope, but whatever. When we dominate 26 and 28 and round up reps like ICE does, illegals, I'll be collecting MAGA tears. Any response to this? Please feel free.
It's nice to have dreams.
That's fucking great, dude.
Anyone else have something to say? And you're laughing. Tootie, you're laughing.
I'm not a Republican. I didn't vote for Trump. I've never been for him. But I think you're crazy to think that Democrats have a strong enough candidate to even touch that. People are begging for the jackboot. They want the Republican jackboot and they're trying to move things into a system that only Republicans do right now. So it's going to stay that way for a minute.
All
I think they want Law and Order.
Dun 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 dun.
There's liberals who like Law and Order.
I mean,
There's
women, they love that.
There's liberals who like rule of law. Like rule of law works, but only so much as it protects the liberties of the people. Right? So liberty is that factor.
Yeah.
You keep calling people liberals. Well, guess what? Liberty is the factor that keeps you free. You don't realize that, but that boot that's on the neck, it doesn't protect you. It literally injures you. That's the stupidest fucking argument I've ever heard.
I'm from a
put the boot on my neck so I can have my liberty. That's stupid.
I don't have the means to enforce my will by being a 5'1" woman.
You don't have the means to enforce any will.
I mean, missile launchers.
Sarah, I would believe, does. She's got a boot. You, on the other hand,
I will shove my big fat boot so far up somebody's ass
and look me straight in the eye while you do it.
Yes, sir, with my stilettos. Sasquatch, you were trying to chime in on this. I wanted to give you the opportunity.
And this is Brick. He's quite durable. Don't worry about hurting him. Yeah. So
I don't know. Sometimes he gets a little worked up.
I like him, dude. I like Brick. I mean, I've seen him completely lose his grits out of his bowl. It was absolutely fantastic. He unsubscribed from everybody I knew.
I was supposed to come by your channel the first week of January, and I still haven't come by there. I will make sure to get by there.
Great. You made a New Year's resolution. Am I back on the list again?
And shout out to Plumbee for gifting out yet another Raging Tomato gifted membership. Congratulations to the lucky lottery winner. Crawl Dust says with a big 5, please come take Canada, whatever. Next, please. I don't want to. Y'all are weird up there.
Northern Portland.
They will beat you down while apologizing.
Calvin, get back up on the panel. You're going to ask questions, but to answer it, midterms are always mayoral elections. Guess what? There's not a Republican state in the country. There's not a Democratic state in the country. There's large Democrat cities that outweigh the rest of the state. It's just how it works. So that the Democrats won the mayoral elections, like that was some just dumbass propaganda. They're like, "Oh, the Democrats won New York. You already had New York." Fucking who cares?
Even that is an oversimplification. Just because rural areas are majority Republican doesn't mean there's no Democrats in rural areas.
The Democrats are
doesn't mean there's no Republicans
we
in
all
the
live
city.
amongst each other. I don't know why you guys think we're all
I'm in a small
segregated.
town, bro. This is a largely Republican zone that has an almost identical situation in this county. There's this one city that everybody lives in, and all the Democrats live in the city, and all the Republicans run the farms.
Where this topic is moving is why I was so looking forward.
Most of the population of the
Go down
country is in
Thursday.
cities.
Oh, I was waiting for that, man. I'm so
Yeah, we know most
why did
believers
he have
that
to
want
move
to
it?
just do nothing and eat all move to one place. We get it. We don't have that kind of infrastructure out in the country. We have to work and take care of ourselves. We understand. California, I live in California, bro. We get it. All the fucking votes come out of LA and out of Sacramento, and the rest of us don't get to say shit. We get 8 out of like what 80.
So you're mad that democracy works?
Shit. Of course they do. They're like, yeah, give us more. We need more of what you guys do. We see you earning. We want more.
Well, let me
All right,
ask.
folks, hold on.
I wanna ask Ben. I want to ask.
I propose a Jeffersonian perspective to America, which is innately agrarian. So
damn straight.
Ben, if the boot comes to take people's stuff, do you believe that they'll come to the cities first, or do you believe that they'll go to the
DSW, bitch?
Hold on, shut up, stupid. Okay.
I got your question, Clay. They
you know where I'm going.
absolutely will go to the cities, and that's the only place they'll go. They don't have the manpower to go out.
What
into
is
the country.
boot? I want to know. Seriously, what?
So you don't believe
the
man.
Do you understand the way that?
Yeah, okay, I get that, but what the hell is that?
When they come to
What the hell is
Hold
that?
on. Everybody stop. Benjamin, please answer the question uninterrupted, please.
So the way the country works is police the people in the country. The military is our out of country system. The boot, the jack boot, that big shiny black boot is when the military comes into our country and starts enforcing things onto the people. That's not supposed to happen ever. And now it's happening, and the people are
Like
cheering.
integration in the 60s.
It's never supposed to happen. Calling out the National Guard. The National Guard is not the Army. The National Guard is a state function. They're not the Army.
I mean, okay, so what? They designed a new boot, okay, but are you too retarded to like understand?
Are you too retarded to understand we're United States? The federal government was never supposed to have this power.
I understand what you're saying, but
The
there's a
federal
new
government was never supposed to have this
of
power.
enforcement, a new mechanism of enforcement.
The federal government was never supposed to have this power. We're the United States. This is why the Constitution was made, because we are the states.
Where's
are
the
supposed to
power
hold
coming
power.
from?
The federal
Is the power
government
really
is only
coming
supposed
from
to
the
protect
military
us
right
from
now?
Foreign people, foreign. They aren't supposed to be in our country marching
Yeah,
around.
is that the boot? Is
Yeah,
foreign
that is
people
the
the
boot.
boot? Oh, okay, so the boot
They
is just a
issued them to
metaphor
us
for
when
the
we joined the
largest
Army. I did 6
power
years.
on your neck. So
Yeah.
it's not it's not a direct analogy to military force, because I think a bunch of immigrants that can't speak our language that you know go and grift on the American system is anything other than the military. But I definitely think they are a boot on the American neck, which
Did
is
anybody
they
say
are.
that they were the military?
Well, I thought that's what you were saying. What a boot
boot is
is,
force.
which is a
They aren't
military
using force. Immigrants aren't
analogy.
using force. The boot is force. That's the guys walking
I
around with
thought the
guns and with shiny black boots on. That's why it's the boot. It's the big shiny black
so
boots.
is
We had to
boot
polish it
ice?
every day with kiwi, spit on it, polish it every day. That's what we had to do. And when you come marching in with those and guns,
Okay, so we're mixing
that's the boot.
metaphors. Okay. So ICE enforcing American law, is that the boot? Because some progressive. Now, I'm not totally in on your perspective of
ICE
politics.
isn't the military. ICE
Oh,
isn't the
it's-
military. It's a different argument.
Okay, so does the boot, is that an explicit analogy to military power or just any kind of power on America?
Military, federal government power,
okay.
and military power. Which
No,
I
no,
still
not
call
federal
under federal,
government.
but they
That's I
decided to
think
make
that's
up their own
ridiculous. It has
military,
to
I
be
guess.
through a military arm because the federal government includes a bunch of legislators. I wouldn't call them a boot.
When
So-
they have
so-
when they control the army is the boot.
No, the legislators don't control the army. The fucking executive branch controls the army.
The executive branch can declare war
Oh,
for 30
shit.
days,
Oh, sorry,
and
you
after
gotta walk
30
it
days,
back.
the legislative branch must approve of it, or else we can't continue war. So he can do an
When was
action.
the
but he can't
last
go to
time the
war.
legislative branch approved of a executive directive?
Of an executive directive?
No, they haven't done it in years. So let's
They haven't
not
tried to
mix
go
our
to war in
metaphors.
years. They don't.
Let's
They
not
don't
mix
do
our
wars
metaphors.
anymore.
I can
They do
understand the boot. I understand what that means. Now,
The
how
boot
it
for them, not
created-
us. It doesn't happen
Yes.
in this country. That's for other
Yes.
people.
If
The
the
states
boot is
have
a
their
metaphor
own
for the
mechanism.
other, okay,
The
yes,
states have
there's
their
a
own
bunch of things
mechanism.
that we can ascribe
The governor
other
needs it.
words.
He can call in the National Guard, which is his. He is basically the general of the National Guard of that state. So he can call in the National Guard if he needs help. The federal government doesn't bring in its boot in this country. That's for other countries.
Again, if the boot is just, an unfair power onto an otherwise democratic system, totally believe that. But between conservatives and progressives, our idea of what the boot is very different. So in that context, I think that the boot is almost sort of like a very nebulous context that we need more description on it. So how would you provide more description on what you are saying the boot actually is? Because if you talk to a bunch of Minnesota retards, talking about Renee Good, they would say the boot is ICE. Now, I don't believe that. Actually, I have family who are lawyers for ICE. Okay? So every retard that wants to go and talk about how everybody's just being disappeared into a van, no, they're being disappeared the way a criminal is being taken by a cop to be thrown into a jail to then get a phone call for a fucking lawyer that my family represents for them. So actually they represent kicking their ass out, but everybody gets their day in court. Okay. So again, in modern context, everybody would go and say the boot is ICE. So I just want to confirm the boot is not ICE.
This is not what we've been arguing about at all, and I've been very clear about it being the military. I'm real
yes,
clear.
y'all are on the same side. Stop arguing. And stick around.
Well, that's what I was trying to get at.
You'll do great. I swear to
Speaking
God.
of
Just let it happen.
we have a boot over here, and it is a very clear understanding what our boot is. And Jason sent in one, and he says, "Give Ann a break and tell her this isn't the cuckable. We take turns." All right, so you got 10 minutes in the back, and I think that's a warm welcome. Consider it like you've officially been christened into Mater Nation to get booted to the back. All right, I'll set a timer for you. Oh my
As
God,
long as
you're
I'm
right.
not like Ben Thorpe.
Hold on. No, thank you. I completely Ben gets booted out of here pretty fast.
What a
I
piece of
apologize. I apologize. You are correct, Ant. Thank you for the kind reminder. This is why I have Ant around to remind me of my own rules. Mr. Jason, it is actually 20 to boot the ladies off panel. I forgot my own damn rule. So send 10 more and then I'll give it to her for 10 minutes. And Iotin says with the big 10, great panel tonight. And actually, if you send 10 more, Jason, it'll officially complete the goal and I will be a happy mater anyways. So there you go. And Calvin says 2025 Democrats flipped 25 GOP seats nationwide. Any thoughts to that? No.
Was that
Yes.
all races?
No,
I don't know.
I
wasn't
think
following.
I
was
think
coming.
no, I don't think so. I think it's going to be another Hillary Clinton bullshit. This is something to appease themselves. There's a bunch of people that's really reacting in an off year, and when it comes down to it, we're going to get another 4 years of a strong Republican conservative, way forward and everything.
I wonder though. I really do. Because very first thing that happened when this administration started was that whole USAID thing got the rug pulled out from under it. And it seems like the Democrat machine has just been utterly floundering with the lack of funding ever since. It's the weirdest thing. And I'm wondering how they're going to repair some of that stuff.
Also, I don't think
Fair
if
enough.
this impeachment of Tim Walz goes through, it
Things
was
have
filed
nothing to do with
today.
each other.
No, but it's going to be a scandal that's going to look bad in an election year.
I don't know. I was talking about what was saying.
And Jason sends in the hold tight though. Jason sends in the second 10 for the boot, but Texas Bully Mom said, fuck that, for the goal and cancel out the 10 from Jason. So Jason, you are still left at standing only at $10, which is not an ability to boot a lady. You still need 10 more at this point.
I
All
spent
right.
7 years in Texas.
Great for the goal.
Greatest 7 years
Isn't
of
that
my
the goal?
life. Love that fucking state. Only
Well,
moved
I
for
just
family.
like that the ladies are keeping the ladies set tonight. I love it. It's
Really?
lovely.
And,
Oh,
and a number of those seats that got flipped was from the exodus out of California into a bunch of these cities that have now just turned completely Democrat because everybody left California. You can't get a U-Haul out of this state to save your life.
And Jason
long as all
sent
their
in
kids-
the other 10 and says, bye, Ann, you will learn who I am. So it's just 10 minutes in the back. All right. So hang tight. Use this time, an opportunity to use the ladies' room, grab yourself a drink, and we'll bring you back up. I'll set the timer now.
It's coffee, not rum.
All
Start drinking.
right.
This guy in the chat's talking about Gavin Newsom freaking propaganda. Oh yeah, people are coming back. No, prices are just plummeting around here.
Didn't
Somebody
McDonald's just do
up the
that?
hill from me just sold for $28,000 fucking dollars on like 20 acres with a house with electricity. I was like, wow.
Fair enough. And I'm not going to set a new dono goal yet. We're going to, here in just a few minutes, I'm going to add on the gauntlet, and we're all going to move over to the gauntlet and switch that. So I'll set that up here in just a few minutes. But I want to let you guys keep going on this military enforcement. Das Boot.
Das Boot. Yes.
Go ahead, Blake. I know how you feel about government.
Yeah, and yeah, absolutely. I want to kind of push back a little bit on Mr. Ben there. Yes, the militarization, the Fed, right? So we can definitely call the Fed the boot when it comes to the military, but really any militarization is also the boot as well. So when police officers are being mobilized against the people, that too can be considered the boot.
Yeah, police officers, you've got to get real specific. So when you're talking about like most people that have the biggest problems are city police officers, which is owned by a city charter. The entire reason that the sheriff does not have jurisdiction inside the city is because the city charters their own police. And so it's actually the Democratic mayors and city councils that are using these police charters. And then they're going, defund the police. Like, you guys are the ones with the charter. You know, you can make other rules, right?
Yep. Yeah. Well, so this is what it really boils down to. It's that they swear an oath. Just like the military, they actually swear an oath to the Constitution. Very similar. There might be a little bit of difference to it, but generally it's the same. They're going to uphold and defend our rights, which are that legal claim in the Constitution. Now, if they're going to do that, right, and then they break the oath, even if it's something that was written into the code, if it was legislated, it still doesn't matter. They're breaking their oath. So that's what makes them the boot.
I see. I would not call them the boot, but I would agree that makes them bad. That makes them. But there's going to have to be
There's
some
Joe
kind of
Cool
law
when we need him.
enforcement. So I mean,
I
if
Joe
you're just
Cool
calling
cops
law
are the boot,
enforcement
motherfucker.
boot, to the idea of not having law enforcement's insane.
Dusty, tell him
Right.
what the boot
we,
is.
we need them. We need
Well,
them.
what?
We have to have them.
What is
The
the
boot.
boot?
The hole. You talking about the,
The
hole?
boot.
No, the
You're not here
The
for the
boot
hole.
that you drink the beer out of. The boot
Not-
of
not
the car.
possible.
That's
The boot
Das
up your
Boot.
ass.
Das
Italy.
Boot. Das
Italy.
Boot.
Yeah, like
You don't need
police, military. What would you like? How broad would that word encompass?
In the military?
Military, police. What would you include into what you would call the boot, the man?
I don't. Oh, like licking the boot.
Correct.
Whose boot is it? Is my question.
It's a government boot.
So any government.
Government.
The government that you're in, the country you're in, right? If you
Would it-
lick the boot, you can't lick the boot of Malaysia's military if you're in the U.S., right?
So
They don't
like,
let it
would,
pass,
would the
brother.
would the clerk be considered part of the boot?
Clerk is yes, it's boot. It's boot technically.
Okay.
You're talking about the clerk of the district court.
Well, anyone.
Sure.
So you got the city clerk. You got the clerk.
He's
at
speaking
the
government official
county.
general.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
there's like the boot, the soul of the boot, which is like police, and then there's the rest of the boot, which is like supporting roles.
Fair enough. Yeah.
That's your local council and shit.
I like.
all
I like
Italian
Dusty's take
as
actually.
well.
Even though I don't agree with, I like it.
And I nominate HOAs all over America to also be considered the boot.
Yep.
yeah.
That's not.
I mean,
it's not
I
wrong.
agree
Not
with-
wrong.
Hate.
I agree with Taylor in spirit, but the problem is I'm too mature to be an anarchist. I've seen too
No,
much.
I am too. It pisses me off. I wish that I was still. But
I
like,
do too. But then I've had too
power,
many people live
nature
on
abhors a
my property.
vacuum. Nature abhors a vacuum, and that goes for power too, right? Like I got to recognize that.
That's right.
Well, and the fact is no matter how cool your society is, you're going to have people that are going to do things that you don't like. People are going to crop up and do bad things. And then even in this peaceful society, you're going to want that person to stop doing it. And there needs to be a mechanism that
It
makes
turns
that
out it's
happen.
not a
It's not all that
system. It's a
cool.
transitionary state between systems.
What is?
Anarchy. It's not a system. It's a transition
Bro,
between
you're
them.
getting me aroused. If you keep talking like that, I'm just.
I'd
gonna
agree
put-
with what he said 100%.
Let me get down to my
You should,
sexy
you should
voice.
check out this,
I mean,
this hypnosis that I learned about from Andrew.
Speaking of hypnosis, you are getting very antsy to move over to the Gauntlet. Now I am officially shutting down the Raging Tomatoes side. We are moving to the Gauntlet to continue the show. I've dropped the link in the chat, or if you
Is it a green
need
screen or
to,
a new background?
just new background, go to @thegauntletdebate.
You want me to talk, ask you questions right now?
You would like to continue watching, we will see you over on the other
This
side.
housekeeping stuff is
Thank
boring.
you.
Let's talk about something.
All right.
So how is ICE not the boot? They've got
ICE
access to
is
Palantir
definitely
apps
the
on their
boot.
phones that allow you to track all of the phone signals in the area, that allow them all kinds of data information on people, that give you a rating as to the likelihood of you being illegal or not, basically telling them which doors to break down without warrants. Like, how are they not
ICE
the boot
is
right now?
the biggest boot on the block.
You ever heard of data centers? They all have this for everything. They know everywhere.
Are you saying that
where
ICE is
go
not the
for last
boot? Who's saying
fucking
ICE is not the
month.
boot?
It was the
Hold
young
yourself.
lady who. Oh, what?
What in the
Hold
fuck
yourself
is going on?
specific to this one. The young lady that is backstage, what's her name? Anne. She was saying that the government in general is the boot, was trying to draw an analogy between ICE and the boot, and was then said ICE wasn't the boot, but some other parts of Overreach is the boot. I think it's the boot, and I just like saying the word boot, and I'm going to continue booting people until it's booted.
Did a boot to boot?
I believe she's got some emotional attachment to ICE, though, so
Yeah.
that's also a factor.
Well, and ICE is an odd thing because it's
Hold
something
on.
that was just made up out of whole
Hold on.
cloth.
She doesn't know any of us and has no idea which side of anything we're on. She just walked in with a stick and started swinging, and I respect her for it.
You're wrong.
So, Dusty, I don't know if you were watching earlier, but Anne, who will be back up here in about 2 minutes, has joined us. She she is on the Andrew pipeline, so she watches Andrew and likes Andrew. And she said even through all the dramas, she felt like Sarah still needed some love over here. So she has popped her cherry and joined this panel this evening for the first time, the first panel she's ever joined. And as Sasquatch said, she came in swinging, and she is not having it.
Sarah's her cherry popping.
Jason dropped her.
How long she had that back for?
She'll be back in 2 minutes.
Okay, well, I'm gonna give you by the time I get that super chat through.
Yeah, all good. All right. So we are talking about the boot. Well, okay. Do we find it scary or odd that ICE is going around picking up people? Is anybody concerned about that? Effigy?
Here's how that works. So ICE shows up at your job. They go through everybody's stuff. They pick up everybody, check out their IDs. Everything checks out. You go back to work. Other people go get in the bucket and go back to the police department, where they run a more in-depth analysis and find out whether or not you're illegal or not. And then you get loaded up and paddy wagoned off to the ICE detention center, where they try again to identify you as not being an illegal alien. And if they can't do that, you get busted out. I don't have an issue with it. Yes, it sucks. Yes, there'll be a day in court involving the fact that I got picked up as a questionable American, but
Do you believe in the Fourth Amendment?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
How do you not have it?
Doesn't sound like it.
I think that everybody should have an issue with it, because anybody with half of a brain will see that this precedent is going to be used in the future against whoever the fuck they want to use it against.
Oh, I don't like it.
Most people are too, like, most of the staunch right-wing conservatives who are cheering on the nanny state now are too short-sighted to recognize that, and too selfish to give a fuck, because those aren't citizens, right? As if that is really a distinguishing factor between who deserves to be Gestapo'd and who doesn't.
Right. It's the
It doesn't matter anymore. He's already said that they're going to denaturalize citizens.
till it happens to you. Till it happens to you. That's the way that works, right? And so, yeah.
Hello, Ann.
absolutely.
Welcome back.
Hi.
Do you still have your stick? Hit Dusty.
You know, took a bathroom break. It's feeling better.
Or you can
If you need to take another one, make sure to leave your mic on so we can listen.
Welcome.
No.
I don't know if you know it, but Dusty actually is voted most degenerate. Just so you know.
This is true.
That's how that is true, but that's how. But I'm definitely not. Actually, y'all fuckers are creepy.
Right. But you do got like 20,000 people. How many people voted? A whole shit ton of them voted. There was a bunch of votes. And you're most degenerate.
That wasn't what the poll. That wasn't what the poll was.
What was the poll?
Where are you even standing
The vote was
on?
for the whole sector. The vote was for the whole sector. He just gave it Degenerate X is what he named it, and that's how OTW coped. Which, by the way, OTW is a broken man now.
Yeah, he's not doing well. If we're going to get into that, we got to bring up some video to prove it.
Oh.
That's fair. Shut up. Plumpy sending out yet another membership, this time for over at the Gauntlet. Congratulations to the lucky lottery. Or no, I'm sorry, you are getting your own membership. See, I'm so used to saying Plumpy sending out nice gifts to everyone. Plumpy getting his her membership. Thank you so kindly. Welcome aboard, my friend, my little squire. All right. So ICE coming in and tracking on everyone. That's a boot. Federal enforcement, National Guard, all of these different things. Where do we stand on that?
Sometimes you
I'm
need
gonna
to
have
put
you.
that.
Yeah, what are they doing? I mean, it depends on what they're doing.
Is it so? Is a boot?
Well, and let me put it this way. Right now, Minneapolis is trying to get ICE out of there. They don't want them there.
Minneapolis again.
I think, did I say?
Yes.
I don't know. Minneapolis.
It's beautiful.
I don't know. I don't know. Whatever. Not
Minneapolis.
I just realized that too.
There
Oh
is
my God.
Minneapolis around here.
Y'all know I can't talk. And speaking of talking, Plumpy now gifts out 5 Gauntlet memberships. Congratulations to all of you lucky lottery winners. What a sweetheart. Plumpy's just feeling extra nice tonight. Whatever that place. Put in court, and they're appealing now because it was dismissed or whatever the case may be. So they want ICE out of there. They're trying to get them legally completely kicked out of their arena. They don't want them there. They're saying get out. The mayor came and made a big speech. Yada yada yada. What are our thoughts on that? If a state or a city says, no, we don't want you here, but the federal government keeps coming in, is that a boot? And speaking of more money, Carpenter Tom here to make fun of me a little bit more with that's the little Annapolis.
I mean,
I suck at words.
I don't know. Do we believe in integration or not? 'Cause that was my
supremacy clause is there. Just saying.
Those of us from there draw out our
That's the
vowels.
states' rights, people.
Sarah put in a bunch of extra N's. She was like Minneapolis.
I mean, y'all know that
I was going
Trump
to
is a
say a
socialist.
joke, but it'd be very uncouth and very racist. So.
Go ahead, do it. Say it.
Do it. We're here now. We're here now.
I want to be on camera for this. Let me do this.
You've got to say the joke. You can't tell us that you were going to say the joke.
Say it. How dare you?
Here we go. No, so for me, like I said, it's just the oath. Like once you break the oath, like you could be anybody in government. Once
oath?
you break the oath, with it,
What oath?
so they swear.
That makes you being a boot.
Yeah, essentially, you just break the oath and you're a boot.
What
so the oath is.
What's the oath?
Oh gosh, let me say it.
Just tell us what it does. What's the function
Let
of
me
it?
say it, boy.
I don't want to
There
hear
is
the
an
whole
oath. There is an oath that all police officers swear, all military personnel swear, all mayors swear,
Swears.
governors, legislators.
To what?
It is the oath to the Constitution to uphold and defend our rights.
I'm gonna go iron some wrinkles out of my brain and get a cup of coffee. I'll be right back.
Yeah, fair
You
enough.
gotta stay here if you want
Okay.
to have them ironed
Okay,
out. Rick is
so,
here.
so what if they think they
Been
are
here.
actually upholding the Constitution, but you think that they don't?
Not the
they aren't?
Constitution, our rights. That
They
is the
know
oath.
they aren't upholding the Constitution.
They know, yeah, they
that
know for sure.
But that's what makes
Okay,
them the boot.
Okay, what if they
How-
think they are upholding rights, but you don't think they are? Are
So
they breaking
immigration
the
law
law?
is not
That's
in
what
the
the court is for.
Constitution.
Why would
right?
they
That
think
is-
that they're upholding
that is
rights
what
by threatening to arrest people?
What are you
That is what the court is for, to determine whether they have or not. This is why you don't fight
Yeah,
police
so
officers
who are
on the
you
street.
going
You
to
just
This is
stick
not
it
always
to
decide
legal.
them.
whether
Go
they're
to court.
breaking?
Who
an
am I?
oath?
I'm not the guy. It's the judge and the jury. What are you talking about? That's why I just said the court.
Well, you
Did
have
you not
an
listen?
opinion.
Listen to the words that
You're
are coming out
imposing
of my
your
mouth.
opinion.
Wilson Tard.
You're imposing your opinion. You have an opinion.
Why would he have an
Just
opinion?
download
Am
from
I
the
not allowed?
Supreme
Am I not
Court
allowed
every
to have a
morning.
look?
What do they say?
Am I not allowed
Do
to
you
have
have
an
a
opinion?
moral intuition that has maybe
Oh
a
my God,
nebulous
here we go.
relationship
Moral stuff.
between what you believe is being enacted
Let
versus what you
I'm gonna pass
believe
it
is
off to
being
Justin so he
ascribed?
can brutalize you with the morality argument.
I'm just asking questions, bro.
Speaking of morality, it's great when you send money and you get good moral extra bonus points added to your list in heaven. Jason says, Sarah, it was ruled on during the Biden administration, the courts blocked Texas from stopping illegals. Does anybody want to add any other thoughts to that?
Yeah, because they said states don't determine the national policy for immigration. They can't do it on their own.
Also-
It's simple.
But you got to understand that this is also
No, they were-
a
they-
logical
Hold on,
flip flop from letting in too many illegals by not doing what they're
We're-
supposed to do.
We're
and by
still
taking
letting them in.
advantage of things.
We're still letting them in.
Please-
Border Patrol is still allowing illegals to come into the country. This is a contrived
Well,
problem.
the city can
Yeah.
go and say I'm a sanctuary city, But a state can't go and say, "Hey, I don't
Hey, you're
want
not with the
illegals crossing
conversation. That's not what we're talking about. When we're talking about sanctuary cities, we're talking about border patrol. The border patrol is
Well,
still
it's
letting
almost
people
like
into
you're
the country.
interconnected, and I'm trying to make a leap of logic. Oh,
I see that you're trying to move the goalpost, but we're talking about border patrol
I'm trying to
and letting
connect
people
the
into the
dots,
country.
retard. Are you kidding me?
We still need workers and cocaine.
He is a
We still need people to pick strawberries. We still need people to pour
Pivot to a
concrete.
joke.
We still need
Embarrassing.
We still need all that shit, but we're still letting them in. So this is a contrived problem. They're intentionally manufacturing this, and they're not actually trying to stop it. Why would they do that? Probably because that's how things move along, right? That's how you get change that you want enacted. You create the problem so that you can implement the solution.
Hegelian
And we're
dialectic.
all useful idiots who are like, "Oh my god, the illegals are here."
Oh gosh, it's
No, they're gonna feed us
power
tacos.
argument. It's the will to power argument. Oh my god, no morality included.
And speaking of willpower, Jason has none of it because he continues to send more money, even though he said he was not doing the heavy lifting tonight.
Well,
We love
Jason,
him
I'm
for it.
screaming if you get tired of that.
Jason says, so Effigy, that means Minnesota can't tell Trump to leave. Effigy, what say you, sir?
Can't remember what he's referring to. What I said.
Probably like on the Biden administration thing, stopping the illegals.
Oh yeah, well but that's because Texas is a border state, and Minnesota. Well, I guess you could say Minnesota's at the north part.
Yeah,
of the border, right?
Minneapolis is actually within 100 miles of the border, just so you know.
Oh, the border zone. That's right. So I mean, to tell you the
That's
truth, yeah,
where we
I probably agree with them. They
always
probably will
through.
lose that battle because during the Bush administration, they did that whole border zone thing, which we all protested. Basically, it basically says in the border zone you don't have constitutional rights. That's
And it's true.
one of the
It's
big
true.
things.
Yeah, your constitutional rights are already limited, but when you actually get into that 100-mile zone, but between wherever that line is in the border, your rights are suspended even more.
Which is something that should still piss all of us off, right? And not
Yeah.
just be like, "Oh well, they've done that, so they might as well do whatever they want."
Never fixed it after the Bush administration.
They never do. That's the problem with this ICE thing is that when the whole illegal craze is over, them guys are still going to want jobs. And the federal government never gives those things up. They're like, if they take something, they keep it.
Yeah, you know that
Income taxes is a big example. Remember when they said we just need this income tax thing just to get us through this war? Here we are all these years later. Your check you keep.
Well, it's
I think
kind of
it'd
like
be
people who
required
live
to put sunsets into any legislation that's implemented, so you are forced to review it.
These
You
people
can't just keep something on the books forever without voting on it.
I mean,
Like people-
that's what the the government shutdown purge was basically trying to do. It's trying to purge all these really non-working federal, employees from DC.
No, it wasn't.
And a lot of, I have a lot of friends and family from DC. And
We have to use the
zoning
word
laws
what they're
will
doing it
do
for.
20 hours a week.
It's so
You know,
Stalinist.
You'd have to be an absolute fool to believe that the Republicans don't have the same mechanism set up under different programs.
Absolutely, which is why they're trying to enact impeachment against Trump, because they have similar problems with him because they're a bunch of old boy retards.
No, it's because his dementia-addled ass is starting to act really fucking weird.
Says the Joe Biden.
How?
Like I predicted you. What I said this for years. I said
Does he say weird
they're
shit or
using
do
Trump to
weird
sneak
shit?
all the worst things. Oh, shit.
I don't know. I don't want drunk Kamala running around.
I mean, there's not two opposing sides. There's one side, and Trump just has the populist sentiment. So you can use Trump to do things like print fuckloads of money, or you put Obamacare into action. Like he's the most socialist president we've ever had.
Obamacare. Wow, that really worked out. Oh.
No, you didn't hear his announcement today, did you?
What was the
He
announcement?
doesn't call it Obamacare, of course, but he's implementing Obamacare. He's socializing everything.
And
they don't
put
care.
military into our
Facts don't
streets.
matter to them. They don't care that he's taking percentages out of companies. They
They
don't
love
care.
being lied to. They do. I swear.
care.
It is so funny.
Well, okay. Well, we'll have to get some more details.
If
other than
Obama would have done
visualize
any of this
everything.
shit, they would have fucking burned the
Right?
country down.
Can I
Either that or they're making it
Okay,
seem
All I'm hearing is wah, wah, wah.
Hold
Nothing
on, one at a
One
time.
of you position a
Later.
solution to anything.
I'm in the wrong spot. You've got me down here with these weirdos. I think I need to swap places with Clay, and we'll be on
Yeah,
the
swap
right
him
side.
with me.
Oh yeah.
I think so.
Chuck in Tennessee sent to I believe that's over on Flo's side. We'll pretend you're dropping the bombs for you, Chuck. Boom, 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 boom. International airports are considered border area.
Is that true?
Yep.
That's
Ooh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
And you can
And
have
and
borders
all the
on
beaches.
within
Yeah.
300
All
miles.
along the coastline, by the way, all those people who live in California and Florida and Louisiana and anywhere on the coastline, they don't realize it too. They're definitely in the border zone. This is
That's crazy. Damn it! I just found out I'm in the border zone. That sucks.
The coast is a little different. It
I
doesn't
thought-
come
I
in
thought
300
Kansas
miles
City
like
was
that.
probably the furthest thing that you could get from a border. It turns out it's not.
Yeah,
if I'm
it
not
doesn't
mistaken,
work quite the same. It's
Hold
because
on,
of
hold on,
international
hold on.
law.
Everybody's going at once. Go ahead, Ben.
It doesn't work quite the same on the coast. It doesn't come in 300 miles because it's just because of the border with international waters. So it's out in the waters that they're counting a bunch of that mileage on the coast.
True. Irrespective of that, most of the major populated areas are within 300 miles of an international airport. In fact, my tiny town here has an international airport in it. So weird.
All right. What do we think about the second most recent ICE shooting? This one was nobody died, but I believe the ICE agent was ambushed with shovels and brooms.
That's
And
what he says.
That's just
Jason
funny.
dropped that story into my stream last night and just like dropped a bomb. The whole rest of the stream, the panel was a shit show, mostly because of me.
oh well, what part of it makes it a shit show on your behalf?
Well, because I can't understand how people can be so far up their own ass that they disagree with me.
Okay, what are you
Sorry,
saying?
what is, yeah, I don't. That told me absolutely nothing.
I told
Where
you
are you-
everything. You're not listening,
What do you need to know?
He's right. That's exactly what he means. He says exactly. He thinks that you are nuts if you don't agree with him. Obviously,
No,
you're
I-
crazy, acting against your own interest. You are completely delusional and completely irresponsible with your life and your time.
And the rest of our time for even having your own opinion at all at that point.
Now I'm lost. What did I miss?
Next.
As the YouTube Topi's infallible.
Well, he never actually said his position.
That's what I was waiting for.
Oh, well, then that's what you should have asked. Yeah, I think that ICE needs to fuck off and that this is a provocative move by the
Why?
federal government to antagonize states into a civil war. Like they tried
Why
to
is
do.
it antagonizing? Don't you think it was an antagonistic perspective position
Are you
to
drinking?
let millions of illegals
She's
into
gonna
the country?
move the goalpost again.
They're still doing it.
It's
so why
connecting the dots. ICE
Right.
rounds up illegal
Why-
immigrants.
why is ICE rounding up illegal immigrants while Border Patrol is letting the problem continue?
Patrol? Is this Paw Patrol?
That's a patrol show.
Are you drinking?
Border Patrol.
How many boxes of wine have we had tonight, darling?
Nothing. No wine.
I'm so sorry. Let's get
Remember, hold on.
No, but how is this
Remember.
antagonistic?
Time out. Remember, this is her first panel. She's
How
getting broken in
He
right
hasn't even
now.
gotten dogpiled, Sarah.
But I do want to understand, how is this antagonistic?
Be
They're-
gentle
they're
on the high
reading
man.
a
If you don't
problem, and they're
understand
solving
it, then
a
I can't
problem.
explain it to you. I mean, I can explain it to you. You just won't understand.
Okay, so
I
you
can
can just
explain it
you
to
know
you
make
one more
claims
time.
without evidence. Awesome.
I can
I can explain it
but
to
I
you
can't
one more
understand it
time.
for you. So if you
And
don't know,
understand it for you.
How is this antagonistic if they're meeting a problem?
they're
They
causing a
realize
problem.
that
We
they're
have-
violating the
We
state.
have ways of addressing the problem that don't involve sending armed federal agents into communities that don't
Okay,
want
what
them.
are those ways?
Do you know that this is not the first president to deport people?
Yeah, which is why I don't
Yeah.
understand how you're having such a fucking problem with this.
Well, I didn't have a problem with it previously. What's the difference in our methods?
Because you have a media arm that is escalating psychologically everybody to be an activist to get into the streets.
But don't you think that there's something different about the way Trump is enforcing immigration than the way that we previously enforced it?
Do you think that is a material difference? Is it, no, is it a material difference? What's the material difference?
That's what I asked you. Do you think that it's different to how we're enforcing it now?
Even if it was different, you would have to explain what the material difference is.
No, I don't.
Why?
You can ask
You're
me
the
then.
one making the claim that it's different.
It is
So
different.
on what
there's-
material
there
basis?
are problems, and there are problems, but every solution can be a problem itself. And the best way, the most efficient way to get
let's
hold
put
on,
on
the
our
most
VR
efficient way,
goggles and
the
go
most
into
efficient
utopia
way-
land.
the most efficient way to get rid of the illegal immigrants would be to just
By
nuke the whole
whom?
country. Well, you just nuke the whole country. That would get rid of them, wouldn't it?
Okay, so we're taking off our utopia VR goggles and we're putting on our hypothetical retard goggles. Okay, what is
Yes.
the material difference
You asked me a
that
hypothetical question.
informs your
asked me a
opinion that
hypothetical
is
question.
different from the Obama era deportations?
Have
You
they
made
asked
the
you how you would
claim,
feel if you
so
didn't have breakfast?
substantiate it with fucking evidence.
Have you been asked how you'd feel if you didn't have breakfast yet?
No.
Okay. How would you feel if you
They
didn't have
actually said this one earlier on her.
Okay, the material difference is the armed ICE squads that are going in and rounding up tons and tons of people instead of being a passive enforcement where when we arrest them, they're illegal, then we deal with them. They're proactively pursuing. And
How is
hunting.
that bad?
Because the illegal
It
immigrants.
makes it feel bad?
You don't want me to answer questions, do you?
No, I actually do. How is
Okay.
that bad?
Because we all live in communities and cops are frequently wrong. So how would you like and because illegal immigration
Yes.
itself is not a problem.
How does the judicial system handle when cops are wrong?
It largely ignores it.
No, you get your day in court, right? Are people
No, you
being well, ideally
The vast majority
yes.
of police misconduct is not even charged. The vast majority of it.
Again, so I have a very close relationship to the legal side of ICE. Okay. And I guarantee you that when people are disappeared into a vehicle of some kind, they're taken to a jail or detention center where they are immediately provided a lawyer. They are immediately provide a call. They are immediately provide all of the first world, Western values of getting justice in courts.
How
And
much
then-
do you know how much their court appointed attorneys are compensated to handle their case?
It doesn't matter. If
does
anything,
matter.
actually, well, here's what I'll go and say. Actually, a lot of these, again, a lot of these legals are making asylum claims. Even if they can't make asylum claims, they're making other claims. I mean, there's a whole host of claims that you can make.
Right.
You can make
I
a claim that even if you are illegal, even if you go and say, yes, I'm illegal, I shouldn't be here, but I have a child here that needs medical care, that means financial care, and I am the person that has to take care of them. We will make exceptions for you legally, and you can make that claim. So there's a host of methodologies that even illegal people can make claims to that will allow them to stay in the country. So when you lose that claim, it's because you really have no fucking evidence for it.
Why then, if it's that easy to stay here, why are we having masked men with machine guns kicking doors in?
What do you mean? This is a mass methodology of collecting them, not making the claim.
Why are we collecting them that way? It's hugely expensive.
Because you need to make your claim in court, which you are provided an opportunity for. If I go and say, hey, 5,000 people, they are here in a wrong way, but you know what? They get to go to a court, which again has a very different psychology than the enforcement arm. I mean, the judicial system is all about finding.
Trust me, I've been to court.
What, for child support? No, it's a different arm.
Yes, because I'm owed child support.
Anyway, the judicial arm operates very differently from the executive arm. Okay, and they have their own sort of psychology associated to it. If I round up about a bunch of 5,000 people and say, hey, you need to go in front of a court and make your claim, and then they're going to say if you should be here or not, is that really robbing people of an opportunity for any?
Hold on. No, you didn't answer my question though. You didn't answer my question. What is if the thing that they need to do is just make a claim? Why the fuck are we spending the money, time,
to substantiate
and energy
the claim
to put all this bullshit out there so that they can just go make their claim? This is an administrative issue. This is not a militarized one.
Give me a break.
If you laugh, that means he's right.
Issue, not a militarized one.
No,
and while you guys were having fun, the super chats came in. I-10 with a big 10 says, Anne says, what ways? Dusty doesn't answer, changes the subject.
Answer that. I exactly answered that. So,
and I-10 follows up to say, Dusty, there are other ways to handle this problem. What ways, bro?
Passive enforcement.
Yeah.
Which means that when we arrest somebody,
maybe we just, hey, $500, come to court.
Oh my God.
What was your hold on. What was your response, Dusty? I wanted to let you finish.
Passive enforcement. If there's people that are problems.
Oh my God, let him answer.
Let him answer.
If somebody's a problem, right? The criminals, if we're getting after the criminals, then we'll arrest them for committing crimes, right? At that point, then we deal with it. We deal with it when they apply for things. What we don't do is go kick in the door to the Mexican restaurant while people are eating dinner to arrest the dishwasher because he didn't make a claim. That's retarded.
And has anybody ever heard of a warrant?
That's a good thing too. Warrants used to be illegal.
Most of these people are arrested on prior warrants from other countries.
Calm down. You gotta calm down, or this is not going to work out well for you. I swear to God, these guys will tear you apart and giggle about it 2 weeks from now by watching.
That is true.
I don't know. I feel like I've been really, meeting the moment here. Sorry.
Jason sends shots out to Anne and says Andrew is going.
I've been waiting for the fire. I'm waiting to light a fuse here, but
Jason says Andrew is going to be very disappointed in you, Anne. You are showing the lack of debate skills from his community. You're welcome to respond.
Actually, she's showing the techniques he uses.
Let her.
I've seen his early debates. All right, I think I'm right on par.
Fair enough. And Tom Carpenter sends another big 10, says, should American citizens be granted the right of not being proactively pursued when they've committed a crime, but only be prosecuted if they get arrested for something else? Dusty?
Yeah, I mean, that's the way it is, right? They don't pursue trivial shit. I've got a warrant one county over for missing a court date for something stupid. I've been pulled over. I've talked to cops. They've run my shit. They never want to extradite because it's just not a big deal. We need to treat things We need to treat violations proportionately, and this is a disproportionate response to the problem.
Right,
And
yeah, exactly.
speaking of disproportionate, you are 4 out of 10 on the dono goal. You got about a half hour left. Keep it moving so you can keep the show going. You know the drill. All right, go ahead, Clay. I interrupted you. My apologies.
No, you're doing actually, and you're doing really great. Actually, I got to say that
You are. You're doing
overall.
fine, Ann.
Overall. But
Appreciate it.
but in all seriousness, what they're doing is they're violating people's Fourth Amendment. So when it comes down to it, even the Terry stop itself is a violation. But the courts have made exceptions for the. Hold on.
Always goes to the
Ant.
Terry
Oh,
stop.
God. Don't freak out, Ant. Just because I said the Terry stop. This is what
I
happens
was
when you get
laughing. Sorry.
bootlickers.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I'm fucking with you too. So, but the courts have made exceptions, and we understand that as Americans because we have sacrificed a little bit of our essential liberty for this purchased safety, just as it was foretold that would be a bad idea by Benjamin Franklin himself. He told us that that's a bad idea, but
He also said,
we
"Fuck
accept
bitches, get money," and he wasn't wrong.
But who hasn't
Putting
sacrificed
100.
that? Probably the person who isn't
Well,
a citizen of our country.
No, every single person in this country is required to sacrifice that. Or guess what? You fight with the cop because it's a violation of your Fourth Amendment for him to put his hands on you and go searching you for weapons because he doesn't feel safe under officer securityness. Guess what? You fight with him, you go to jail for resisting. You personally, not just the illegal alien. You will go to jail for that. So we accept that as Americans. However, it's under certain tenets. The officer must be scared for his safety. He can't just be like, I don't like the way you look, so I'm gonna search you.
That's
You
a
can't do
stupid
that.
measure too, by the way.
Do you think somebody can make that determination within the context of the event that's happening? Do you think somebody can kind of go reach into the cop's mind and determine, no, he actually wasn't?
The court, actually, the judges have already ruled on that, and they say that the officer has, according to Graham versus Connor, that he has the objective reasonableness standard. So, in other words, it's in his mind, right?
Yes.
So, if that's the case, then we leave it up to the officers, and it's no longer the decision of, hey, I want to be secure in my persons. I don't want to be searched.
I agree.
Clay,
Right?
that's slightly incorrect. It's not his mind. It is what would a reasonable person believe in the same.
No.
position
That's
as
not
that person. No, that
it's
is the standard.
officer, not a person. It's the
No,
officer.
it's the reasonableness standard.
That's correct.
It's the
I
officer.
want to give Carney the opportunity. Did you want to chime in, throw something out there?
Good job, bro.
He
Unmute
broke
first.
it. While he's unmuting and figuring himself
No,
out,
I'm
Pat
just
sends
trying to
in.
get everything. Thanks. No, it's
you're
so
not.
I live in Albuquerque, so I'm less than 4 hours from the.
I'm here too, bro.
So, seeing stuff going on for years, it's just the way I see it. I agree with Dusty. The whole thing with the raids and everything. Some of them haven't been warranted, and that shit sucks. As long as there's a warrant or anything, yeah, kick in the doors, get them out, send them back home. That's how I see it.
I think the bigger issue is that the way they're gearing up for this to be a permanent thing here in Kansas City, there's the ICE wants to put in a facility that would house 7,500 beds. That would be open in 2026. Now the city's fighting back against it. We don't want it here, but that implies that they're not planning on solving the problem. They're planning on continuing to fight the problem for a long time.
When you have tens
What
of
is
millions
the,
of cases to
I mean, didn't you see
process,
the
then
DHS tweet?
It's going to take a long time.
No.
What's
Yeah, it said America after 100 million deportations. 100 million. The implications
What's
of that
the
number
moral
are
contention
astounding.
here?
That is pretty astounding.
What's the moral
I would agree,
contention?
that's a ridiculous number.
My own personal papers affects my person. I don't want to be searched. That's the bottom
The
line.
moral contention is that inhumane treatment, probably of humans across the board, but also
How?
the
Mass violation
implication
of
is that
constitutional
it's
rights.
not just even if I just appeal to people's selfish nature, which is more powerful, I guess, anyways, the implication is that this will not be just for illegals.
Well, but, okay, so let's go back. How is this this is a violation of constitutional rights?
I didn't say
If-
that.
If
I did.
Effigy did.
And I did.
Yeah, federal law enforcement can't just pick rando people on the street and walk up and say papers, please,
That's
which is where we are.
The,
Christina
Can't
literally
they-
said 2 days ago
They
that American
can.
citizens will have to prove their citizenship.
you
She said get
can't
used to it.
profile. You can
got it.
profile.
Oh
right?
my God!
Hold
Hold
on.
on. Is that where that? Because I remember we all had to get the star on our driver's license.
Yeah.
Real ID. Yes.
Yeah, I wonder if that is a big, like, if because they started doing that years ago. I wonder if they
When they come up to you
um
and like
if
this,
this is a
that
bigger
ID crack, that's what they want is a real ID.
right, but I'm wondering if like this has been a slow implement, like the boiling frog kind of thing, by doing that. Jason, it says your devices aren't connected backstage, but also we still have a full panel. So somebody would have to go for you to get up here. Past, same to you, Chuck. I've got Jason and Chuck backstage. If anybody wants to get them on, you got to boot somebody off. Past, sending in lots of love. Member for 7 months over here on the Gauntlet. Real one, family, and respect. We love you too, Past. I'm so glad to be back. Jason sends in another 5, says, I'm not a debater. I'm a businessman. Maybe you know what you are, maybe know what you are talking about, Anne. Anne, you're more than welcome to respond.
I'll respond when you can fix your punctuation, bro.
That is a weak sauce response. This is your first
I don't
time
know what
here.
you're saying.
Get in there and swing with your sticks. You tried to hit me with them, but I'm the easiest guy on earth to get along with. Just get some.
Well, I really look. I've seen the comments. I'm a little bit too aggro, so I'm trying to pull it back. You know, I'm very responsive. So, you know, I mean, I really don't know what you're talking about, Jason. Super open.
It's
for
okay. We understand you're coming from caveman land.
Yeah, no. In
Well,
all
I am in the
seriousness, you're doing
basement, so.
But know this, right? So you are, and I said it earlier. You're emotionally attached to this because you have people who are in this quote unquote fight on that side, so
Or-
it's understandable.
So I would position this as any. Well, okay, this is. I feel like I'm more informed, you know. So when I hear a bunch of people who are uninformed, you know, I actually do want to inform people on some greater context, because I do think that there is a whole activist prerogative to obfuscate the narrative here about
Madam,
saying, well, people are being disappeared or some bullshit.
I know when you call me
you're
stupid.
being arrested, and then you're going
Well,
to a
when
place
court
where you
orders
get-
have to force you to give people due process, yeah, we can say that.
So
like you,
let me
you
ask-
say, like they're getting due process. Yeah, we know they're getting due process now because a court had to order the Trump administration to give some of them due process.
Speaking of
No,
due
I mean,
process,
they were
Maryland
getting due
sends
process.
Big 5 over on, I'm guessing, Flo's side, maybe, just to give you a crown, sir. And
Shout out to
Carney, with his membership for 5 months, shout out to you, Mr. Carney. And Jason says, you really don't want this smoke, Anne.
Jason, for somebody that actually so didn't want to listen to me that he tried to vote me off, it sounds like you don't want my smoke. Okay.
Ooh, shots
God,
fired.
this sounds like a
Jason.
romance just starting, doesn't it?
I'm single. But anyway.
That's gonna be
Oh,
the
she
best.
threw that one out there. She threw that one out. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you the great Ms. Ann, who is single, ready to mingle. She's looking for maybe not Mr. Right, but possibly Mr. Right now. She's a conservative. She likes to have some fun. And you know she likes to argue a whole fucking lot, so you are not going to get any sleep with this one. And Jason has responded. Jason, let me know what you're doing. It looks like this is a boot. He says, yeah, she isn't ready. Jason, if that is a confirmed boot, we will give Anne her 2 minutes of talking time.
That is impressive.
But you know what, though? It's not a true Mater panel until you get booted for the. Even Dusty's been booted off here before. So,
first time caller.
Y'all come back now, you hear?
I will say you lasted a pretty long time, and being it's funny because you're conservative and Jason is as well. So I'm actually shocked. That he would.
He's so conservative, he doesn't want to listen to women.
It's that crucible smell. It's that crucible smell.
I feel like she came here with the intent of starting some shit, but she doesn't know who to poke with a stick yet. It's a good response. And so you just poked everybody, and she poked us.
Yeah,
this is true. But she did not, as Duck did, poke Mama. So she's safe there. She played it smart. All right, and here's the drill. Jason has sent a whopping $200. He is not messing around on this one. And here at Mater Nation, for a big 100, you can boot somebody for an entire night. However, if the chat really, 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 really likes you, they might pay to negate that 200. If so, they have to pay 200 to keep you here. So it is up to you to either plead to the chat, tell them to fuck off, or just use your final 2 minutes to say whatever piece you want to say. It's totally up to you.
Well, this has been a really exciting first time to ever be calling in. I'm really happy that I could sign into the Raging Tomato. I really was looking out for which one I should really kind of cut my teeth on. Pretty happy that I cut my teeth on here. I think I'm interesting. I think I'm spicy. I think I got a lot to learn, and I think I'm really amenable to what the audience wants to see from me. I'm going to continue to grow. I'm going to continue to learn from you guys, and I'm just so happy to be here. I have loved discussing all these kind of topics with you guys, and if you guys like me, then vote for me. If you don't, you're totally going to see me around, but it's going to hopefully come back with me coming back here. Yeah, that's all I got to say. I'm really appreciative of the time. I've learned a lot, and hopefully you guys have had a good time just kind of seeing a new, different face and voice on the space. So
yes, absolutely. It definitely. Please do come back. I promise you, Jason won't boot you every time. Isn't that right, Jason? I think for being your first panel, most people come in on their first panel very quiet, shy, and timid and afraid to be vocal. And I'm really excited that you did none of that. You came in swinging at everyone but me, which is probably a good thing, right? But I look forward to many more panels. The boot is officially for the night, unless somebody could still come in later. So if you're still watching, somebody still could come in later and buy you back up. If so, they'd have to pay a full 200. But don't worry, Monday. It's only the boot for just tonight's show. So starting fresh tomorrow, we've got. You might be excited for the Democrat fraud. Admiral Gibbs could use your help, I'm sure. I think you'll have a good time with that one. And all of our lefties are going to come out swinging too. So definitely don't let this one boot stop you. Take it as a compliment.
Absolutely. That is totally how I'm taking it. So
Loosen up that pickle jar.
Jason, you'll see me again. You better bring more money.
Oh, shots fired. All right. Anne, I'm going to, did anybody else have anything kind to say to Anne on her way out?
Your mama.
It was nice to meet you, man.
Hey, good talking to you.
Yeah,
back
it was
now, you-
awesome. It was awesome.
And-
You guys are great.
If I was going to say anything, you aren't going nowhere.
You're not going anywhere.
All right.
Tom
Tom
Carpenter.
Carpenter in with a big 200 to say, shut up, Jason. Jason, make Sarah some dough. All right, let's keep the show rolling for now. Let me shout out. All right, tomatoes in the chat for both Jason and Tom Carpenter. Thank you so kindly for playing the fun game. And thank you, Anne, for being the target of my wallet. I do appreciate it. The Bratty Tomato appreciates it. Opie appreciates it. And Tomato Jr. as well. All right. So this is going to be fun. I'd be interested to see what happens going forward from here.
Suddenly she's anti-boot.
Huh?
Suddenly she's anti-boot.
Yep.
Fair enough. The fourth wise man sends in a big 10 and says, you lot are whacked. Your constitution means nothing when dealing in foreign affairs. Look up UN Resolution 1958, human civil liberties, because that's where the power comes from. Enjoy. Does anyone know what fourth wise man is referring to? And if so, do you have some thoughts on it?
Even as a liberal who supports the UN, yeah, this is the United States. They don't give a shit what the UN does.
Yeah, the problem is in the 2012 NDAA, they signed in where UN troops can enforce things on United States soil. And so I understand that they don't currently have the power to do so, but that's the whole play that's happening right now is America is going to be the big bad evil. And really in this story, Russia is the good guys. And the world's going to turn on us. And at that point in time, this is a scary thing. Then.
Was Russia ever the good guy with a klepto king?
No, they're the one. They nationalized their money, kicked the World Bank out of their country. Gee, don't want to do that just a slight bit. Especially considering we're almost paying as much in interest right now as the 1990 entire budget.
Yeah, and Russia's doing so well, right? Their economy is not even like half the size of Great Britain.
Bank and then burnt every crop in their country to the ground, and then turned around and paying young families to go grow organically. And we're the ones bombing pipelines to stop them from supplying Europe with energy. That was your guy.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
He admitted to it.
I'm gonna say that after everything now.
Yes.
Allegedly.
And Jason sent in 5 and said, and you just aren't worth the time or effort. Cry to Andrew for me. I think that might be it. I think because Jason definitely is very anti-Andrew at this point. And he used to be an Andrew fan until all of this mess happened. So you might come in with that, the cuckable stench, and they're not having it. But don't worry, I don't hold things against anyone who is a Crucible Crew person. You all are more welcome here, and I don't have any issue with this. So don't let it deter you. Jason's probably a little more butthurt than I am at this point about anyone. He's very, you know what? Let me put it to you this way. He's very protective at this point with people who come on our panels and enter our space. And I think that's a fair assessment because this is their space, right? This is their show. And so with everything that has happened, they're all very protective over me at this, and I don't blame them. He also says, find it interesting. Someone tried to come up as me and it wasn't me. I'm sick. Yeah, they are backstage. The name is Jason. And I don't know if it's got to be like a different Jason, but the Jason backstage, you will have to cam up and say hello to me back there before I can let you up. But hold on. Oh shit!
Pink
Hold
hair, or
on.
red hair, or green hair, and a really dopey smile, like he's a really friendly guy.
He
That's
does
the
not. He's
Canadian
not
Jason.
showing.
That's Tent's friend, Jason Gaudet.
It just says Jason for the authentication, or he's going by Orthodox Threesome back there. All right, so and then Iotin.
What did you drag here with
sends-
you, Ann?
Yeah, Hyotin sends another 10 and says, I'm not rich like Jason or Tom, but I would like to humbly submit Win Ann.
All right.
Look, the matriarchy's coming in. I'll count that as a credit to your name because I think that's might have been what she was trying to do. And then Chuck in Tennessee also gives you another $20 credit to your name and says insurance for the ladies. So you currently have $30 insurance to your name. But Jason Reeves over on the Buy Me a Coffee app sends in a big 100 and says, tell you what, she can go ride the Andrew train. Her sister's law degree isn't hers. Okay, now he sent 100,
Right.
but that also you have a $30 credit, so it's only $70. So it's not a full boot. Now, what this is 70 minutes backstage. Now, somebody would have to come in and match that $70 to negate that, or you sit backstage for 70 minutes, or leave for the night and come back in 70 minutes, or however we want to do it. But you currently are not. Never mind.
You guys know that Jason takes direct offense to anyone thinking they have more money than him, right?
he sends fucking Jason's cracking me up. All right, Jason says another 100, and he said, "Let's just make sure." Okay, so that's officially 100. No, 70. $170. So that is a full boot. So if anybody wants to match, it's got to be 170. And again, you get a full 2-minute timer to say whatever it is you want to say. At this point, I don't know if Jason's giving up. Actually, all right, Chuck sends in 20. That takes out the
I will go and
30.
say
It's still
no worries,
a full
guys.
boot.
Look, this was very fun and very interesting. I racked up a bunch of money for Miss Sarah, and that's I'm appreciative of that because that was what I was hoping to do. And this was a very cool first dip in the water. You guys can let me bow out gracefully. I will be here again. Appreciate anything you guys want to say about my performance, about what you guys think about me. Again, I am really new to this, so I'm really just responsive to feedback and stuff. So I thought this was super cool. I was very nervous about this, and everybody just made me kind of feel at ease, even if I got super aggro. And this is a super great learning lesson, and appreciative of the space, and I definitely want to be here again. So yeah, that's what I gotta say.
The crowd is definitely loving you.
I
That's
retract
for
calling you
sure.
a bitch.
Okay, Tom says, oh, wait, hold on. This actually negates the full boot. Okay, so Chuck sent in, hold on, because it still takes it down a notch. Okay, so we were
like
up
90,
to,
right?
yeah, we were up to 130, and then Chuck said, I'm trying, so that takes it down to 110. Now I'll count this since Tom's trying. I will count this towards it. He says, okay, I'll let you go, but nice to see a new lady, but I'll still count it. That takes it down to 90, right? 110 and then down to 90. And then Chuck sends another 20. That takes us down to 70. We're back at the original 70. All right. So it is still 70 minutes backstage, but it's not a full boot. So, and anybody could come in and continue contributing to knock off that time, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 50 minutes,
I'll be
whatever. Okay. So we're just for now, we're going to put you backstage. I'm going to set a timer for 70, but as that comes in, I can knock the time off. All right.
All right.
Hang tight. I
See you
have
in
hope for
70,
you,
y'all.
Ann. All right. I like Ann. She's fun. She's a good sport. And she's ready for it, guys. She's ready for it. We can't be upset at this. This is beautiful. All right.
You said she was interested to hear what we thought about her performance, and then you said we can't be upset at it. I feel conflicted.
You always feel conflicted.
We needed more right wingers. I was having to take that position too damn often.
Yeah, I'm not.
All right.
Either.
Chuck drops 35.
Half of it.
That's half of it. So we're down to 35 minutes.
Half
All
of this
right.
I'm trying to figure out how to work the internet.
Dude, my math is like this is where it gets rough. And we'll go ahead and bring Chuck up for now, actually. Says, oh, Chuck, you have your picture.
Yes, ma'am.
Look at that. Oh my God, I love it. I'm so excited. Oh, okay. All right. Carpenter Tom says, I think you did the wrong math. I probably did. My brain hurts. Chuck, I'll leave it up to you because you took her spot. Now I can let you stay until
You can bring her back. You can bring her back.
See, such a gentleman. I love Chuck. All right. And you are back up. Now, hopefully, maybe if you're nice to Jason, maybe, or say something nice to him or something, maybe he won't put us through.
Disavow Andrew. Disavow.
Show him the power of the Panoverse.
I yield my spot to Chuck for a while.
Okay. That's such a gentlemanly thing to do. Thank you, Dusty. We like Chuck. Chuck's fun.
Wow.
All right, let's get the conversation moving while we still have the chance before Jason can push buttons. And and I'll go ahead and let you kick us off because why the hell not at this point? I think you've earned it.
I don't know. So what's the next topic that we're talking about?
Yeah, there we go.
Well, you're welcome to switch gears. I mean, I think you've kind of earned the ability tonight.
I will be honest. I am here to respond. I've been
fair enough. All right. Is there anybody that's got one that's hankering right now? If not, I can bring one up.
Bring up a grab bag.
Bring up a grab bag. All right, grab bag topic it is. Will congressional Republicans get their asses handed to them on a silver platter next November?
It would be this November. Yep.
Yeah.
Very well may.
Magic 8 Ball.
Well, see, here's the issue here. There is no incumbent at all. No one will be incumbent in this. If J.D. Vance runs, he'll be the closest thing we have to an incumbent. And
this isn't the presidential.
There's 28. This is the midterm.
That's in 3 years. It's the midterms.
Yeah.
And yeah, they're definitely going to get their asses handed to them in the midterms because it's all six.
I think I think they'll probably get their butts kicked in the midterms, but I don't think it's really going to assuage sort of like this conservative sort of drumbeat that is growing and getting momentum. So I think it's going to be a lot of posturing that isn't going to amount to a lot of things. I'm very interested to see what Mamdani does. I'm very interested to see sort of the outcome of some of these bills that are coming out of California. And there's a whole, conversation going around a whole exodus from California. A lot of businesses, a lot of people with money. So they may, do a sweep, but
out today, Newsom's taking a stance against Newsom today as he's pivoting towards center for his presidential run. Came out today and said that he's putting all his energy into shutting down the billionaire tax that they enacted to try and stop that exodus.
I don't think he's gonna. I don't think he's gonna accomplish that. Because first of all, a lot of stuff is polarizing. So if you're a leftist, you are throwing yourself. If you have any sort of interest in leftism, and you're not just sort of like a moderate trying to figure your life out or whatever, you're throwing yourself into socialism, communism, so kind of thing. So he can probably bark as much as he wants. I think that billionaire tax is going to pass, particularly with Ro Khanna that keeps on like pretending that it's actually really smart to do. He keeps on getting all these damn Twitter fights with people about it. So annoying. I think it's really interesting what Mamdani's going to do. I think it's going to be a complete fail. And I think these people just need their ass kicked a little bit longer before they understand that the Democrats actually don't have solutions for wealth and growth and prosperity.
I think Newsom has,
which is going to be great for JD. Awesome. So
Newsom has more. Vance is not electable. Don't pretend like he is. And Newsom's got way more power in California than what you imagine.
Going back to the topic, like historically in midterms, we often see seats shift towards the opposition party. So I don't think it's absurd to believe that you could see a shift in the House towards the Democrats. That's just usually how that happens at midterms.
Oh, you'd have to get the Senate. They'd have to win a hell of a lot of seats in the Senate to make it different.
Mm-hmm. I don't see it happening, but it's not impossible.
No, it's not. That's for sure.
I don't think it's going to be a big old blue wave or whatever they're predicting. Like it's not going to be massive, but there could be some small changes for sure.
Well, I just hate the fact that all these people are leaving California because they done screwed up Nashville because they're so democratic.
That's what I'm saying. That's part of this blue wave.
I don't know. I think Nashville's pretty cool.
People have moved en masse to different cities like Billings, Nashville, and changed the demographic of those cities and made them Democrat. That doesn't mean that the city itself changed. They just flooded it with jackasses.
What the hell is going on with? Is this as a picture, right?
Yeah. Is it? Are you sure?
Yeah,
I think so.
Yeah,
I think so too.
Stop
moving.
I'm almost there.
I'm like more concerned about the person in the video that is like what is going on with that. My apologies. I had to just briefly interrupt. And Tootie, thanks for stopping by tonight. She's going to make her exit. We love the ladies. I don't even care if you sit here and look pretty. You sit here and hold spots all night. And she's a lovely one. I like it, especially when she does her little roach thing. So shout out to you, Tootie.
Later, y'all. It was fun.
Bye.
Later.
Bye. So given the context, what do you think is going to be the biggest impetus and drive if you believe that it's going to be some sort of democratic shift? What do you think is going to most inform voters to vote Democrat? Because if for me, I think it's a lot of moral posturing that is nonsense. I think a lot of people are reacting to ICE. They're reacting to some sort of failed moral system that they're still trying to cling on to. Where
there you go.
They put people on a hierarchy.
That's what they're voting for.
Determine that illegal brown people, even though they advocate for equality, they think that legal brown people are on the lowest rung of their internal hierarchy, and they're trying to morally posture for that.
I believe you just stated.
Allow me to interrupt, Clay. My apologies, but the fourth wise man sent a big 50 over on Benjamin's side. And he says, Benjamin and Christy, here's a late Christmas gift. Keep on keeping on. I'll jump back over at Sarah's for a bit. See you there. That was so thoughtful.
Thank you, too.
Thank you.
Oh, hold on. Let me get you on the big screen. Get you both up there. I love this. We have the cutest couples here. who love us the most. Oh, he's just so cute.
Oh,
You guys
get a
need
room.
to
Get a
you need
room.
room.
Oh, we will later. I
We
promise.
got a whole house.
Yeah. No kids around. It's great.
Bow, 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 bow. All right, I apologize. I interrupted you on behalf of Benjamin. Go ahead.
No, that was great. That was awesome. No, I believe you named it there, Ann. It's this moral system that they're clinging on to, and it's really kind of funny because when we're sitting here, when we're talking about, you know, the actions that Trump's taking and the actions that the Republicans are taking, we're talking about a massive use of force, not just against people who aren't from this country, but people who are in this country,
Hey, Brick.
actual citizens.
How do you figure that, Brick?
Hold on, Chuck. Brick, can you back your mic up just a little bit? You're popping at us.
Am I? Okay.
A
Apologize.
little bit.
Apologize. I try to
Turn your argon up.
because it's
Mm-hmm.
I don't have any of that stuff. It's just a rock band mic.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
So I try to have to like be in between. But anyway, so what the right is doing is they're becoming very authoritarian. And so what the left is doing and what the centrists are doing is they're voting against that. They're voting against an authoritarian government. They're not voting for anything, just like the right's not voting for anything except for a lack of extreme liberalism. This is the way it works in politics.
Now. Yeah, ain't nobody got
So,
it good.
so you're saying that they don't actually have a. So when they're fighting for illegals, they're not actually fighting for illegals. They're just fighting against the people that are trying to arrest them. I mean,
correct.
That's kind of what I find as a problem with these people. And look, it'd be one thing if
These
they
people.
were.
That's where we agree with these people. You can't just be making up federal fucking agencies and come running around invading us and violating our Fourth Amendments. Because every
They're
person
not.
that isn't illegal, they done violated his rights.
Correct.
Every time. Yes. Yes.
And
Say
for
that
every one of
again.
those voters,
Yes.
They're
Make
doing
them-
random
make an
roundups.
American citizen go through that process.
They're snatching people before they even know.
There are statutes that allow if you go into, you know, a building for one illegal, right? You got like hey, you know, I'm gonna go and round up, you know, Jose Romero or whatever, but if he is
it gotta
in the
be
vicinity
Jose?
of
Why
a
can't it
bunch
be
of
John?
people that you can profile as potentially illegal, you actually have jurisdiction to go and actually, you know, ask for the identification of everybody around that guy, which is what they've been doing. But you know, now if we want to go and actually talk specifically about the Minnesota incident with Renee Good or whatever, I mean, they actually had a warrant to go and arrest, you know, a couple of actual sexual offenders who were illegal, and you know they're getting caught up in this nonsense white liberal, you know, crusade, you know, to
it sounds to me like somebody doesn't know how to drive. Sounds to me like somebody doesn't know how to drive.
And you don't have
Somebody
to
doesn't know how to park. Like
No, somebody- listen, if I have a destination-
lady to be against the federal government deciding they can suddenly break our Fourth Amendment and making
We
up
had a
little
warrant.
things that
if I have a
it's not
destination,
that person
because
it's not that person that's the problem. It's the rest of us. Not me, obviously.
gonna
I'm
have
super
to-
white. Nobody's picking me up. But the other people of other shades of skin that are American also, it's a problem for them, and the Fourth Amendment protects them from the government doing that shit.
How many have they picked up that way?
The conversation kind of shifted a little bit. I want to go back to the point of why it is that people are not going to vote for Republicans. It's because they don't want their rights violated. It's that simple.
There's probably a lot more
No,
people.
I think there's
rights are
plenty of
being
people that are
protected.
going to vote for Republican. I just think they're going to be outnumbered by a bunch of virtue signaling people who are reacting
do
to
you
a
not
narrative crafted
understand?
by
Hold on.
media.
Ant wanted to chime in on that. Ant, what were you saying?
Sorry, I lost it.
Oh, okay. I heard you say something.
Fucking
Well, you're
crap.
just a tiny little ant. That's all. I'm sorry.
I realize that you came in with specific
Strong, though.
bullets ready to fire at specific people, but here's where the problem is answer why it's okay for them to violate the Fourth Amendment on Americans. Why is that
You know,
okay?
I didn't come in with points. I just came in with a perspective. You know,
you came
and-
in with specific bullets. You were aiming them at whoever you
well,
thought they
certainly
were
my
going to fit at.
perspective is
Very
informed by
specific.
actual events that I can, point to. Yeah, that's cool.
So I still want to know why it's okay for them to violate our Fourth Amendment rights.
How do you know that they're violating your
violated?
Fourth Amendment rights?
Because if you're an American
oh my
citizen,
God.
you
Please.
have that right to not just be freaking snatched up. Even if they later find out you're cool, you have the right to not be snatched up. That's what the
First of all,
Constitution says.
certainly people are, detained unlawfully, and people are detained unlawfully because there is a relationship to power that you're going to either fight that power and potentially escalate that, or you're going to make a decision of, I will acquiesce to this unlawful power because I believe in a judicial system that's going to correct this shit. And
That was the bootlicking ass shit I ever heard.
I operate as a woman. I operate as a woman.
Hey,
Guess
holy
what?
fuck.
I cannot enforce.
Is there kiwi on your tongue?
I cannot enforce
Polish.
any level of power based on just the material reality of me being 5'1" and fucking weak as hell. Okay. So that's a reality
Are you
that you have
angry
to,
about it?
you have to acquiesce to if you care about your life, which is what this dumb bitch in Minnesota didn't think about doing.
You know that's absolutely
Respect the
disrespectful.
dead,
She's
okay?
dead.
That sucks.
Thank you.
Look, I pray for her
Yeah,
repose.
she's dead.
okay?
She's not a dumb bitch. She's dead. She's done.
Well,
Hey,
you could
I
be a
want to
dumb
know.
bitch.
Hold on.
Hold on, Brick. That was not a very Christian approach to a conversation, young lady. What do you think your
I will
Orthodox
go to
friends are
confession
thinking
for it,
about that?
dude.
Oh wow, that's
I-
lovely. I actually like that
I'm gonna
answer.
try not to be disrespectful to you because you're living. Can you at least respect those who are dead? Can you? Because the person you can't
Yes.
come
Am I
back from dead.
capable? Yes.
You can't come back from dead.
Correct.
She can't come up here and defend herself.
There was this one guy.
Yes, man.
I'm a guy.
No, you don't understand, Andy. She is dead. She's
Yeah,
gone.
we know that, Brick.
Her life is extinguished. She's not with us.
We know that, Brick.
Parent.
How many different
Yeah.
ways can you say it,
You
Brick?
call yourself
And
a Christian?
question for you.
You're some piece of shit,
And
fucking devilish.
Do you think
satanic
Ashley Babbitt
bullshit.
should have gotten shot?
You're no Christian.
Yes, I think there was probable cause to shoot her in the face. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's so funny.
That
A person
surprises
is
me,
dead.
actually.
Well,
I don't think
Sorry, I'm
animated.
sorry.
I don't think she listened to actually what you said. So she,
Yeah.
because she said specifically in the face, which is the chick from Minnesota.
Ashley
She didn't
Babbitt was
actually-
shot also in the face.
Was she in the face? Holy Jesus!
Not
Yeah,
sure
it
she was
was
in
in
the
the
chest.
the three
Well,
guys that was
Renee-
beating on the guy.
like,
Renee was
really?
shot in the
No,
face.
because
Her
people
name
who
is
actually
Renee,
shoot
by
people
the
for a
way.
living or
I
talk
don't know if you know
in
it.
their mask.
She actually has
Hold
a
on,
name.
hold on. Let me reset.
Her
You're
name
all
isn't dumb
talking
bitch. Her name is Renee.
at the same time. Sasquatch,
see,
you-
this
hold
is
on
the
a second.
obfuscation.
Pardon me for just a moment. Sasquatch, are you getting ready to head out, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you like to make your final thoughts to the
uh,
panel?
Sure, thank you. Caucasian Sasquatch, come like, comment, subscribe, or go away and leave me alone. Either way, that works. However it works. But I'm curious how it is that you can come in so offended about everything everyone says without actually having heard anything that anyone has talked about. You're brand new here. You didn't really listen to anybody talk about anything, and yet you come, shooting shots and swinging sticks. I get you want to make a splash. I respect the effort. I'm totally down for the content. Don't misunderstand me. But I'm curious, were you sent here or did you come willingly? And are you worried about anything anyone over there is going to think about you being here?
I was not sent here. Okay, this is not a psyop. Okay, honestly, I don't know a lot about you guys too much. I know a lot about Sarah and her moderating a lot of great debates, and so I came here because I don't know. I really found something of myself in Sarah, and I wanted to give her a little bit of a lift, and also give myself a lift, and just kind of starting out with a splash, I guess.
Yeah,
So,
first time
you
on
know.
panels rough. I don't care what you're doing.
I like it, Sasquatch.
Felt a little bit of herself in you. Was it your penis?
Whoa!
Oh my God.
That's why the other side.
That's why he was holding it.
Are
That's
we,
why he was
Are
holding
we
it.
going for the schniz? We going
Break
for the
out to some
schniz?
tears or something. Nope.
All right, I'm out. Y'all have
I had
fun.
the
Much-
tab muted. I didn't realize that I was back up. Did I hear schniz? The schniz.
That's what he was implying.
You know,
Good night, Sasquatch.
I personally lick schniz myself. I don't know.
Yeah, me too. I'm a big fan of it.
It's a lot better. It's a lot easier than opening pickle jars.
For sure.
One thing to see.
You know, schniz helps your muscles. So if you eat more schniz, you can open those pickle jars, no problem.
Oh.
Maybe he's allergic. Maybe he's allergic to sniz.
I
think
don't
that
know,
might be a
but-
proof of disarmament,
As the
Alexander.
fair sex, it's just so hard to open the jars.
Oh goodness, Alexander, bring us back on topic. I know you have lots to say, sir. What you got for us tonight? And welcome back, my friend.
Hey, thank you. I guess I want to ask Anne. I realize you're okay with everything going on now, but let's say in like 4 years, the Democrats are doing the same thing with maybe ICE or a different group like FBI, and they seem to be targeting certain people. Are you going to be as charitable to them about how things are going, or do you think you might be a little more worried about your rights?
We'd have to codify that, okay? You know, it's like, oh man, what if they went after the good guys instead of the bad guys? You know, I mean, those parameters matter, how we differentiate those things, you know, and whether I believe it's the bad guys versus the good guys, that's really important. So you're going to have to provide some more context as to, you know, what if, you know, they did something you didn't like? Well, I mean, I guess.
Well, how about just a couple of years ago when it was the when the FBI and the letter agencies coming after conservatives and under the guise of being legal? Was that cool? Because that's all this is just
no, again, but those are the parameters of me feeling like it's the parameters that is within law versus not within law. So if they were going after American citizens, I would probably have a problem with that, because I think that is materially different than going
the
after
FBI
illegal
going after the
Look,
school
again,
board.
when you go and detain somebody, you're not disappearing a person. You're not going after a person.
You're violating
They made a
their
ruckus.
Hold on.
Allow me to
Hold on.
actually interrupt altogether, because Jason, don't worry, and you are safe. Jason sent in a big 50 to say, did the left respect Charlie Kirk? I don't remember that happening. Difference is no one's celebrating like the left did Kirk. And this was in
Completely not
reference to and you talking about Renee.
She was laughing.
Effigy, you had something to chime in on.
Wait, hold on. That's total bullshit. I was just over at Emmett's where they're like,
Yeah, when you're sitting there laughing
believe
about
we're
it, like,
celebrating.
oh, it's so funny. Yeah, that's a dumb bitch. That's
The
celebration.
craziest thing, though, is that, like with Charlie Kirk, you're talking about a divisive, popular figure that millions of people knew about and knew who he was. This woman was just a random, you know, lesbian, 37-year-old lesbian from Minnesota, right? Like she was nobody. But like people take it out of their time to be like, yeah, fuck that bitch. She deserved it.
And here, I will go and again, it's all about contextualizing, right? What makes somebody righteous or not? What makes somebody,
which changes every time that the parties change.
Could I guys real quick? Sarah,
I think
Sarah, your
different-
camera keeps going in and out of focus.
Yeah, getting
It'll
fuzzy.
figure itself out.
So the
It's
whole
just
point
a-
then
it's just a
Ann, is
okay.
Understanding that every time the party changes, they go and use those same powers in a different manner on different people. Why the fuck would you ever let them have those powers? Any of them. Because that's the whole concept. It gets used on them and then it gets used on us. Then it
Well, so if that's the argument, who the fuck cares? If
No,
that's the
hold on.
argument, then everybody's wrong and everybody's evil and there's a ghost behind every fucking corner.
No, hold on.
Jason added in to say she was a random member of Minnesota Ice Watch.
Yeah. So what do you guys think about that? I mean, again,
Yeah,
the
and everybody knew who that
conservative
was, right?
context is that she was a degenerate woman that gave up her children to a
No.
man in another state, and then she ran around with some lesbo
It's not about
around
her.
the country to find a
shitting on
new.
someone who's-
Again, this is the
You're
conservative.
justifying the killing.
No,
I know.
I'm giving context. I'm not
I'm
giving.
telling you, hold on.
That is not giving
Listen,
context.
Hold on.
I
Can
want
I
to
ask
tell you why
which
it doesn't
which
matter. She doesn't matter at all. She's insignificant. She's a canary in the coal mine. The issue is that our humans' tribalistic nature is being weaponized against us, so we fight each other and then cheer on the removal of our rights. We need to look at these situations and ask ourselves: is this making me more or less safe? Not are those my
Sorry,
people?
the canary in the coal mine is not an illegal immigrant. I'm sorry.
No, but it is a citizen who got
it is.
shot.
So why are you willing to give up our rights for it?
Yeah.
Hold on. Can
got
I ask you a
shot
question? And
because of her
Because
action.
I don't think it's actually crossing our rights because it's for an illegal immigrant, which
We
I
just
don't
went
think
through
has
it.
the
You said
same
it's okay
rights
that they
as a
violate the Fourth
citizen.
Amendment Constitution. You
and-
just
Keep
said
on going
that.
back
Was
on
your
that.
words,
You haven't
lady.
substantiated them
You're
at all.
willfully
I'm
ignorant.
sorry.
Unofficial number since I think I looked it up since 2015 or 2014. Unofficial number of people picked up by ICE is roughly 150 that are American citizens. Out of those, 20 of them were deported, and another 20 were warrants for something else. Now, I don't know what they did with the rest. It didn't
The last
say.
few days,
So-
one
how
of
many of
died,
those
one
were
of
in
them
the
shot
last
in the eye
year
with
and a
a
half?
Chuck, look, I'm glad you brought that up, Chuck. So, how many of those people did you fight for their rights to be protected?
I don't know the circumstances in which they were arrested.
None of them, or all of them? Because they're all Americans, right? The ones that you called out are all Americans. You fought to have their rights protected, correct?
Yes, I did.
There you go. That's the problem.
And this is why it matters how you do
What
something.
the hell is that? I paid taxes. I guess I really wanted America to go to Iraq. I mean, what kind of facilitation and acquiescence to whatever
You know the war in
whatever
Iraq
the
was
America
about war,
does
right?
based
Was
on
about
some
oil.
tangential
It was about
relationship
oil.
I
It
have
wasn't
to,
about protecting our
to
borders.
accepting
It's
it
about
and
gold,
participating
Clay.
in it.
I wanted to open it
Wait,
back
wait, back
up
on it,
to,
movie, too.
pardon me for a moment. I wanted to open it back up to Alexander because I did interrupt him earlier, so I wanted to hand it back to you.
No, it's totally fine. I guess let's just let's back up for just a moment, okay? My problem isn't that they're detaining illegal immigrants or that they're sending people out of the country. They can do that all day long. That's their job, right? If you're illegal, sorry, that's what it is. But the problem is I guess in war you would call it collateral damage, right? How much collateral damage should we expect to happen given the way we're enforcing this, and how much collateral damage are we willing to allow? Because understand what we call collateral damage right now incidental, whatever, people can use that to do bad things because they don't like you in the future. So
I would go and say that activists that are trying to enrage and engender a hatred of building tension against ICE is actually creating more collateral damage.
Sure.
They're trying to,
but they have a right to protest. They have a right to do this. This is like a fundamental freedom in the United States.
But they don't have a right to interfere with official action.
Right.
What's the penalty for that?
Execution.
Somebody executed.
Peaceful protest.
Killed for protesting.
Interfering
with a cop.
No, she was shot for trying to run down officers, or at least.
Well, he stepped in front of the car. The only reason that you would step in front of the car of a woman who's not cooperating with you is to escalate the situation to where you can shoot them if they disobey.
She was already ordered out of the vehicle.
I know.
She had no business to start the
He was
engine at all.
videotaping the incident. Just happened where he was standing.
Fourth Wiseman comes in with a big 5, says, Anne, this lady deserves respect regardless of her circumstances. All fun to boot your disrespectful rot. All right, we're back at the boot. All right, that's 5. Now, to boot,
I'm taking
ladies,
names. I'm going to say a rosary for everybody that's booting my ass, all right? You need God.
Whoa.
Did you say
rosaries in your ass?
Relax.
Did you say one for the woman that died?
so it is double to boot, ladies. It would be a total of $20 to boot Anne. So you got 5 towards it. You would need 15 more to get her backstage for 10 minutes. So if anybody wants to add on to that, you're more than welcome to. I'll add the $5 in.
So
okay.
I'm really curious for the people who are being so pro ICE right now. What is your line? What would be the event that would have to happen that would finally
understanding the justice system?
Why was he in front of the car?
Defenses, because they were.
He was videotaping.
No, they were
he
not
was
arrested.
walking all the way around.
They ordered her out. They ordered her out.
Hold on.
Why would he move himself? I know they ordered her to get out. Why did he move in front of the car?
He was already in front of the car.
He was videotaping the car.
He walked around the car twice.
Why was he videotaping in front of the car? Why was
It's the same reason as to why did she accelerate in front of a fucking ice cop?
Why are you victim blaming? Like,
wait, hold on. Wasn't she originally? Hold on a second. Wasn't she originally just blocking traffic and
yes, she was.
Yeah.
So,
hold on a second, children. So maybe, Flo, to answer your question, maybe that's why he was in front of the car, because she was already just parked and sitting there blocking. It's not like she was a moving vehicle at the moment, and she was sideways. Okay,
I did watch the video. He actually rotated the car, and then when he came back around to the front of the car, he was making his way around the driver's side when his partner started to snatch on the door. That's when Renee decided to punch the gas because her girlfriend was telling her to punch the gas, but the officer dodged it. And here's the thing: he actually did hear the engine revving. He heard it going into drive, and then when he did
that's why he
I won't shut up. You shut up.
You know what he heard.
Play.
You can watch the video and listen to it, stupid. You don't.
How else would he know to pull his gun?
I literally watched the whole video.
I'm still trying. Look,
I did.
I actually did all the
How else would he
research
know
on
to
the
pull
case
his
as
gun,
well.
Chuck?
Hold on. Let Tusty. I think you wanted to respond to that.
And why did an officer put his body in front of a vehicle with a non-cooperative driver in it?
As I said, they were moving in to arrest her from both sides of the car. They actually had 2 other ICE vehicles that came in to box her in. Right?
Why did somebody make a mistake? Oh my gosh, that's crazy.
Let me ask you this.
Like, what is this line of questioning, dude?
Don't ask me shit, and I'm asking you. Why would an officer put his body in front of a vehicle with a non-cooperative occupant?
Why would he expect her to try and hit him with her vehicle?
Because
I'm not a mind reader. I'm not him. I cannot answer for him. All I can do is speculate.
Give me
I have
doing that.
I have a better question. Why would an officer who got dragged by a car not that
It's
long
not a
ago
better
put
question.
himself in front of one?
It's a good question. It's not a better one though.
That is actually a good question.
Barnes
Like,
versus
you-
Felix already ruled this. This
Shut
is a
the
Supreme
fuck
Court
up,
case.
Rick.
You
Somebody
fucking
drop Richard
retard.
Willing
Shut
ass.
the fuck up.
Ants.
Pay me
Ants.
down so I can pay my way back up. Shut the fuck up
Look,
yourself. I've
and-
literally
and-
been trying to
Holy
say
shit!
officer
Someone's got their
created
panties
jeopardy.
in a
It's as
bunch.
simple as that. It's officer created jeopardy. When the officer
it
puts
isn't.
himself into a
No.
dangerous situation,
Yeah.
he
No, it
is
isn't.
absolutely.
No, he did not.
Oh, here we go. This is exactly what we
None
need.
of this.
You and me. You and me. Look,
Trying to say
it's
it.
very
How is
simple.
it that I agree with you?
No,
Everyone
it's not.
shut the fuck up at the same time because you're not helping.
No, because you keep talking over me because I'm trying to point out to
Because
Ann.
you're trying to grandstand. Look at all
No,
my
I'm
knowledge.
literally
Let me lay
trying
out
to
a bunch of
point it
different
out to
things
Ann.
and demonstrate
You
that I'm
don't wanna
smart
hear
and I'm informed, but you don't sound smart or
Okay,
informed.
then what's the
Like a
case?
dumbass
What's the case
because you
law?
don't understand
What's
the
the
context of
precedent?
the
What's the
situation.
precedent? What's the precedent then?
There you go again. Try
What's
to
the
show off your
precedent?
knowledge, but
No,
you
what's the
don't understand
precedent?
when it's appropriate to show
What's
off.
the
and when it's
precedent?
cumbersome.
We were doing just fine, and I was pointing things out to Ann that she was agreeing with before you got up here. How is it
I don't
now
care.
that you get up here all of a sudden
Doesn't
I'm
matter.
stupid? Because you're a
You're
retard.
stupid.
I know you get the retard pass. I get it too. But we have to work together to point it out to her.
How
Okay,
about this?
hold
then?
on.
When we when we were working together, if I've got him cornered in the line of questioning, you resist the urge to start spouting off case law. You dumb fuck. Go ahead, Alexander.
So Clay, I think the mistake you're making is thinking that this actually matters to her at all. Right? It doesn't
That's
matter
fair.
if he put himself in jeopardy. It doesn't matter if he was right or wrong. The fact is he was standing there and she did drive forward. Regardless of what her intent was, regardless of anything else, he had to some extent justifiable fear for his life. Whether he was the cause or not is immaterial to that in her mind, and immaterial to that for that in most people's minds. Right?
That's fair that you say that. I disagree.
So yeah, I know you disagree, and when we're talking legally speaking, if you wanna go judge the case, that's fine. But we're trying to convince someone that what happened isn't just something to laugh about, that it's actually tragic and a huge problem right now, given the direction we're pushing things.
Correct.
Okay. I apologize. You are.
This is like
I apologize, Dusty. I apologize, Alex. Fair enough.
No, you're fine.
You did that way better than I did it. To Alexander, you educated that way.
Glad
fucking
I
better.
left Alexander up. All right. So fourth wise man ain't fucking around. Poor Ann's just on the chopping block all night. Ann, I think you should be on my show every night that I have a panel. Purely
Another
for my
one?
own. Okay, now this is not a full boot.
April
All right,
9,
it's
shame.
$50 plus the $5. All right, and then
Now,
that's divided
didn't
by
she have
two.
credit left over from the last
Did
one?
you have credit left over?
I thought she did.
Tom, can you tell me how much credit? You did the math. I think she did have some credit.
Yeah, I think so, because I was pumping it out there trying to keep her.
Yeah, I'm
Wait,
trying
you're
to-
what?
Can I make it?
that sounded bad.
Damn.
Don't flip that.
Oh god.
I think it was 20 because was it somebody dropped to 20 and it was like
So
15,
we-
but then I dropped to 5, so it would have been 20.
That's what her
Right.
credit is.
I dropped 20, about 3 20s and then a 35. Shit, I can't even remember now what I dropped.
Yeah,
you're
hold on.
dropping 35.
Yeah, hold on. We'll figure this out. We got the insurance for the lady. That was the 20. And then another 20. It's 40, 50, or
60. 60.
math, 60, 70, 80. Jason said it's like a $30 credit. And coming from Jason, I'll take that as pure honesty because he would love to see her backstage.
I'll buy that. I'll buy it.
So, okay. So, fourth Wiseman, you have been negated. Chuck is going to send the what is it? I guess $25 difference because he sent this 5 earlier. He sent this 5 earlier to add towards the boot, and then also the 50. So 25 to keep her.
Okay. I might I might get booted every time I change screens. It kicks me out of StreamYard. but
All
I'll
right,
try
we
it.
will hold you. I'll take your word that you're going to send it. So if you got to wait a few minutes or something,
Okay,
that's fine.
thank you.
Yeah,
I have
you
the same
do.
problem on Dusty's.
That's all right. I'll hold your word for it. I'm not worried. I know you're good for it. All right. So fourth Wiseman, and I did want to read his super chat. It says, and you've got much to learn, and your journey will correct the ilk. Is that ilk?
Yes, ilk.
Along
Ilk.
the way.
Come on.
And then he sends the boot.
Oh boy, are we
Fair
back
enough,
in the
man.
hole?
How are you pissing off this many people on your first
Yeah.
ever
I am
panel?
so
event?
happy that there's
I
so
think
many
it's because I'm a
people that-
woman.
Especially
All right?
as
I
a
think it's the
conservative.
sexism.
My goodness.
So humbled.
You're pretty.
So
What
disappointed
you
with my
doing?
first time here.
It's not a problem.
They
for
just don't
conservatives.
like a strong woman.
It's a problem. She seems slightly callous to the human life that was lost. That's probably more the case than anything else.
I'm callous to lots of things, but there's a self-preservation instinct that I'm not seeing in people who are cheering on ICE that drives
Yeah.
me nuts.
Yeah,
But
that's
the,
what I'm.
the
My
dumb
problem.
lady put herself in that
Dude.
position. Had she not
Yeah.
I'll tell
done
you
that,
what.
none of this would have happened.
They have a home here.
Just looking at the situation and making it legal analysis. I don't give a fuck about
Damn.
What the heck?
Holy fucking shit.
Another one? Son of a bitch. Sorry, Ann. I'm not that rich.
No, I appreciate it. Learning experience. Very
I'm
fun,
surprised.
fun panel.
How have you made it this long with this many booths?
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's kind of remarkable. Especially for
Like,
Just
you
came
done
up with
Hold
it.
on.
pissed the
I
Pope off.
actually think she beat Duck's record on the amount
Yes,
per,
she did.
per one night of the amount of money
Boot.
sent to boot.
Yep.
Holy shit, Anne. You got like a lucky charm up your ass or what? What is going on? Or maybe it's not
I don't
up your
know. I
ass.
think
You
I
forgot
got
to
a
turn on
demon.
the damn thing.
That's the
Holy
opposite
shit.
of lucky.
All right, so
Lucky for
again,
Sarah. So.
Yes, oh my god. Oh my god. And if you have a Cash App, link it to me in the private chat just so I can send you a little extra love. I usually do that if somebody gets that far. I usually send a little extra love around. Okay. All right. So hold up. Iotin, is this a credit? If so, it removes like the full boot, but it doesn't take it all. It still leaves you at 90 minutes.
No worries. You know,
Oh shit!
it's
Is
fine
this
if I gotta
another
get
one?
going.
She's like, just let me die.
Holy shit!
You know,
Is this another one?
I'm like on my, last
think she
little
went
bit of
back.
health in fucking Tekken or something.
Oh,
Just
hold
trying to
on.
Hold on.
Oh my god, no fucking way. Are you serious, Jason? All right. Anyone want to take a stab at what Jason just did?
Oh, I could get.
I
So to
saw a
keep?
super chat.
Sent you 1,000.
Jason sent $100 and actually said, "Save Anne."
No way. Jason, come on. I love you
That is
now.
the twist
I
of the
thought we were
night.
going to be like some sort of rivalry going on. Okay.
I thought he sent you 1,000. I guess he's getting broke.
No, this is like Batman and the Joker. The Joker's like, only I get to kill Batman.
For
That's actually
for what he sent for the night, I think he's probably there. Thanks to Anne pissing him off enough. All right, so fourth wise man, Jason has spoken and is deciding to keep poor Anne up. I'm going to consider Iotin a $10 credit then to your name. And then Brick sends money. I'm guessing it's over on Dusty's side, maybe, and says, my protection. Is this for you or for Anne?
Yeah,
Sorry.
in case Dusty decides to. I paid it directly to the man.
You're safe.
Oh, well, I think Dusty will not complain about that. So shout out to you for sending love over to our darling Dusty. All right. I think I'm what a turn of events. I was not expecting that. And Jason also wants me to inform you, Dusty, that he owes you money for what he did last night.
I'm so confused.
I'm not going to
Jesus.
argue with
That's
that.
delightfully vague.
Yeah, I'm going to leave it that way.
Fair enough.
Mhm.
Was
Fair
it
enough.
good for you though, Dusty? Was it good for you?
That's yeah.
It was a little bit overwhelming at the time, but it wasn't bad.
Oh my goodness. And Neve, I have to say, I actually just sang that out loud in my head. Jason Derulo. I don't know if anybody else knows that, but yeah. All right. All right. I'm going to kick it back over to Alexander. I'm just going to assume he was the last person I interrupted so rudely. He is a panel priority, so we're going to give it to him anyways. But Alexander, send us.
I guess I don't know where I was at with it, so somebody else can go for a minute.
Did you say somebody else can cope?
Can go for a minute.
Go.
Oh, okay.
Or cope. We can cope too.
You can definitely cope, yeah.
You know, this
There's
ice, it's gonna be on people's minds for a very long time, and so I want to take it back to the point that it was asked earlier, which is actually the grab bag. You know, the Republicans, they're going to find themselves in a little bit of hot water this cycle because people don't want to have their rights violated. It's that simple.
I disagree with you. I don't see it going that way.
How could you possibly not?
Not seeing what rights you're
Because
talking about.
most Republicans are in favor of the removal.
That's not what the problem is.
Yeah,
Nobody
we know-
cares about the removal.
We know about the Republicans.
Nobody's upset that the people
Yeah.
are being removed.
Correct.
The Democrats and the centrists, that's the ones that you need to think about. Like like half the country is, you know, that at least.
You're
If not
gonna, yeah.
more.
This is gonna lose the centrists.
Yeah,
I mean,
you're not going to win
there
the
are people
Democrats
who are going through
regardless of
ICE
what you
custody
have.
that aren't illegal
Some
immigrants now.
losers.
There are witness testimony coming out of being abused and taunted and all kinds of stuff. There was a quote that came from a
Abused,
pastor.
taunted. Oh my God.
There was a quote that came from
Sorta like
a
that.
pastor
Sorta like
that was something like when he was getting released, they were like,
They poke 'em too?
Has it been
it was some
proven?
kind of racist thing. I don't know. You can go
I-
look it up.
I mean, I'm not
Testimony
sure
doesn't
what's
mean
funny.
anything.
Do you not recognize that in individual situations that abuse does happen among law enforcement?
Well,
That
Yes,
happens.
absolutely. I just think that's
So why
a
is it funny?
terrible argument to go and
My,
lay at this
my
group of
daughter told me
Man.
about a raid at her work where they was coming after, funny as it might be, his name was Jose. And they came in, 6 of them, and they walked to the manager and they wanted to speak to Jose and the rest of the staff. Jose was the one they had the warrant for. He's the one they arrested. They didn't come in with guns blazing. They didn't kick doors down. They were, our daughter said they were quite amicable.
How do they know exactly where all these people are and what their names are? And there's
That's the
aren't-
Well,
Palantir app.
I can tell you, I know exactly where all of my people are in the chat. Fourth Wiseman sends in the big 5 and said, Jason sucks. I'll show you money. Fucking handball. I think Jason and Fourth Wiseman, maybe even Tom Carpenter, might end up in a fun, healthy
So how
battle
do
of
they
the,
know where
battle
all
of
these people
the
are?
wallets here tonight.
Snitches.
They have access to apps that Palantir has created that access cell phone data and track people. They can basically make a map of your life and show where you're most likely to be
Yeah.
or where you are. at the
They
time.
also got all your data out of the government through Doge.
So Fourth Amendment violations, in other words.
Oh, it's
Well, yeah, they
tinfoil
don't,
hat,
Fourth,
man.
Fourth Amendment, they don't care.
Yeah, they don't care. Oh, actually, in bringing back to the point again, this is why. So you laugh it off, and the Republicans just laugh it off like we don't care about what they think. but that's what's going to lose you the vote.
They're
This is the
using
part.
a national
This is the
security
part that
act
the Democrats
conceded
get.
that we would
This is
lose.
the
not caring as a citizen.
this is the part that the Democrats have been on point for decades. Is they actually understand that you have to placate the people. You can't just laugh and be like,
Placate.
Oh, shut
But
my
look,
face.
hold on. You just conceded that you're likely to lose next election. So now you've made this infrastructure
Yeah,
that you know
because
is
I've
going to get handed
conceded
off to a
that
Democrat.
I've conceded that a lot of people are fucking retarded.
Okay.
That's all
So,
I've conceded.
It doesn't concern
Hold
you
on.
that those retarded people are now going to have the infrastructure and precedent in place that you created.
And
This whole thing is a
No,
scapegoat
no,
anyway.
they're going to lose that infrastructure,
Oh,
and they're
thank
going to
you.
bleed
Thank you
into all
so
the actual.
much.
We're gonna hold
They're
a
going to be
moment.
Republican led.
Oh my
Mr.
goodness.
Benjamin and Christy, the fourth Wiseman, sends lots of, this is what I love. Lots of love. Says, enjoy Benjamin and Christy. Now the funds are going to a worthy cause. And nonetheless, that's for sure. We love our little Balderson family. Anything you want to say, the floor is yours.
Oh, thank you so much. We honestly, we've been hurting real bad lately. We had a rough year.
That
Like,
really is.
It means the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Buy silver with it.
He said buy a stripper with it.
Oh, that is a worthy cause. I
Silver.
think my little heart just melted.
Oh, buy silver with it. Yes.
I mean,
Oh
if you
my
buy a
God.
stripper with it, let me know. But I did say
I
buy
might.
silver with it.
I totally thought you were being a smart ass, but silver's a good answer. Actually, like that's
Stripper
one
might be a better answer, though. You're convincing me.
Oh, and they make jewelry too. I love this. Balderson actually sent me some pictures of this stuff. I think it's amazing, by the way. Is there a website or somewhere you can get that?
I've been putting it on my social media. It's just Benjamin Balderson.
I can't believe you
That
made
is a
these.
dominant ass cat. Look at that thing just sitting right there.
it's like a sphinx.
Yeah, no shit.
It does.
No wonder the Egyptians thought cats were gods. That cat thinks it's a god too. Look at you fucking losers.
Thinks it knows it's a god. It knows it's a god.
That's
Either that or it's
not
stuffed.
arrogance.
That cat's not stuffed, is it?
Please pass along my respects to that cat before it fucks me up.
The cat won.
It's real. Okay.
Yeah.
It was set in that position for so long. I was wondering.
That's
That was her disapproving look.
When other cats are in my lap, she hates all the other cats, but she wants to sit next to me, so she sits up above me and waits for her turn on the lap.
Ah.
Nice.
That's a
I
rowdy.
wait, I wait for my turn on a lap too.
I bet you do.
So Ann, have you ever like ate somewhere where like the staff was just complete assholes and you just like don't eat there anymore because they're assholes?
Sure. I have.
What about you, Ann?
Have I?
Never happened
Not recently. I don't really.
Right. You don't go
know.
back to those places because they're assholes. That's what's happening with the Republicans. There you go.
What?
Why are they assholes though? Because look, I have a prescriptive worldview that believes in look, you know, we have to have obligations to each other and to ourselves. And when you renege on those obligations, then really you're going to invite a bunch of people that can capitalize on that lack of obligations to go and take advantage of people.
Exactly.
And so I see this as sort of a whole reckoning of many years of that actually happening. And we're really trying to actually fucking clean house.
You're missing it. Reneging will happen because you violated people's like neighborhoods and shit with armed masked men. That's the violation of the social.
No.
You understand that's coming from the centrists. That's not even coming from you. Want to vote the Democrats so hard?
I'm a
but
centrist.
That's coming from the centrists,
right?
The ones that are like
The
we
centrists are
also
the
don't
ones
want
who
our
feel
shit
this way right
violated.
now.
Well, you're not a centrist, Flo, because you want open borders.
No, I don't want open borders. You fucking dumb fuck. Do you not listen
Nobody
to a goddamn
wants
thing I
open
say?
borders.
How
Nobody
many, times,
wants open
how many times do you dumb fucks have to get told to you, it's not deporting people, it's not open borders, it's the way that they're doing it?
Look,
You guys
you
act
have
as though
to
there's
understand
not like
women
a
have a different
StarCraft wall with
relationship
turrets
with
on
power
it. It's not fucking
than
closed.
men.
Yes, we know. We know that
We're
that is a
aware.
submissive role. We
It's
understand that.
not.
You understand that
It is.
what our
It
problem
is.
Hold up,
It
you're
is
all
fucking
going at the
reality.
same time. I'm gonna start handing out the talking stick if we can't figure this out.
It's an
understand the problem
acquiescence
is
to
you
reality.
can't solve a
Okay.
problem by creating a problem yourself. Violating rights doesn't fix other problems.
Again,
Who's
you have
right?
not made a compelling argument as to why violating a bunch of imaginary rights from a bunch of people that don't have the same rights as citizens actually
That's not
in
true.
some way
I never said
grafts
that.
on to citizen
Chuck said
rights.
150
Stop fighting the straw
Americans.
man.
To make the
150
I'm
Americans.
sorry, I'm
fight
listening.
for
Hold on,
violating-
everybody's
You're
going.
dominating the fuck out of what we're telling you. We're trying like a motherfucker to tell you our issue is with you sending armed squads into neighborhoods where we live.
Well,
The reason
unfortunately,
you
it wasn't,
Well, if they live among
it
you,
wasn't an alternative when local governments decide they're not going to enforce the law. Then the only thing
sorry,
left
there's
is
not
the feds to come
special
in.
That's
time
been
for
happening
illegals
since
to
the beginning
gather
of
into a
time.
field that they can
Alright.
throw a net
Hold
on.
on.
You
can I
you
make
two
a
dumb
statement?
fuckers are entirely disingenuous. That's you
You're
and
not
the
making a
CPAC.
good argument. So maybe
Hold on.
start.
Hold on.
I don't think there ever
just-
has been an
acknowledging
argument
the
made as to
argument
why
we're
Hold on,
illegal
hold on,
immigrants
hold
get
on.
elevated to such
Hold
a
on,
boogeyman.
everybody's still going. Everybody's still going.
You're
Effigy, I
pretending
didn't
like
hear
I'm
what-
making a different argument than I'm making. You've been doing it all night. Chuck's been doing it for at least weeks.
Maybe it means
Because
you're
that's
not
what
making a
you
very
said.
good argument.
What about
No, it's
him?
because you're not
understanding
listening.
you.
You're
I'm taking
arguing
it.
what
I
Because
is
can't.
not.
I'm
you're
about
not
to lose
doing a
my
good
shit.
job.
It's the what about
Dusty, would you like to give it final thoughts? I guess not. All right, well,
Another
Oh.
rage
The
quit.
mechanism
I
for fixing that by the federal government is the same mechanism they've always had through the power of the purse, which is cutting off funding to these states. And then now this state is out hanging on its own. If they want that government money, which they all do, they're all attached to the tit, then they're going to have to get rid of them illegals. That's
There's
what
way-
the federal government does.
February 1st, that goes
Hold on.
into play. They're going to start withholding all federal funds.
Okay, good.
That
But
is
here's
legal.
here's the problem. Here's the problem. People will only tolerate this kind of stuff for a period of time. If you want to make chaos and run rampant across the streets, you have a little bit of time before enough people start seeing it and starts making their lives difficult that they no longer give a shit about getting illegals out so much as stopping the stuff that's interfering with their lives. Right?
Yeah.
Some illegal that lives
That's
like
the
2
problem
blocks
they're
from me,
creating for
I don't
themselves.
care nearly as much as if ICE is on my street every day pulling people over or asking them to show their papers, especially if that person's me.
Well,
this
especially when you
recent
choose your
case-
targets
I
through
lived-
retribution
oh my
and
God.
not
I
through
lived
any
in
actual like.
Texas.
I don't care where you live. These are all. This is what other people are facing, and this is
In the
what
most-
people don't want.
This is
in
a
their own
lived
lives.
experience
In the most
great.
in a
It's
place
your
that
lived
probably
experience.
experiences this the most for the longest amount of time. Okay, and look, this has happened to me several times.
Mhm.
Okay, I'm a white passing woman. I'm actually part Hispanic. I'm a white passing woman. There are times where I'm going from one side of Texas to the other side of Texas or whatever. There are times where, I would carpool with some, Mexican guys from college to help
You're
them
white.
out trying to get to the other side of Texas. Every fucking time you're stopped by a cop because it looks like trafficking. It looks like smuggling. Okay, so that's just a reality. Am I crying? Am I pissing and moaning about my rights being, violated? No, I understand that is a material, real condition on the Texas border that is
Okay.
suspicious looking. Okay,
Now
and
put
I
those-
never once pissed my pants and cried to my mama about it.
But now the
Okay, sure.
suspicious looking
But
thing
now,
is the
hold on.
color of your skin.
Hold on. No, forget that.
Right.
Now,
That's
now,
happening now, right?
Now, imagine those cops are masked, and they may just choose to take you in without asking you any questions
Oh no.
and sit there and
First
demand
of
that
all,
you show them proof that
having a
you're here.
mask on, who gives a shit? I mean, to be
I
honest.
mean, do you know they're really cops if they have masks on? How
So
certain are
you
you?
volunteer for
identifying
You know
stuff
if
on
they're
their
a cop, if
uniforms.
they have
Their
You
uniforms.
know
The
that you
mark.
can buy a fake badge from the
Usually you
internet.
have other shit other than your
Actually,
fucking
I
face to
can
know
I
if you're
can
a
make a
fucking
badge
cop or
at
not.
home if I really wanted to.
Down in
It's not
Oakland, that shit
hard.
happens
That would
all
be
the time.
retarded.
People
And that's a
dress up
crime.
as cops and use old cop cars and
That's actually a
rob
pretty serious
places as
crime.
cops. That
It is a
happens
really
in
serious
Oakland
crime.
all the
And if you
fucking
get
time.
caught, you will go to jail.
Women
Sure.
rely on law to protect
Oh my
their
God.
rights and safety.
No, they
Okay?
rely on a bullet.
There is an implicit relationship to me having to give
ain't
the
like
benefit
that
of the doubt
anymore,
based
my
on my
man.
status as a woman. Oh my God.
It ain't
This
like
is-
that
this is-
anymore.
This is
Look, we're not.
bourgeoisie
Hold on, Ann. Ann, you keep.
understanding.
Ann,
The
if I may.
bourgeoisie of being
Ann.
a man and
No,
feeling
Ann,
like, well, you know,
stop it.
if I
Ann,
feel
girl.
confronted, I can
Ann.
go and have a fight. Something
on.
that I'm not
Hold on.
allotted as a woman.
Ann, we're not in the days
With
I
the
understand it's a
proletariat.
legal fight,
We're-
right?
look,
Okay.
Ann,
Oh, hold on. Go ahead, Clay.
we're not in the days of spear chucking and axe throwing and that sort of thing. We have these little things, they're called firearms. You can protect yourself. You have full legal authority to protect yourself. Stop that. I'm a woman shit, so I need the law. I need the men's. You don't. You have a firearm, don't you?
You're in Texas, don't they?
Do
come
you
with
think
being
a
in
firearm
Texas?
allows women to engage in public life, or do you think you need a
Yes.
complete social
Very much
apparatus?
so. Yes.
Oh my God, then you're retarded.
Oh, I
Then
didn't
you're
realize
retarded.
that if you
Then
put a
you're
firearm
retarded.
on, that a man who might
Okay,
attack
if I
you, he
wanna
might be
go
less
to a
likely
grocery
to
store, I
attack
gotta
you
go
because you've
like
got
the
a firearm.
Western
Yes, this is
fucking
the way it
movies.
works. Yes, this is the way it works. If you carry around
No,
a firearm
Bourgeoisie
regularly,
male politics. Bourgeoisie male politics.
carry
Don't you
around
live in the open carry?
Fourth Wiseman says, check out the bond markets. That's where you'll find you and on hold in suspension until remedied are all the what is called illegal aliens. A lean.
lean. There's
Clever,
an argument about that.
That's not the etymology of that.
It's interesting.
That's cute.
funny.
I don't know if
Good
Dusty's
wordplay.
coming back. If you're still, let me see. Hold on. If you're
Is there
still
a prize
watching,
for running him off?
it's not the first time it's happened. He gets frustrated very easily. If you're watching over on Dusty's side, I'm going to go ahead and remove on his end since he's gone for the night. Come on over if you want to continue watching at the Gauntlet debate. You can find it. Be a big boy. Figure it out. All right, we'll see you there.
I feel like he wants to talk about this, but he's still a little too far into his feelings about it to really get any pushback on the topic.
He's probably just frustrated, right? If he's trying to explain something and people aren't wrapping their heads around it, it's like talking to a wall at that point, right? So
Yeah.
You listen
I
to
can
someone
understand.
explaining something wrong, it's kind of hard to just sit there and nod your head and go along with it.
If it doesn't, if it may make sense to you and you're just not buying it, that's one thing. But I think in his mind, he probably thinks you don't understand what he's saying.
Well, it sounded
So-
like-
Or you're
it
purposely
sounded
not
everybody
responding
was
to
having
it.
a hard time decoupling the idea that while he's okay with sending people back to their country, in the methodology that's being used currently is not correct. And I'm totally with
Right.
him on that. It's okay to deport people that don't belong here. Absolutely. It's not okay to militarize a federal agency and come in and raid our neighborhoods.
What do you mean
Where
by
do you get
militarized?
militarized from?
What do you mean
The part where
How
they
do you
have
not know what
where-
militarize
where-
is? Like, you don't see those guys with ski masks and big giant guns on them.
They wear
Watch any of the
uniforms.
tons of videos
They're-
online
they're
from an
wearing
Afghan
body
vet
armor,
showing that
having
they don't need all that
semi-automatic
shit.
They've always
Bulletproof
worn body
glass.
Hold
armor.
on, you're all talking over each other again.
So you're complaining about cosmetic shit. Just they look scary. I good.
Bulletproof
I want our
glass.
law enforcement to look scary.
Long guns.
So why not? Why would you not want a rifle?
Why? Hold on.
I
Who are
want
they gonna?
rifle.
Who are they gonna get into
Yeah,
a
that's right.
shootout
I
with?
want a rifle. I want to be able to walk down the road with my long rifle. That's right.
Well, I don't
And
know
it's
where
the
you
point
live,
that
but you
in
can
some
in a lot of
states,
places.
look, if
There's
somebody
As long
states
as
you
you're
can
not
do that.
brandishing, you're
not walk
fine.
down the road and he sees me like that, then he's gonna probably stop me. It happens all the time, by the way.
Yeah, you might ask you like, what are
Exactly.
you
So
doing?
he's gonna escalate my Fourth Amendment right. That's
Oh,
bullshit.
by asking you a legitimate question, like you see someone
he
walking
can
down the street
ask
with a
all
fire,
day.
just
He
wants to
can
make sure
ask
you're
all
not
day.
a danger, just
He
checking
can-
up
oh,
on you.
so now
That's
I've
not
got to give up
As,
violating
as
your
you're
right.
walking,
Right,
as you're
exactly.
walking towards
It
the
is.
school, yeah, that would be right.
No, I'm not talking about the school. I'm talking about the neighborhood. Stop moving the goalposts. You keep doing that.
I'm
No.
I think
I'm just
what he's
assuming you have a
saying is,
legitimate
Clay,
reason.
Clay,
Go ahead,
what
Alexander.
he's saying is there's times where doing that can make you seem dangerous, especially if you're walking towards a place you're not aware that
Freedom
you're
is
walking
scary,
towards.
my man.
Yes, I understand that, but as a police
You
officer,
are
their
a
job
civil
is to
rights
make sure
lawyer,
you're not a
don't you?
criminal walking around with a rifle going to go shoot up a school.
And my
Understand?
job as a good citizen is
Your
to
jo-
make
they
sure
don't
that
know
jo-
who you
Look, no,
are
hold on,
or
hold
that
on.
you're a good citizen.
My job as a good citizen is also to patrol the neighborhood. And if I'm doing it and they have a problem with that, then now we have a problem. Now we
They
have
don't.
a problem.
There's no problem. They just want you to show
They
that
have
you're
a
not a
problem with
danger
me
to the
having
people
it,
around you.
but I don't have a problem with them having it. I just have a problem with them stopping me.
That's their
Who's
job.
stopping you?
They're
Is
just,
it
I
a
mean, they're just talking to you. It's not like
Man,
they're
we just
taking
went
you
over
into
this.
jail.
Why you keep obfuscating?
No, hold on. You're saying that they're gonna take your gun away if you walk around with one, or what are you trying to say?
One violation is too many. If they quote unquote detain me because I have a firearm on me, that's a violation. That
Are
literally
you-
is a violation. There is no state in the union.
If that's the only reason they're stopping you, sure.
Yes, exactly.
But that's usually not the only
They
reason
do it
they're
all the
stopping
time. Right. And so one violation is too many. And there's too many violations to count. So
Okay,
at this
well-
point, ICE is a problem.
One violation is too many doesn't mean
One.
anything.
One
Yeah,
violation.
that
How many
that doesn't mean
violations
anything.
would you allow?
I would prefer none, but some are going to
Exactly.
happen because people are uncertain of
Right.
other people.
So one violation is too many for you too, right?
Sure, but I also
Yeah.
understand that that's an impossible standard to keep.
It's an
Willful
impossible
violations,
standard
sure.
to keep in reality because freedom is scary and dangerous too.
No,
because we have
people
criminals.
are not
But-
trustworthy.
Well, so aren't the people in the government.
Sure, but they can be held
Right.
accountable.
No, they can't. No, far from it. Far from it.
They can be held accountable. It's just the accountability mechanisms don't really work very well right now.
Okay, then there we go. Right. So
Yeah.
if the
Whose job is
accountability,
it to fix that?
right? Oh, it's ours.
And
It's
how do we do
American
that?
citizens. Well, we have a few options.
Usually through voting, right?
Voting. There's the
Yeah.
complaint process in the court. And
Sure.
then there's the 2A, which I would never recommend.
Yeah.
Honestly, like the voting, I'm up in the air on that one. 2A, I would never recommend. The court. The court
if it
is the most effective.
If we would stop voting based on party and start voting based on what they're actually going to do and then kick people out when they don't do what they said they were going to, we might actually get somewhere. But right
That
now,
too.
all we care about is which party someone's in and whether they agree with whatever flavor of the month topic we like.
But also, if people would stop doing the party line thing and going, it's the Republicans, it's the Democrats. You know, when Trump actually started running, he ran as an independent. Then he went to the Republican side where he was originally Democrat in his early years.
He still is mostly that, honestly.
Yeah, I would agree. But if people wake up, they would realize that it's parties. Parties throw parties. This is what they do. They take your money. They stop you on the road. They take your money, or they take you to jail, which the Fed then gives them money because you're a body, right? At that point, you're just a cash cow to them. And so they keep voting party line, and the parties keep throwing parties. Stop voting party lines. If you're going to vote for somebody, it's like I have a guy that I would vote for, and he's definitely centrist, but he's not in the running right now. Trump sucks. Biden sucks. Kamala sucks. Bush sucked. All these people, they suck.
Well,
Stop
they're the people we've been fed. They're not the people we want to vote for.
True that.
That's
True
yeah.
that.
That's a fact.
Right. We don't really get to
And
choose.
You're given the illusion of choice, is what it is. Because when they choose the two people you're allowed to have an either or, and they chose both sides of it, you never really had a fucking choice. Otherwise, how do you have Uncle
The
Sniffy?
choice is done by the people in the primary.
No, it's
they're not.
The choice
That
is
was
done by
proven in
whoever the
court.
parties decide to put up on their side.
That was proven in court, man.
But there's nothing to stop somebody from running for office if they wanted to.
The only
They
person
made
who's
all
been
kinds of rules against the third party.
hold on.
Every
The
time
only-
a decent third,
Parties
every
run all the
time
time.
somebody came up independent, they made more rules afterwards. Every time Ross Perot, Ralph Nader, they made it so that way Ron Paul, who actually picked the requirements, they still wouldn't let that dude up on the main stage. They make
Right.
sure you have one of two
Somebody-
choices.
That's not run by the
Somebody-
government. That's
it's run by the same people who run they are the government.
I mean, it's the parties themselves that arrange that stuff. But those are private entities. They're not the government, so to speak. So we can't
They're not
really
government
look-
officials.
They're also the ones who control every candidate who is going up for election or has
Sure.
been elected.
Sure, but
which
you're
means
talking
they are
about.
the de facto government.
Well, I won't go that far, but I will say that we don't have anything to really control them with. Like, there's no legislation. There really isn't any legal standing to go after them. So, and they're not elected.
Well, they make their legal standards.
We were given remedies. We're just too that the founding fathers talked about. We're just too chicken shit to enact those. We're losing our liberty
Who would you go
in our
after?
republic because we're chicken shits.
You go after it. I don't know why people think that the left and the right are actually against each other in the actual government. They're not. Like, they rely on each other to maintain their power. If the
damn
left
straight.
disappears, the right's going to fracture and it's going to be a new group.
Yep.
Anne is going to make her exit on her free will. She's not getting booted, ladies and gentlemen. And I recommend joining our Discord. All of these people enjoyed. Are you on Discord at all?
I'll get on it.
All right. And I think Uncle Guns, if you could drop the Discord, or actually, I think I can do the little thingy here myself and get the link dropped in. But yeah, we've got the Discord. There it is in the chat. You can click that link and it'll get you in there. But they are constantly arguing in the main chat on Discord on all of these variations. And I know we could use some righty help in there sometimes. So feel free to have fun in there. And then we can go from there too. All right, Anne, I'm going to leave the floor to you. Take a little extra time if you want to say your piece on the evening, since you escaped death several times.
I know.
So yeah, the floor is yours.
Well, again, very new to this. Really loved being here. Loved talking to you guys. It was really fun. If you like what I have to say, if you like what I have to bring, definitely, guys, just comment and make your voice heard. And I'd love to just kind of build based on that response and stuff. This was really fun. And yeah, I'm hoping to see you guys a little later. Yeah, I'll be around.
Awesome. And she sent her YouTube channel. Are you planning to do content?
Not right now. I'm really just sort of poking around a little bit and kind of seeing what the response is, and then I'll try to build from there. But yeah.
Okay. Well, I think you'll definitely have a fan club coming in soon. But I've dropped her channel link in, and also anytime you join, you can the show in that top right corner. You see that blue button. It says "Stream this to your audience."
Sure.
Okay.
All right.
You can always click that button, and it'll automatically prompt you to plug into your own YouTube, and it'll stream it live to your own channel. Balderson is doing it. Carney's doing it. Dusty was doing it earlier. And a lot of people utilize that feature. And this way, you're still getting credit for being on a show, and you're getting the watch hours and so on and so forth. And it's a great way to network yourself out as well that way. So please always feel free to do that. Whether even if you hide it later or whatever, that's fine. But at least get your points in. But yeah,
All right. Sounds good.
well, and
All right,
this
have a
has
good one,
been,
guys.
yeah, we had fun. I'm glad you got to join your first panel, and I'm glad it was ours. And we broke you in probably the hardest possible way. It wasn't even, and I said, I said, be nice, guys. And they definitely were not nice, but I think everybody here enjoyed their time with you. So we're looking forward to more. And hopefully you won't get booted as much next time.
The hymen is
It
intact.
doesn't always happen, I promise. And I doubt it will, unless you're Duck. Duck always gets booted. But yeah.
Poor Duck.
Well,
I feel bad for him, but he brings it on himself.
He had
Good
one
night.
stream. He had one stream. He survived. I mean,
That's
Duck's
true, he did.
brain works in non sequiturs. You can't help it.
Yeah,
Like, eventually
fair
you just
enough.
don't understand what the fuck he's saying.
This is true. And Clay, I believe you are making your exit as well, sir.
Yes. So, yeah, it's been fun. As usual, yeah, and definitely did a really good job. It was a lot of fun up here, even with Dusty, us going back and forth. And Alex, I appreciate your insight there, man. That was really good. That was, I didn't even realize that was, I had tried to make that point earlier, so I probably skipped over it. But yeah, like this federal stuff, it's very difficult to hold the federal government accountable. So that's why I push for people to hold the local governments accountable, because that tends to be a little bit easier, mostly because these are your neighbors, those people, the ones that you grew up with, the ones that you went to school with. These are the same people, by the way, that you went to school with. They were like doing all the justice classes and things like that. So understand, these are just normal people. These are not like superstars. Donald Trump is nobody. Kamala Harris, a cackling hyena. But so
I wouldn't say Trump is nobody, but go on.
but in all seriousness, these are just regular people just like us, and you can get involved too. So I do want to shout out Let's Otvo. You guys know I work with him, so he'll have something coming out tomorrow early in the morning. We try to hold the government in Albuquerque accountable as much as possible. It's so difficult. These people.
Clay, before you go, were you listen to the civil rights lawyer quite a bit?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, well,
yeah. Freedom is scary. That guy's great.
Yeah, go with it.
Just a billionaire like one of us.
Chili, I met Chili. Chili's a really good dude, man. And rule of law works. Let me point this out too, guys. A lot of leftists, they like rule of law. Centrists love rule of law. Authoritarians are like in love with rule of law. They want to like make love to it. But rule of law works as long as it upholds the liberties, the essential liberties, especially of the people. So I want to leave you all with that. Thank you, Sarah. As always, you're the best.
Who's liberties?
Hey, Clay, we need to go
Good night, Clay.
Good night, Clay.
Night, Clay.
Night, Brick.
It's as long as justice doesn't go out of balance, right?
Right.
If all of a sudden tomorrow, people got executed for running stop signs, we would say that justice, law enforcement is
nobody
not
wants
working,
that.
right?
But if he gets pulled over for running the stop sign and reaches for a gun, he's not getting killed for running the stop sign, right? He's presenting a lethal threat. That's why he's going to get hemmed up for that. Maybe not.
What I mean is that, and what I said a little while ago is that I feel like the right has not expressed why they have elevated illegal immigrants to be such a critical threat to the point of basically stepping on parts of the Constitution en masse, sending roving gangs in masks to do all this shit. Like
because
the threat is out of whack to the response. Like it is just not equivalent.
for decades, this problem is allowed to fester and get worse and worse, and
What
nobody's
problem?
been doing anything about it but talking.
People just existing
illegal
here?
immigration. No, that's not what we're talking about. Stop it. We're talking about
Yeah, but
illegal
you
aliens,
can't-
people coming into the country illegally.
But that's my point.
using our
Though. What's
systems
the
to try and come
negative?
in.
What is the elevation from? Just
What's
these
the
people
positive?
being here? It just seems
They're
like a
breaking the
scapegoat.
law.
They're giving tax money that they're not getting benefit
They're
from.
breaking the
Like,
law.
No, they already
I'm
broke
sorry.
the law to get here.
We just found
being
a,
here is at least a
we just
misdemeanor.
found a we just
You guys
found
are the ones
basically a,
elevating the punishment here.
we just found like an organized crime going on in Minneapolis to export money from there back to Somalia
Did
to
you?
like $8 billion.
Did you, or are you just believing a fucking article without actually reading any of the source material?
I've read enough to believe it.
Oof.
Unless you've got better evidence.
I've
Well, there's
actually
no
got a ton of evidence on this because this
I'm
fucking story has
sure
been
you
going around
do.
for the last 3 days, and none of you have actually bothered to read a goddamn thing about it.
Where the problem
I
comes
do know there's
in-
a lot of fraud that's been going on in Minneapolis that is here's organized, and they
Did
do
you do
send
that
a
on
lot of the
purpose
money
to mimic
back to
Sarah, or is
Somalia.
that a fucking thing tonight?
What?
He just did it too. He went Minneapolis. Like
Oh.
there was way too
I'm sorry, my mouth's kind of fucked up. I mispronounced.
It's okay.
I
Everyone's
fuck up
doing it.
all of my words, just like Janelle, Janiel. I don't even fucking know, but to
I had-
the Vargas fan says, "Where were you, woman? Welcome back, Marylander. Thank you. It is so good to be back. I was sick for an entire week. It was miserable. I was in my bed, sad, thinking about all of you fine people, missing you only a little bit because I needed the break. I needed the break. And I feel so refreshed. I don't know if anybody else feels it, but I feel like I've like shed dirty, old, nasty skin, and I'm coming in all fresh, baby faced for all of you.
I'm glad you're feeling better.
Oh my God, I feel like $1 million now. I still haven't gotten my voice back all the way. Like it's still a little like the whole thing just feels yucky, but I feel good. I'm not like sweating my ass off, not like fatigued. My muscles don't hurt. So yeah, we're good. Anyways, I'll let you guys get back to it. My apologies.
No, I was just going to say, yeah, I had jaw surgery in 2012. They surgically broke my jaw and reattached it with plates. And ever since then, my elocution has been not great.
It's just hilarious because Sarah literally
That sucks.
said Minneapolis the exact same way earlier tonight, and I was like, and I was teasing her about it, and I was like, "Are you doing that because she did that, and you're like calling back to make fun of it, which is
No.
brilliant, or did you just accidentally do the exact same thing?"
Well, isn't it? It is Annapolis, I thought.
You guys are putting in like these extra ends. You're like Minneapolis. It's
No.
Minneapolis.
He said Annapolis.
I said Annapolis. Earlier it was
no,
Annapolis.
it's
Annapolis, not Minneapolis. Minneapolis or Minneapolis.
See, just did it again.
I can't do it, man.
I think because I am the Marylander, we have Annapolis here. So for me to try to say
Been there.
mini, see, I want to say it
Minneapolis.
again. Yeah, I want to say Minneapolis.
Annapolis.
I don't know. Carney, what do you think, sir? Bring it to us. Sitting over there all quiet and shit.
I was just tripped out because, you know, I am Hispanic. I am from Albuquerque, and I have a brother that's a lot darker than me and a lot thicker in his accent. So, going, you know, if we were walking around and ICE came up, yeah, they'd probably look at him faster than they would look at me. But I am a vanguard. I am a defender, and I would fight for him.
Just understand the smart ways to fight them.
Oh, I'm a constitutionalist, and I believe in my rights, and
I'm glad, but be smart about how you fight the battles.
Your life does not care about your rights.
No.
Just giving you fair warning about that.
No, I know.
And that's where the problem comes in is your family getting a check later doesn't really help that much. Well, maybe it does.
They're not likely to get a check
I'll
regardless.
put up with a day or two of discomfort so I can come back at them with a Section 1983 lawsuit and live in
Yeah.
comfort for a little while.
When you're still alive, you can always make their lives hell. When you're dead, you're just done.
Yeah, you're gone.
This is true. I'm just gonna go refill my coffee. We'll go for about 40 more minutes, and then we'll call it a night. How's that sound, gentlemen?
That sounds great.
Sounds all right.
All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go top my coffee off.
And 100% the government does not care about your rights. That's what the Constitution is supposed to be for. That's why that's why every person that takes a power job that's governmental has to swear to uphold the Constitution. That's the check against them in a check and balance system. And of course, they're going to overstep their bounds. And it's our job as the American public to go, no, you don't get to fucking overstep these bounds. Figure it the fuck out. And we quit doing that. And that's why we've gotten to this position. And it's everybody that's like, yeah, but I'm a little scared. Be a fucking American. Jesus. Move to Finland or something if you're that fucking Nancy about it. Yeah. One of them countries where they're wearing lederhosen and prancing around in flower fields or some shit.
Hey, I like that kind of stuff.
I love Sound of Music. I love Sound of Music. It's like one of my favorite movies ever.
What are some of us left to assume if some people are willing to flush the Constitution down the toilet just to get illegal immigrants, which just happen to be a bunch of brown people out of the country? Like, what are we left to assume? Like, if you're willing to let the country burn just to get that, what the fuck am I left to assume about what
You're being amazingly hyperbolic.
I think the problem is they're under the impression that they can just do this once, get it done with, and then we can go back to the way things were. I'm pretty sure that's what's happening right now.
All you're presenting is a
if the government will
you have like
give
no
up
mechanism
power.
for how this would ever occur. You're just going, oh no, big scary government. Like, okay, yeah,
What do you mean?
I agree, government's big and
No,
scary.
the Trump
but
administration are the ones who are not giving a mechanism because they're the ones who are throwing out numbers and quotas with no conceivable way to meet them. Like their tweet from DHS that said they're going to deport 100 million people.
yeah, I think
They would
somebody
have to
put in an
ravage
extra
our
zero.
society to do that. They would have to like make such immense.
No, I agree.
trauma
That number
just
is
to do that.
retarded. That number is retarded. I will
But
not.
why doesn't
defend
anyone
that.
why doesn't anyone stand up and say, what the hell are you saying?
I
Provide a
just did.
reasonable number.
I just said like that's retarded.
No, I know,
That
but
number
I
is
don't
retarded.
hear people saying that.
because of it, how big it is. Obviously, includes denaturalizing tens of millions of citizens.
Obviously, it's being hyperbolic, or it's somebody added an extra
No,
zero.
I'm
Because
done.
I
I'm done
don't-
pretending that the trolls are just trolling all the time when they troll. At this point, I'm going to take every single fucking word because you are the
If you're
government.
only
I
looking
take
at
it for
one
true.
possibility, like there's more than one possibility that it could be, and I just offered alternatives. That's all, and you're rejecting it just because you want to believe the more negative connotation, the most negative connotation.
There's been too many times where
Yeah.
it's
When
been
Homeland
labeled
Security's
too many
hyperbole.
times, like
their
Hold
official
on, hold
Twitter
on, hold on,
account
hold on. Let me,
shit
can I-
out.
can I finish?
Adam?
There's been too many times where things have been labeled hyperbole, and then turns out next thing you know, they're being done, and everyone's like, "Oh well, this is just how things are going to go."
Like,
I don't remember off the top of my head.
The
I know it
hyperbole
happened.
is what gets you
I mean, you
ready.
can't expect me to know what's in your head.
All of it.
You brought it
Ice
up.
raids, buying Greenland.
None of that's bad. All of that is good.
Attacking Venezuela.
Yes, to arrest the president. That was that was amazing, actually.
you're saying it's good and that's great for you, but it started with, oh, this is just hyperbole. He's
That's
not actually
what
going
any
to
of
do
us
it.
started with. That's not what
Yes,
any of
it
us
is.
started
That's
with.
exactly
no, it
what
isn't.
everyone's saying.
Nobody called illegal
Oh,
immigration hyperbole. Nobody called Venezuela sending fucking drug boats
So
into our country and us
exhausting.
dealing with it hyperbole.
That's not
100%
hyperbole.
That was hyperbole. Lots of people said that. That's how the
What?
government.
How's that hyperbole?
Thumbs up
Because they're not sending drugs here.
Just
They're
like
not sending drugs
Libya,
here.
just like every other bullshit war, we have to drum up bullshit. just like weapons of mass destruction. Remember that one? Remember?
Yeah,
when
and
the
we found
president
them.
sat there and
We
laughed
found
and went,
chemical weapons stockpiles in Iraq.
No,
Well,
let me tell you my
weapons?
favorite.
Well, drumming up
How
We found
about
chemical weapons stockpiles in Iraq. Those are weapons of mass destruction. Yes, look it up.
how about taking out a
I'm not even
leader
laughing,
from a
I'm just
country
telling
who
you,
we're
just telling you
talking
ignorant.
saying is
All
a
right,
drug
one
dealer?
at a time. One at a time.
No. This is my favorite one. My favorite one is taking out the leader of a country who we say is a narco trafficker literal days after you pardoned the ex-president of Honduras, who was probably one of the biggest narco traffickers in fucking history. Like,
Who was that?
Okay.
Make
Is
it
he
make
still
sense.
doing narco shit, or is he, or did he just decide he's a very
No,
old
he
man? He can
but
go
he
home?
obviously
I don't know why you
got up
pardoned him. I
enough
don't
money to
care.
get himself a pardon, though.
Yeah, I'm sure it was money.
Why not?
Oh, it's definitely
'Cause-
fucking money.
'cause
That was found
a
out at the end
billionaire-
of his first
How much
term,
money
man.
has that guy got to influence a billionaire?
My
Like,
man, did
seriously.
you not hear that the Venezuelan oil money sold from the
I'm
tanker?
not talking about
was
him. I'm
put-
talking about the
was
guy he
put by
pardoned,
Trump
Ding-dong.
into a personal account in Qatar that is not part of the U.S.
Okay,
Treasury.
now you're
Go look
now
it
you're
up.
talking at your ass.
Go look it
Hi,
up.
10.
Hey, 1 second. Got a question. They found exactly what in Iraq? Remember, he was. No, because
They passed
we had
them
this
out, the
conversation
gas.
just a couple weeks ago up here, right? And wasn't it who was it that just said that we found something in Iraq? Who
I
was
did.
it? Chuck. Okay. So you sure it was we found chemical weapons or precursors to chemical
they were
weapons?
Chemical weapons, the ones that did,
No,
the
they were
ones that didn't get moved.
precursors to it was either sarin, wasn't it? Right?
There's they've used a bunch.
That's
but
supposedly what he was
Right.
using on his people was
and-
sarin
and-
gas. And then remember the
hold on,
incubator babies
hold on,
too.
Bones.
We found the
Where'd that
busted
stuff come
remnants of
from?
what we sold him,
Yeah.
Where'd it come from?
Yeah.
Right.
which
So-
is not what we were looking for.
I'm sorry,
Not what
guys.
we were looking for.
You need to understand something.
Is
You
fallacious.
need that. You guys need to understand something. America are the terrorists. You know that, right?
Then get the fuck out of here, Tim.
There are no other terrorist states on Earth. America is the terrorist state.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. They
No,
are.
I don't buy that at all. Sorry.
No, they are.
Then move.
I mean, come on, man.
Prove they're
Here and
not.
enjoy their
Prove
protections of
that,
the country
where's
like
the other
that we're
where's
all
the other
fucking
terrorist state? If it's
Yeah.
not America, what's the
Look what happened
terrorist
to
state?
Iraq. We sold them weapons, then invaded them because they had the weapons.
Right.
We sold them.
Which America has done
Keep them up when they were
over
supposed to?
and
No, they did not.
over, including World War II Yazis. They sold most of that stuff to them. George Bush.
Prescott Bush.
George
Prescott
Bush's
Bush.
grandfather sold them stuff. IBM
He
sold
president-
them stuff. But you guys all worship those people, don't ya? Because guess what you guys are? Terrorist worshipers. That's what you people are. And the sooner you realize that, we can start fixing this world. But you're not going to be able to have the moral. I just woke up for this. You're not going to be able to have the moral high ground to tell anyone else on earth what they can or can't do. And that's why right now, even though I agreed with the deportations and stuff like that, right? Now, everyone's done with you, even your own citizens. So now you guys have one of two choices. Keep thinking that you're cool and you can do whatever you want, or your own people are going to kill you.
Is 10th done with his wake and bake rant?
No, I haven't done it. I haven't even had a
Good
copy
morning,
yet.
10th man.
Your own people are going to kill you. The other countries aren't going to have to. China ain't gonna. No one else is gonna. They don't need to. Your own people are either going to put you in jail or kill you. That's what's going to happen. It's going to happen within the next year, probably. They're
my
done.
God.
Your own
Oh,
citizens are
goodness.
done with you. That's why Flo shut his shit down last
I
night.
think we're still too comfortable.
Because he's sick and tired of you fucking terrorists scaring his kids. He said it. He's tired of you people sending your fucking armed agents out there to attack people
Wow.
that you allowed into the country. You understand that? But you don't.
Uh-oh. Did we lose
Oh,
him?
Somebody crapped out.
Rant that broke the internet.
He was
Tenth man.
Own people are going to kill you. Your own people.
Really, they are.
Okay. Cool story, bro.
Within
You're
the
killing
next
them.
year.
You're killing them.
No, we're not.
Why does
Yeah,
your
you are.
hold on?
I watched
hold on
an
a
ice
second.
agent
Why
shoot a
does,
lady in the face 3 times.
why does your tiger look like it's got Down syndrome or something?
That's Down syndrome
Because
tiger.
it's spitting.
Hi, I'm a product of America. I'm Kenny the retarded tiger.
Wow, you did that on purpose.
man, that's awesome.
That's classic. I love it. I love it. I love you, 10th man. As much as a ding dong as you are sometimes, I truly love you.
Mm-hmm.
You are very kind, Sarah.
You are awesome, man.
Yeah.
So anybody who thinks that I'm wrong, I'll go live after this. You bring your evidence. I'll bring mine, and I'll beat you the fuck down like I have anybody who's ever come up against me with words. Every time you people come on the internet, you run your mouth for 6 fucking years, and every time you bitches come back groveling and saying, 10th man, you were right. So, number one, won't you put your fucking identity out there, put your fucking face out there, and don't change your fucking name and your avatar in a year or 3 years so I can fucking find you? Because that's what you people fucking do. I'm right here.
I've been using this avatar for 6 years
Flip
now.
your fucking cameras on. Let's
give
all
some
put our
very
fucking
specific-
shit on the goddamn fucking table and not use anonymity. Let's do that.
I don't have a camera.
Yeah,
Oh.
sexy to be anonymous.
I like being
As he's
anonymous.
up here with an
Sorry.
avatar.
Yeah, right.
Everyone knows who I am.
Everyone knows who
I know
I
you're
am.
afraid of it. It just looks bad when you're sitting there yelling at someone for not camming up. You're not.
Yeah, and I'll be on my other camera in a minute. Yep.
But you're asking me to cam up. I do not own a webcam.
Cam up.
I
Cam
don't-
up. I'm cammed up right now, bro. Cam up.
Don't own a camera, ding dong.
Oh, isn't that convenient? So you don't have a cell phone, a tablet, nothing. You're just using fucking coconuts? Liar. So now, not only are you a terrorist sympathizer, you're also a liar.
I'm not a liar. Prove I have a camera, motherfucker.
I don't even know who the fuck you are.
Exactly. So how you go and say I
Who
don't
is
have
this right now? Is this Effigy? Jason? Who is this?
It's your
Who's talking right now?
Hey, you leave
You're
me out of
talking
this.
with Ant.
Oh,
You
fucking
know what?
Ant.
Maybe
Are you
we'll leave you
serious
in
right now?
Ant.
Is that where this? Oh my god! You should have gave it a minute, Sarah, till I got on my regular. Hi, Ant. You fucking dimwit.
I'm not a dimwit. I don't have a camera. Fuck off.
I'm
not gonna buy a camera just because someone like you is gonna complain that I don't have a camera.
You gotta fucking start molting off.
What? I heard about like half of what you said. I'm like legit not trying
That's
to.
because I'm switching between devices and shit.
All right, well,
or
give me a second.
hotspot.
Let me know when you're ready. Let me know when you're ready.
I am ready.
All right, so you're,
I said,
you're good now?
why would you molt off at me when I'm mostly on your side?
Because I like you and it's fun to just fuck with you.
Right, but you understand that this is not a game, right?
No, that part is ridiculous. I think you're extrapolating and reading way too much into things, and maybe
Am I?
putting a little bit of wish fulfillment in there. I don't know, but I just can't take that kind of shit seriously.
What kind of shit?
Sitting here and going, "Oh, you're gonna be killed by your own people." Killed, I say. I'm sorry. It's
January 6th, we're peaceful protesters. What are you
Not
gonna
all-
do
not all-
when these
not all of
people
them.
start going to people's houses instead of the fucking House of Commons? Or what do you guys call it?
I mean, that's
Parliament.
happening
Not
already,
Parliament.
right?
What do you guys call it? What doesn't matter? Doesn't matter. What are you gonna do? Because that was all fake, right? Those were people coming just to say, "Hey, you got to stop doing what you're doing."
You're talking about January 6th? Yeah, there were people very angry about what's going on and the fact that they couldn't seek any legal remedies in the courts. So all the cases kept getting thrown out because they kept telling them they didn't lack standing. But like, if you look at the cases, you're like, who could have standing. It was very complicated. I understand the courts are real shy
And, you
about
know-
setting precedents such things.
And so, what are you going to do when they start going to these people's houses instead of going to a public place?
That's happened. What are you talking about? Look at the
No,
Rodney
I'm not
King riot.
talking about. I'm not talking
the
about you guys' sleeper
BLM riot.
agents. I'm talking about what are you going to do when 75,000 people show up at someone's house?
That's when's that going to happen? Where and why?
It's happening right now in Minneapolis.
Where?
They're not showing up at people's houses yet, but they're right on the precipice of it.
They were enacting an arrest warrant, and then people showed up to protest them and got in their way.
No, you mean a group of people who are breaking the law
No, they were
were
not breaking
being
the law.
protested against. Yes,
They
ICE
were
has
not
broken the law
breaking the law.
numerous times.
Those officers were
numerous
not.
times.
What law were those?
Doesn't
officers
matter. They're
breaking?
part of a rogue organization that, as far as I'm concerned, are
No, I can't
terrorists.
take you seriously.
They
You're
have
paying
the
like a
same
whole
clown
agency one
uniform
month.
on.
You can't
They
even
have the
explain-
same clown uniform on. I watched one member of this group shoot a lady in the face, and rather than when she started moving the car, trying to jump out of the way, reached for his gun and started firing. Play it in slow motion. Play it at 0.25.
Yeah,
Play it at
it's not
0.25,
moving,
and you
it's
tell
not
me.
moving.
I'm going live. I'll go live after this. I'm going to shut up. You go ahead and talk as much as you want. I'll go live after this. Bet you won't fucking come. Go ahead.
Why would I? We're here now. If we want to talk about it, we can talk about it here. We're put together.
Because
It's
I don't
you
have
and me
control
right
of it,
now.
and I'm not going to fucking
Oh,
take over
there we go.
Sarah's show
You can't-
and put
you
screens
can't
up and
use
shit.
me
We'll
or-
watch all the videos you want. I'll go live as
you or
long
either
as you
of
want.
them,
No matter if it's 14, 18, 20 fucking hours. We'll go as long as you want.
Why?
Because I'll prove you wrong.
I don't care.
Right. You don't care. You don't even care if people fucking die. And I just
I don't
proved my
care what
point.
you think.
People like you don't care
I
if
just
people
don't
die.
care about
So just
your
remember,
analysis. I can't take it seriously.
if they don't kill people within a year or whatever the hell, when the Democrats get in next election or the election after that, and they start throwing people like you in jail as a terrorist, I don't want to hear you crying then.
Good luck with that. You can't, I mean, there's no way they're going to get that to actually get any kind of fucking
all right.
movement.
Nobody thought that this was going to happen either.
Yeah, apparently you saw the video different than other people. That's all I can.
Yes, everyone who
See,
saw
on
the
my show,
video
Jack,
saw
we'll
what
talk
they
about
wanted
it.
to see. Everyone who saw the video saw what they wanted to see.
It's not even just that video.
Right.
There have been videos
Right.
coming out every day since. If you're not keeping up with it, like there's shit happening all the time there.
Yeah, regular Americans, legal citizens being
Interfering?
arrested being arrested and then without charge being released down the road. Like the one we watched, Chuck. I understand they didn't show it after the fact, but that doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's doctored.
How do you
too
get
much.
released?
I just want
Where
to
are the body
say,
cams?
I just looked up Kenny the White Tiger's dysfunctional life, and
I'm
it
telling
is
you right now,
truly
if you try
a
to tell me it's too
tragedy.
sad, that makes it funnier.
It is. It's a really sad story.
Go ahead, Dad, say it, sorry.
Horrible. Like he actually looks like he has Down's. Like I didn't know that Down syndrome
Yes.
could be like something that animals get and actually present with those features too.
Well, in nature, a lot of times those things die quickly. In a
Yeah,
natural
this one said that Kenny actually lived pretty long for an animal that is a subject of inbreeding.
Lived a very happy inbreeding does it.
But he
Yeah.
didn't live. He lived because people fed him. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, in nature, his
Yeah.
mom probably would have rejected him.
Yeah, he would have died shortly after birth.
They had to cut up antelope and put it in a
He would
blender for me.
Treated like the runt.
Yeah.
I mean,
we have
this-
to deal
this
with
is
that.
how
Even
nature
in
is.
farm animals, they do that kind of shit. Farm
They
animals
fed me like a
and
bird.
most of the time, if the mother rejects the animal and you try to save it, it ends up like this: that you find out that animal wasn't right, that mom was rejecting it for a reason.
Wow.
I mean,
Oh, animals.
all Down syndrome is trisomy 21, which is one of your pairs of chromosomes is lacking one of them.
I mean, to be fair,
So
people
it
did this too.
makes
before
sense
we
that
understood
animals
what
would have
was
it
and how to
too.
deal with it.
Well, you understand, FG. There's certain people that don't think humans are animals. I think it's
Yeah.
bizarre, but there's a lot of people who feel that way.
I don't think we're animals.
It does make sense that you would see them less because they would be
I
more
mean-
likely to die quickly.
I suppose.
Oh, yeah.
I suppose the
Definitionally-
big problem is to maintain these pure white ones. They're having inbreeding. It's been overhyped in media so much. It's a normal part of animal keeping. It's a normal part of plant keeping. But the thing is understanding there's limits to it. So if you have like a herd sire that has super strong genetics,
So many jokes. Sorry.
it's gonna. I understand that because people don't actually look into the science of things.
Yeah.
You have a super strong herd sire.
I told my
It's
sister.
going to cover the herd. It'll do it usually at about 6
No
to
big
7
deal.
years. That herd sire, that genetics are going to start falling off, and you need to bring in a different herd sire after like 6 or 7 years. But a
there's
real
certain-
dominant one will hold a
there's a
herd for a while.
Yeah, it's
there's,
like running
there's a certain
thoroughbred.
number of generations that can just survive inbreeding to that
Just so
extent.
the right person gets the credit, Beth found this and played it on Flo's, and I said, Flo either makes this the mascot of his show or I'm gonna. So that's the mascot of 10th Man Show.
Well, shout out to Kenny and his little stubby nose. I can't believe
Kenny,
just
the restarted tiger.
That just makes me sad to see.
Me too.
like it is hard
Especially
to not
knowing
laugh
the story.
though.
It killed the joke for me once I read about him. I was like,
Yeah, I legit thought this was a made up picture, right?
I'm not
I
gonna
didn't
stop.
Nope.
I didn't know
I didn't tell you
that
to.
I didn't know that animals could also have Down syndrome. Like it just and also have that appearance, like that Down syndrome look. You know what I mean? Like
I've
in
been
my
dating a
brain,
fox lately.
It used to be a very common thing to take those
Wait.
deformed animals
With the power of
and
AI.
put them in a jar. People used to
can
find
feed
out what
those
they
when
look
they were
like.
babies all
That's
the time.
how sideshows were created.
Yeah, they called them pickle punks, and they would put them in formaldehyde, and they did it to humans too. Fucking George Bush's mom, she brought home a pickle punk, and he had to carry it in his lap. Fucked up, right? But they used to do this with all kinds of different mutant animals, like when they're born like this, deformed. They don't try and keep them alive like we do today, and they used to just put them in jars of formaldehyde and put them in freak shows and shit.
That's probably because it's a little
the
inhumane.
Channel One shows.
I didn't hear what you said, Alexander.
I said it probably because it's a little inhumane to keep them alive.
Probably.
Yeah, they aren't going to have a good life. You know, a lot of times, like two-headed animals or that's fairly common.
Oh,
You guys shouldn't talk about ant like this.
Like you see if you join Facebook groups where you see these housewives that are raising animals like as like just their hobby, they'll do some real crazy things. Like you'll see chickens with real bad scissor beak where their beak is one
Yeah.
side one way and one's going the other way and they can't properly eat food and they'll be there just kind of giving them food and whatnot. And that bird, they never last long. You can get them to survive for a while, but they don't thrive, and they just live a kind of miserable life that you force it.
It's torture.
Yeah, it's torture. I 100% agree. It's you're better off just taking it out, and if you can't, like a lot of times I'll just go out and shoot things. That's it.
Yep. That's all you can do.
Give it a good clean death and call it good.
Yeah. I use a 30-30 so that way there's no question. It's not gonna.
What's that thing they get on their feet, their claws, Balderson?
Oh, Bumblefoot.
Yeah.
What is
I
that?
had one that got that real bad, and I tried, but there was no, so I just put it down.
Yeah. It's
They get
usually
these
what happens-
huge bumps on their claws, their legs.
What
That
happens
says
is
that-
they hit the ground too hard a lot of times, like they jump off of something too high or they hit a sharp rock, and it creates a spot in there. And then it gets like there's a little seed inside of that. It's like a wart, and it's got a seed, and it'll make their whole foot swell up just huge.
Oh,
and you've got to try and get all that gunk out, and you got to make sure you get that seed out, or the thing will just keep coming back over and over. And end of the day, most people, birds are like $5. Like
that sounds like some nightmares I've had.
I had one chicken that was stupid enough, decided to look up while it was raining.
Yeah.
It drowned.
Was that one of those fast growing? It's the fast growing ones that do that shit. It's not the heritage ones. It's the ones like they'll tell you that there's no such thing as a Franken chicken, but there absolutely is. And those things grow to full size inside 6 months. And then they start just falling apart. And those things are mean and dumb as shit.
What is it? Chickens don't have nostrils. That's why when they look up into the rain, they end up drowning.
They drown
because
themselves.
they're breathing the water in through their mouth and through the beak.
Yeah.
I had
Turkey.
one that was quite stupid.
Yeah,
I call them zombies. My little zombies. They'll
I
follow you around like.
And I call it "What's for dinner."
I was just gonna say, like, they're just making it easier for you. You know, you're getting chicken nuggies for dinner.
I don't know. I don't know if I don't know if I
sound
would
good
eat
right
something that stupid.
It takes I have to go through a ritual if I got to kill one of them, and it's like, oh man, well, you get attached to the little suckers. You know, you give them names and all kinds of shit.
That was your first mistake.
Yep.
They
Call them 1, 2, 3, 4.
Chickens got wild personalities, and they can recognize 50 different people, and they'll react entirely differently depending.
You're
on
right about that.
I like
I
chickens.
used to have this.
Some of
I
them
used to
look
have
really
this
cool.
one, and it was a Polish. So she had this big poof of hair, like a perm, and for whatever reason, she just loved sitting on my lap, and she'd come to town with me and everything. I'd drive around chicken.
That's how you get salmonella.
Yeah, well,
Huh?
you know, the salmonella is going to have to fight off the toxoplasmosis.
Yeah,
I'm all right.
Thank you.
I'd like to
That's
see
probably
that.
the least of his problems.
Yeah.
True.
I
talking
currently
like the
have like
problems
6
taking
different
pounds.
flavors of shit on me, you know, and I you know, I'm all right.
Then I had a chicken. Chicken
That is
jumped the
probably the
fence and
last-
got in with the ducks, and wanted to stay there with the ducks. Every time I put him back, he jumped back over, go with the ducks.
10th man, are you planning on going live?
Probably. Why are
I
you
bet.
shutting down?
Hey, bro.
We got about 15 more minutes left, and then if you're gonna continue to go live and run open panel, then if you set up on your end, I can go ahead and set up the raid, and then we can just continue on over.
10th, you gotta move your camera down. We can see.
I
from
actually
your-
need to go. Oh, I need to go to sleep.
Good night, Alex.
Alexander, would you like to give your final thoughts or tell everyone to fuck off or whatever?
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone, fuck off, Sarah. Amazing.
Thank you.
Being on again.
Aw, so glad to have you back, Alexander.
Yeah, it's been a month and a half.
Move your camera, 10th. I want to see your chest.
What?
All right. Thanks, guys.
Good night, Alexander.
Night.
Good night.
Oh, Beth, you finally decided to join us, huh?
Oh my god, I took a nap. I'm actually glad I didn't wake up when I was trying to wake up because the weather's super bad here, and I've got to keep the fire going tonight.
Isn't that nice of me for not call you and then just go to sleep?
My kid woke me up, and I said, "Yep, I'm up,"
Oh.
and then I actually wasn't up.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I just said she's obviously tired. Let her
Yeah, you're burning wood. You got to watch it. Otherwise, that fire go out on you, and you're all of a sudden it's ice cold.
Oh,
We let our fire go out every night. Our bedroom's a loft above the main house. We just have like one basically big room and we have a loft upstairs, and we let ours go out. Like ours has been out for almost an hour, 2 hours, or else we overheat upstairs.
See,
Heat rises. That makes sense.
See, I'll let it go out and let the furnace take over sometimes, but like when it's really bad, the furnace will just run nonstop. So, and propane is too expensive. So,
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
we don't have natural gas in the area that I live in. So,
Yeah, we're just wood, period. So I got to put up like 8 cords of wood.
Yep. I
Mm-hmm.
go through about that every year for 3-bedroom house. Not bad, actually.
We cook, so it's a small house, but we also cook with it. And then also, like in the winter, we use it to heat our water a lot of times. Like we take cowboy baths and whatnot.
Yep.
Nice.
Cowboy,
Nice.
you call them 4 baths.
Yeah, when the
Yep.
power goes out, I can cook on my stove, which is very, very helpful.
Yeah, ours has an oven and everything.
Oh, you got the good one.
Yeah, I ordered it from Italy.
Whoa!
I want
How
one
much
of
did that
those.
cost you?
3,500. It's got like a whole system to make the flame dance up around the oven part, so you can either make it go straight back because you don't want to heat up the oven, or you can make it go across the oven. It's so cool.
Oh, okay.
Nice. I feel like we need like a video of this at some point.
For
Yeah,
real.
In the Discord, if you do one, upload it in the Discord and tag me so I can come see that.
I
I'll do it
love
tomorrow
the
when it's
old
going.
fashioned. I love the old fashioned stoves and like refrigerators from the like 50s. I'm like freaking obsessed with them. I want one so bad. They're so cool. Like the whole drawer, the whole shelves will pull out or swivel out, and like just refrigerators used to be badass. Not
So
anymore.
just
And sturdy.
Just FYI, that's set up, but I'm not doing ice as far as I know. If Beth's coming,
I'm
we're
coming.
we're doing what we're doing then.
I don't know. I'll do whatever.
Well, we all
Do you have the link to the Andrew debating that 12-year-old autistic kid?
Yeah, I can get it.
Yeah, thanks.
What, Chrissy?
12-year-old.
I was just gonna say we also use the stove to hang our laundry. Like I have ropes hanging up, like right by the loft where we just hang the laundry and dry it right there. So yeah, that stove is everything for us in the winter. It's great.
Oh yeah, I have
Nice.
Dynamex too because it keeps my house is so fucking dry. Like my skin will start cracking and stuff. So
Oh,
it's
we always kept a kettle on top of the stove.
Yeah, we've got big pots of canning
Yep.
pots all the time, and that's dishwater too. And yeah,
Yep.
Yep.
Keep
Why
the
pay-
moisture
why
in the
pay
hair.
for propane? We're already running the wood stove. Why pay for propane? I'm a fucking ninja with a chainsaw.
Yep.
That makes sense.
I didn't buy no wood this year, unfortunately, but hopefully the cold doesn't last too long.
I live out I live out deep in the woods, in the forest, out in the mountains. I just chainsaw. I got a couple. I got a steel 461, and this one's my normal one that I
Is it your woods?
Well, about 50 acres of it is.
Nice.
Oh damn.
I'm in farm countries, but I have friends right up the road who have a tree business, and they hook me up very nicely during the winter. I'm
We have
so
a bunch of sawmills around here. You can go hit them up for scraps a lot of times if you're really needing wood. They'll load you up with the scrap.
Yeah.
I've been meaning to get a couple of
all of them
large.
are shut down in California. All the beef plants they shut them all down. That's part of why. That's one of the big things when they talk about price of beef. It's not that we don't have the beef. It's that they shut down all the processing plants. There is just a tiny handful of processing plants at this point, and obviously hauling cows, especially when diesel down here has been like $6.50, $7.50.
Oh shit!
Yeah, like you can't pay to haul nothing.
Canada too. Yep, it's around that.
Hell, I just filled up on gas for what, $1.90, $1.91.
It's
We're
still
finally
fucking
down.
it's still almost it's like 330
Damn.
down to me. The Indian Res has it for 240 though. So like I'm headed out there next week to fill up. But yeah, it's still
Red
10th man, here's what we'll do. Because 10th man, your show has to be live for my raise to send it over.
No, just
So
say when. and
why
then
don't
I'll-
I go
I'll do it.
ahead and let you make your final thoughts at least, and then we can, that way you can start doing what you need to do while everybody else is going around. Would you like to do that?
I'll meet you guys over there. Sorry for yelling. I first wake up and I forget that I don't need to yell at people anymore. Apologize. And if anybody wants to come over, we're not doing ice. We're doing
Thank
something else.
God.
We're fun. No, we're
Thank
doing.
God. I'm so sick of this ice.
I don't think Dusty's going live. That's why I'm going live, and I'm doing the review of Andrew debating that dude that I thought was 12, but apparently he's 22. So,
okay.
Yes. See you guys over there.
I'll start getting that link.
Dude,
Okay.
Fourth Wise Man, I want to get a biogas system out behind my place. This is the methane waste ingesters. Fantastic. Then you don't even have to pay for propane or nothing. And especially on the farm meal, I'll throw the pig shit in there and a few other things. Oh, you bet. You start.
Really?
Methane is almost exactly the same as propane.
And you can create your own via trash.
Hook your sewage up to it. You just take it, your own poop, making.
So it's like recycling your own shit, literally.
Yep.
Yeah.
Those things
And
are
it'll
brilliant.
create heat. Best thing you can do is
Wow.
keep a pile of it in like your greenhouse. It'll heat your whole greenhouse.
Yep.
What?
Yep.
It'll also catch on fire if you're not careful.
Yep.
I've had that happen.
Those natural ways are you have to know what you're doing for these natural ways, like that. The way that they talk about off-gridding and homesteading on the internet and making it out like you can just run out of your apartment out of the city and just have the same exact life.
Yeah.
Pay bills. You're like, yeah, you dipshits. Like, just because I'm not paying a bill to the water company, that's because I spend probably 15 hours a month maintaining my water system that it took me a month to put together and get straight and everything else. And the same applies for my electrical systems, like that. Like maybe it was last time or the time before, I just all of a sudden was gone off the panel. That's because my generator shit out. So I'm the one that's got to go out there and figure out what's going on and fix it and blah, blah, blah. I'm just not paying other people to do those things. So instead of my hours working for somebody else, I do the same things, providing the same things you're paying money for, but I do it myself. The work still has to be done though.
Right. Yeah, it's not a fucking vacation.
Oh, hell no. Hell no.
It's constant work. But
You know, these people that claim, like ballers are talking about, everyone go out and grow your own food. That ain't going to happen. Number one, a lot of people ain't got a clue how to grow something. Number two, once they realize the work and effort that goes into it, they're like, fuck this, I'm going to the grocery store.
Yep.
Well, yes and no. I mean, that thankfully it's like I know how to grow food, and thank God I do, because where I live and everything else in my life, I mean, it's too expensive, right? But then I
That's
think
one of
the bigger problem what comes down to, like I said, it's just a constant work.
Yes,
when
it's
put in a position
constant.
where it's either starve or just work all the time, you do what you need to do to survive.
Right, that's right.
That's why I want to grow like my own herbs and fruits and stuff, because like
Do
like the lettuce and cabbage and stuff, that's cheap at the grocery store.
And it's it's like it's so much, like lettuce is so better if you freshly pick it. And like if I buy a bag of lettuce from the store, it's gonna go bad in my refrigerator because the amount, like we're not gonna somehow just like fucking bananas. Like everybody wants bananas until we have them, and then they don't want to eat the bananas, and then I'm left
They go
with
rot.
bananas that go bad.
That's when you get chickens and you just give it all to them right before it's like too bad. But everybody
That's-
needs to learn that, like,
That's another
lettuce,
stage.
celery, potatoes, there's all kinds of food. Like lettuce, you cut off the top, use what you're going to use, put the rest in a bowl of water. It'll grow roots and regrow itself nonstop. As long as you're picking off of it, it'll keep growing. So if you do it right, you can buy lettuce once, like maybe once a month, once every 2 months, and then just keep the plant going. Same thing for celery and a lot of other plants.
And with the greens, then when you really get into it, what you start learning is those things naturally outside grow. That's going to be best in spring. By the time those things get large, they start getting to their seeding stage. They don't taste good anyways. Everything starts
bitter.
Getting bitter. So that's your early spring. And then you understand that you have other things that are going to come, like your tomatoes and whatnot are going to start coming ripe in the middle of the summer and extend to fall. And then you have your summer squash, things like that. And then you have your fall squash and all your fall fruiting things. And you start planting and working around that and understanding it. And like for me, like I was explaining this to Sarah, that we have to grow, like we make all of our own sauces. We eat spaghetti probably 2 or 3 times a week. And we eat pizza homemade pizza 2 or 3 times a week. So we need red sauce for 6 meals. That means at least 2 of the large, mason jars like this size.
Yep.
Yep. That means that I need to process enough of those, and that's every week times 52 weeks is 104 jars of sauce. You need to add on, some are going to go bad. You might use a little more. So let's go with 150 jars. Now I've got to process enough tomatoes, throw in peppers and spices and whatnot to make it taste good and make it a proper red sauce, and then put that away. So all that has to be pre-planned, understanding what you're gonna need just to come out with that bulk.
Yeah, I did about 400 pounds of tomatoes. Oh, that was a chore.
It is. I just have a big army pot that's just during the summer. It's constantly going on the stove, cycling through tomatoes, and I'll do a combination of canning and freezing, because at least with the freezing, you're not going to lose it, and you can break that down per meal. You can break it down in all. What's up?
Finish your sentence, and we're gonna get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, you go to bed, Mama.
I'll be the first one to say it. If no one's told you they love you today, I love you.
Oh, thank you. I can feel my voice going out again.
Sleep.
All right, everyone, do a quick. You have a quick 10-second closing. Carney, go.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is Carney's Ride. That's it. That's all. I hope you had a ball, but Carney's Ride is now over.
Thank you, Carney. Effigy to you, sir.
People need to get out of their bubble. They need to see what's happening to people around them, act like humans, have empathy for other people, and see suffering when it's happening right in front of their face. Everybody have a good night.
Thank you, Effigy. Ant, go.
Fuck off.
I love it. Balderson, what is that?
This is our tomato tunnel. This is actually 3 side-by-side 16-foot by 4-foot panels, and it's all tomatoes. And then most of what you can see around there is tomatoes in the background too. That's kind of our tomato area.
Nice.
Mixed in. But Christy can walk through that, no problem.
Fair enough. All right, 10-second out. Go.
Benjamin Balderson, come over and watch Uncle Ted Talks. We'll talk more about operating and not sucking up to the government. Love you guys.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Balderson. All right, I'm rating you over to the 10th man. I believe he's gotten started already. No ICE conversation. It appears they want to review a debate between Andrew Wilson and a 12-year-old, which I actually think it's kind of funny because, is he so desperate now that he's going down to high school graduates instead of college kids? I don't know. All right, everyone. Thank you again for joining tonight on our what should have been Throwdown Thursday is now going to be tomorrow night. If Admiral Gibbs is feeling better, we'll see you back tomorrow night for the Democrats and fraud conversation. And I have a feeling it's going to be a wild one, so buckle the fuck up. Otherwise, I will see you back here Monday night for sure for another open panel grab bag topic. I love these. We'll never get rid of these. Now fuck off.
A long time ago, in a YouTube world full of keyboard warriors, many monsters and trolls lurked in the chat rooms. They thrived on arguments amongst each other until one day, a heroine rose from the ashes. She was made from the tears of beta bitches and the sweat of alpha male gym guys. Throughout the centuries, this keyboard warrior princess showed up in many forms. She slayed many demons along the way. By the light of the moon, she led the Simp army into battle. Wielding her sword, she fought through the dark forests. With each new era, the monsters evolved. The keyboard warrior princess grew stronger, with new skills to bring them down. The world around her advanced, but so did she. Her heroism became known to society as technology advanced. And with each new generation, she had to learn how to blend in to keep her identity hidden. Now known as the Raging Tomato, this keyboard warrior princess fights for justice in every debate. She fights for freedom, for moderator bias, and she fights for your ability to battle on an open panel for your beliefs. She protects the Simp troopers from destruction. She fights to create peace among troll wars. She storms the battle zones without hesitation and leaves the battleground with her pockets full of souls. Are you ready to battle your fellow trolls? Are you ready for a moderator to give you time to talk? Are you ready for justice, peace, and a fair fight? Tune in every Monday night to watch your friends duke out their issues, or join the open panel so that you can fight the good fight and find resolution with your peers.